Hello and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy podcast. My name is Jed and we are reading the Phaedo together. Last time we finished Socrates' argument as to whether or not the soul is immortal using the theory of learning as recollection as our guide. We came to a conclusion that not only is the soul immortal, before we were born, we existed in a place where we had knowledge. So the fact that we can have these sorts of conversations and the fact that we have these conversations about certain things necessitate us at one stage having known them and a place before we had our physical senses, because we don't see the logos through which we reason, and we don't see the self ideas that we are talking about, that we want to behold, that all physical things seek, reach out for, yearn for. We don't see them in the physical world. They don't exist in the physical world. But the fact that we can talk about them and the fact that we yearn for them and we can recall them, bring back together, collect together our memories and remember them in our reasoning, logos, and our direct experience, nous, tells us that we must have got it somewhere. That must have been a place before we were born, before the physical world. And therefore, we at one time knew those things. So our soul existed before we were born and existed in a place where it knew, had knowledge. And Socrates slipped in the word that we are on a hunt for understanding and nailing down, phronesis. And somehow our souls had phronesis. So last time we brought 3 questions with us. Whether or not the soul is immortal, because that's what we want to know, we want to learn, we want to follow the arguments ourselves and figure it out. That has a lot of stakes. If the soul is immortal, a lot of things change. We shouldn't be chasing physical objects. We shouldn't have a love of the body and chase fame or riches. We should in fact chase something that we can learn, that we can take with us beyond this incarnation, and therefore be a lover of learning instead of a lover of riches. Philokrematos, lover of honors, philatimos, and both of those things, or either one of them, come from being a lover of the body, philosomatos, lover of soggy because compared to the soul, our body is only as worthwhile as a soggy tomato. Instead, we should be a lover of learning, philomathesis, because it's a learning that we can take with us beyond this single incarnation. If we have been born and died and come to birth and been dead many times, then we are looking for, well, and if the soul is immortal, according to the reasoning that we just went through, then it would make sense we should be seeking to do something with our time here on this planet in this lifetime that we can take with us, and that's the lover of being a lover of learning, a kind of learning that can transcend this single existence, transcend this physical world only. Which is interesting because in our quest, we have been on the hunt for what is philosophy, and one of the distinguishing features between what philosophy is and what it isn't, and of course we have to do both. That's part of the dialectic. You have to do universe A, what if philosophy exists, and universe B, if it doesn't. Just like as humans, we have to A, reach our destiny, but also purify ourselves from our problems, our ignorance, the cause of our vice, while developing our virtue. Is always A and B. And likewise for philosophy, if our job is to, for ourselves and for our human species, awaken philosophy, then we have to recognize what exactly it is, but recognize what it isn't. What are the wolves in sheep's clothing? What are the pretenders to the throne that could throw us off the scent of philosophy? And also from what I've seen a lot, put people off, like take the winds out of the sails of people who would have otherwise been interested in philosophy. A lot of people were interested in philosophy and psychology. And of course, if philosophy is the way that Socrates is outlining it, it's essentially both. The archetype of true philosophy is the same as the archetype of true psychology. If it's the same logos and dialectic that can be used to reach our highest goals and solve our problems, and it involves understanding of the mind, solving problems, understanding the mind, that's the realm of psychology. Actually, it's the realm of philosophy. Psychology is a name for a new-ish discipline, only a couple of 100 years old, that seeks to understand the mind and solve problems, but hasn't quite got there yet. Why? Because of what philosophy isn't. Where did we deviate from Socrates' doctrine that we've been learning in the Phaedo? And we can historically trace that back to the murdering and the death of, Socrates, but all the philosophers and the shutting down of the academy in Athens, Plato's academy. Plato was Socrates' student. The introduction of the Emperor Justinian's Dark Ages by destroying philosophy and the seeking of understanding and knowledge, replacing it with faith, blind obedience to people claiming to know without actually having any knowledge. Right, the Latin tradition. A tradition that does not have a word for the. Which is interesting because we are interested in the beauty, the justice. And this takes us back to our question, what is philosophy? And what isn't it? So that we're not distracted or conned by people claiming to be philosophers, or not just let down. Demoralized by studying philosophy and finding out that it's dry and stupid and meaningless and debating, and there's no truth, there's no understanding, there's no knowledge, there's no spiritual evolution. So we want to find out why that is. Why is the way that philosophy is packaged and marketed today so different from what philosophy is? And one of the distinguishing features is versus the. Why? Because philosophy is about being. Necessarily, you have to trust that there's a realm of being until you can, and you have to repeat that doctrine. The doctrine of philosophy that Socrates is putting forward, that philosophy is the art and practice of death and dying, which is not the way most people think of death. It's the separating of the soul from the body, the purification of oneself through dianoia, done with the logos and the dialectic. This is a way of collecting ourselves away from our physical senses and the world of becoming that we perceive through our physical senses, the physical world, and making us close to the realm of being, where we get our two biggies, truth and phronesis. Truth, the direct apprehension of the realm of being, along with logos, so you can have knowledge, because Socrates has been saying, hey, if you actually know something, you should be able to get a logos of it. It's not just a trip, a one-off trip that overwhelms you. You have to become accustomed to it as well. We saw when we jumped into book 7 for a passage. Accustomed to contemplating the realm of being. And also having the logos with us so we can understand it, recognize it, and use it for our paradigm, which was the virtue of wisdom. So not only are we purifying and perfecting ourselves away from our physical body to the realm of being through dianoia and nous, but we are also developing the virtues along with it. A kind of perfecting within the physical world. If that's a purification, we could say, well, the virtues is the perfecting. Those are the A and B. Well, not A and... yeah, I guess you could say A and B. Another kind of duad. There's a lot of duads in philosophy. Purification and perfection. So our perfection is through the virtues. We have to use what we know of the logos of being to direct our soul, to be unified towards that. That's what makes the virtues. And Socrates has been showing us, hey, you know what? If you don't do that, the more you learn and the more you grow in life, the better you are going to get at your vices. The more you solidify your pathologos. It is imperative that you not only do this, but also work on the virtues, which is a kind of practice and habit, just like these videos are. Every day I try and stream these videos and post them for others to share into. Just like every day Phaedo met in the gateway of Socrates' prison, waiting to be let in so he could share in the logos at the level that Socrates was at, which is a mythological representation in the story of what we're learning about reality itself. This is the A and B of the Phaedo that we're reading, the explanation and the mythologizing. Socrates says he wants to do both. So we're looking for both in the text. So what is philosophy? Well, it's to do with being, isn't it? Logos and dialectic are directed towards the realm of being. And what isn't, take away those big ones. In fact, the very things that if missing, we saw ourselves by solving the riddle, putting on our Sherlock Holmes hats and realizing, oh, there's a puzzle here. The author is giving us a puzzle to solve. We went through it and we realized, oh, hang on a second. What's the missing things in the vices? What's the cause of injustice if it's missing? Logos, dialectic, directed towards being. And what is philosophy generally marketed as today in this point of our history? Hopefully it will change very soon. Hopefully we're at that shifting point because of the need. There's a necessity in changing our spiritual and academic train tracks that we've been following down, causing the repeated suffering and genocides and war and exploitations and so on and so on. All of the vices we are living out in human history. And we're at the level of technology where our vices can be played out with catastrophic effects that can literally destroy our planet and bring an end to the human species. So we need to pivot. But it's also a kind of returning to where we left off with Socrates. Socrates, a part of a tradition himself, Parmenides and Xenophanes and even the Homerics before, which is why we call it the perennial philosophy. So this is a distinction between what philosophy is and what philosophy isn't as well, because when we say philosophy now, we think of manyness, particulars. The big distinction, of course, is logos directed towards being. The way philosophy is sort of thought of today is not logos, but opinions. How well you can debate someone. How good you are at arguing your opinion, your personal opinion. And it's not directed towards being, it's almost always directed towards the physical world. The two things that are causing a vice. And we see that playing out in the pages of human history that are soaked in blood. And we can pivot though. We can return, which is part of the dialectic, returning back to where we left off with the logos in our back pocket, with what we've been learning from our work in philosophy, with the logos and dialectic in our back pocket, figure out why we had the counterattack and pick up where we left off. Thumbs up. Which is why we're in the text here. We're picking up back from Socrates' doctrine, our intellectual and spiritual heritage. And one way of mythologizing or personifying or characterizing that problem in human history is Latin versus Greek. Specifically the word a in Latin and the word the, which is lacking in Latin. Because we are wanting to go from particulars that we see in our senses, which are many. So that's the A's, a bike, a car, a beautiful thing, a just thing, to the. That's the movement to the realm of being, self-beauty, self-justice. What is the beauty? That's philosophy. And lacking that, is the opposite of philosophy, the anti-philosophy, the vice of philosophy. How most people think philosophy and use the word philosophy today. We have to remedy this because it's the truth. But fortunately, we have what we need in the logos to understand our problems and remedy it. We're not stuck, chained to fate. Just as in the text we've been seeing, we're not chained to the body. Just as in the text, Socrates isn't chained to his leg chains anymore. He took them off to start this dialogue. Layers. Directing our attention to the realm of being is what makes philosophy what it is. And allowing us to, through the dialectic, understand how to escape that fate and reach our destiny. So that's what we've been figuring out as we go. And after outlining his doctrine, CB said, well, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Separating the soul from the body sounds great. But a lot of people think that the soul kind of doesn't last beyond our death. So can you give me a demonstration of the use of the dialectic using your own knowledge and logos and your mastery of the dialectic to have a dialectic with me and convince me, change my mind, and show me that the soul must be immortal? He gave 3 arguments. The Enderman argument. If it wasn't a secular process of being alive and then dying and coming back, we would all end up in the same place. If it was a straight line, we'd all be Enderman who's asleep. We have to be coming to life from something, and it can't be from the physical world. So there must be a place where our souls existed. Otherwise, the physical world would use up its resources. We'd run out of stuff to make souls. And finally, the relationship in nature, the back and forth of opposites. And we'd use that to look at the bear versus man and meme debate last time. If the physical world has this kind of dynamic, this kind of logos, then if we can see a being alive, there should be its opposite, being dead. And if we see in our world a coming to die, so too should there be its opposite, a coming to life. If not, so then we say, well, we show the necessity of that by showing the contradictions if it wasn't true. If it wasn't the case, nature would be lame in that one particular aspect, which wouldn't make sense. There's the 3 arguments for why we exist before we were born. We come to this life from that place, and it's a secular process. CB's jumped in and said, let's not forget the 4th argument that we can make to show the soul is immortal. The argument that our learning, as Socrates has demonstrated many times in his life, learning is recollecting. And he gave his own little demonstration of that dialectic. Very simple, very succinct. But of course, when you're using the dialectic, thumbs up, when you're using the dialectic with people, not only do you use the dialectic in explaining your hypothesis, you use it in real time, back and forth with a person. The opposite of debate, the opposite of war and fighting. This is what we have to purify. We have to purify the cause of war and conflict and exploitation and competition, capitalism and all that sort of stuff, fascism. Which is easy to do. It's just recognizing that it's just a shadow of the dialectic. And we have to replace it with the true thing that it's seeking to do, the true dialectic. Easy. Easy to solve problems.
Wow.
When we have this, when we have a genius like Socrates, who's able to share in the logos and outline, it's not tricky. It's not esoteric. He did talk about there being like special mystery religions, but we're bringing it to the light. It's not just for special people who have shown that they're not hostile to philosophy and they can be trusted with the information. It's too late for that. Everyone needs to share it. Everyone needs to be aware that it's simple. It's just a dialectic in its shadow. So what would be replaced competition and fighting and exploitation with? Punitive justice. The actual thing that's a shadow of, the actual dialectic. And we see this in real time in the text we're reading. Oh, you're not with us, Simeus? You don't understand something? That's because you're dumb. Ha ha ha. I'm the Alpha. Yay. That's because you weren't chosen by my God. I'm going to kill you. Hey, holy war. No, that's nonsense. It's childish. It's immature. It's immature because it's at an immature level of human development. We have the logos. Part of being rational is... Well, being rational is literally picking up the logos and the dialectic, and that's joining the human race. We have humans who function this way. We have a Socrates, but we have those who kill Socrates. We have the immature children, evolutionarily speaking, who are still in that stage of early development of my cave good, outside cave bad, that was necessary for evolution under the conditions in which we evolved to save our tribe from saber-toothed tigers, but has outlived its usage by far. And of course, this us versus them mentality is at the cause, at the root of those who oppose philosophy. Everything different from what their opinions are, they try and attack and kill and shut down, which is why they don't do the dialectic. Because the dialectic is opposite. It's not killing. It's not shutting down. It's not the various ways you destroy the argument. And we've seen them. I've had a couple of trolls in the chat since we've been doing this channel. And it's always the same cause. There are different variations. They might try and shut down or attack or kill the logos by distraction, by personal attacks, by jokes. I think it's funny to change the subject. I think it's funny to be absurd. I think it's funny to treat words like there's no meaning to them. Of course, not when it's important to me. When I have to buy groceries, I still think that words have meaning. And when I order a sandwich, I don't expect to be given a bar of soap. Words have meaning then when it's important to me. So it's very contradictory. Oh, but when it's the logos that shows that there's something that we can learn and evolve from, not from my cave, that might oppose the way of being that my cave is, my family, culture, religion, whatever, what have you, going back to the cave, then I'll be hypocritical and act like words have no meaning. And it'll be funny, ha 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 ha. And I'll look to people who share a similar cave to me and see if they can join in the laughter and gang up and pile on. That's what trolling is. Opposite of dialectic, we're seeing that as soon as Cebes said, I have a question about this doctrine of philosophy, Socrates didn't mock him and laugh him and look for people to gang up against him and attack him personally. Zero of those things. Big fat goose egg. None of those things. He in fact said, okay, where you at and where you stuck? The two big questions you can ask. Where you at personally, like where's your thinking at? What's your thinking and state of mind? What's your, as a human? The two big ones, thinking and states of mind, of course. And where are you stuck? What's your problem so we can address that? And then, by the way, to be able to recognize those, we saw last time that we can map all the different ways of thinking and states of mind, intellectual traditions and spiritual traditions, understanding and knowledge, those two big ones all the way down. We can map those on the dialectic as well. We talked about that being in the Parmenides, and that was a teaser. Got some teaser music. When we go back to the Parmenides, we will discover that any state of mind and level of thinking that you're at can be recognized and understood using the same dialectic we use to explain our ideas and to connect cooperatively and compassionately and beneficially with our friends in conversation. Tune into that. That's a trailer, because we're going to go back to the Parmenides after the Phaedo. So, where are you at? Oh, okay, then let's talk. And by the way, I'm not going to race on without you. I'm not going to leave you in the dust because I'm like an academic philosopher who uses big words to confuse or make you feel bad or to give up your question. Hold on to your question. I'm not using tricks. I'm not playing a, what's the word that some spiritual people use? Dharma combat, trying to beat you up because I think it shows how more enlightened I am. There are some people who think that. I think that's trash. Tricks to get people to drop their question to prove that they're not as enlightened as you. That's the same problem from the same cave. Only it's not academically, it's spiritually. So if we've got understanding in states of mind, the academic or the mystical, you could say, then yeah, in the same way some academics can use big words and titles and certain ways of being to silence questions and appear smarter to win arguments, so too can mystical people who claim to be spiritual. They call it Dharma combat. It's trash. Why? Because it's competitive. It shuts people down. It shuts people out. It's a way of feeding an ego and so on. So, with that in mind, we see that use of competitive or aggressive or exclusionary has a cause itself, which is the cave. My cave good, outside cave bad. And follow the leader of our cave. We have to. Just have faith that he's going to sort. He's not going to tell us because, it's prior to language really, why he's doing what he's doing. We're just going to have complete blind faith and obedience to the authority figure. We're not going to understand. We're not going to share in the decision making. We're not going to have our own self goals. We're going to follow the tribe leader of our cave. And even today, all over the world, there are fascists and dictators who use that and prey on that, and grifters in the commerce who prey on that. Hey, just have faith in my new cryptocurrency. Just have faith, have hope. Hope that I will change America. Hope that I will change this country. And by the way, I'm going to be a dictator and I'm going to be cruel, but it's okay. Just have faith, have hope that I'm not going to be cruel to you and it's going to be for the good. That's absurd. Why do we allow that? Why do 40% of these people almost all of the time vote for these kind of people? Openly fascist people. Because all human beings are here to purify our ignorance, the shadow of the dialectic, which has its cause in the cave, as well as perfect ourselves in the logos, which is what we're reading. We're doing both. And the dialectic applies to each. Just like dialectic is a reversion back to using the structure of the dialectic to revert back on what is more causal, to understand the cause of a problem, like we're doing with pointing it out in the cave. Start with what's the particulars? War, genocide, exploitation, capitalism. Or what's the cause of that? Capitalism, fascism, conservatism, right-wing authoritarianism. What's the cause of that? Oh, just have faith in the leader. And by the way, what language do they use to convince people of that? It's always the same. My cave good, outside cave bad language. My country first, America first, Australia first, Germany first, all the same. Everyone else who's different than you is bad. Women, if you're a man, normally they appeal to women. Poor people, if you're rich and have more power to vote. Immigrants, other people from other country, other skin colors. Always the same. It's always the same. Non-cave people bad. Thumbs up. No, thumbs down. Thumbs down for that. Boo. And of course, what's the cause of that? Oh, that's the cave. It was a solution to a problem that had a kind of benefit early in our evolution before we had developed the logos, before we developed language, the state of mind that can be open and curious to reflection of self, and the self-reflection, ousia. Before we had those three elements evolved into our species, it kind of helped us through the kind of brutal conditions through which we evolved. And unique because of some forces of the asteroid hitting Earth and so on. But what's the cause of that still? Why that? Why even have this evolution? Keep tracing the dialectic back. Maybe there's a necessary cause, again, necessary and maybe even beautiful reason for humanity to evolve in that kind of a way. For us to be in those conditions, to necessarily develop problems. There's a reason for our race. There's a reason why we should save it from capitalism and fascism and nuclear apocalypse. It's a reason. We have a reason for it. A higher cause to even that. And then even a higher cause to that. What's the earlier cause? What's the preconditions for that? The dialectic. Why? Because that plays out through the structure of the dialectic. It uses the structure. Yeah, every particular term is false. It's not the logos pointing to being, and therefore it's the cause of our vice, our injustice, our problems, but the structure of the dialectic is still there. They're just an usurper of the throne to each of the particulars, the objects that it should be on those elements. We're not seeking beauty, we're seeking the image of beauty. We're not being knowing, we want a feeling of certainty, to appear knowing. We're not actually discussing or discovering self-justice. We are creating a justification for our own prejudices about justice. But the dialectic is necessarily there as the structure. So that's the dialectic illuminating and use of the dialectic to understand the cause of our problems, giving us what we need to solve it. And it's the same dialectic that we're following in the text. To recognize where someone is at, yourself or another person, both. Using the dialectic to communicate your arguments. And using the dialectic in real time to with another person. Are you with me in this argument? No? Okay, I'll unfold it further. I'll divide it into its arguments. Are you happy with the definition? Yes. Okay, let's go on to the next step. The exact opposite to the problems that we saw as the first step before we traced it back of our problems. We start with our particulars. We start with the particulars that we can only sense. How will we know we have a problem unless we see some evidence of it? How will you know there's something wrong with your computer unless you see it glitching? Or you smell some smoke or something? We need our senses to see that there is a problem. But you don't solve the problem by just directing the smell. If your computer starts to smell funny, you don't just spray some air freshener. That's what we do now. Distract ourselves from the logos. What we do is use the dialectic to reflect back on the cause. What's the cause of the smell? Oh, there's a component being funny. What's the cause of that? Oh, I'm overclocking my computer. What's the cause of that? Oh, there's a program that I'm running that I shouldn't be. What's the cause of that? Oh, I need it for, and so on, until you find the root cause. Simple. And what we're seeing is that is the same for what Socrates is pointing out is the nature of our spiritual quest as human beings, the cause of the physical world. Just as we were hypothesizing that there must be a cause for humans to exist, including the development and the evolution that creates problems, that is solvable, and therefore a reason why we can see all these injustices that we experience and exploitation and suffering and genocide and so on and murder and so on. We can see that with our senses. There must be a reason for this terrible injustice that we are living through. So too, Socrates is saying in the higher, this is all a shadow of the greater, lesser to greater relationship. All right, last time we talked about how there is two basic kinds of relationships. There's the opposites that the world of becoming has, and then there's the lesser and greater that consciousness has, that reality has, that humans have, which is why people would rather women would rather run into a bear in the forest, because a bear is simple. It's the left and right movement of opposites. A bear will not be unjust. The bear does not have vice. Humans do. Animals do not pass on pathologos to their young. Humans do. Why? Because it's the greater to lesser, or lesser to greater. This is the lesser shadow, outline of a shadow, as Socrates said in text, of the greater. The actual ladder of development that we can climb, path to our destiny. And Socrates said, hey, you know what? Well, so just as we need to see the particulars to recognize that there's a problem we have to purify within ourselves and within humanity, so too, all of the physical world has a purpose. So all physical things are the same in that it's through perceiving them through your physical senses that you can be reminded of knowledge, of the truth. You start with the particulars. You don't end there, otherwise you're the anti-philosopher. The modern philosopher, the vice version of the virtues. You don't end with the particulars. You trace the dialect through the dialectic, guiding you, using the logos as the right terms, to the cause. You see many particular beautiful things. What's beauty itself? You see many just things. What is justice itself? The movement from the world of being to the world, from becoming the physical to the realm of being, where truth is. All physical things have that purpose. Just as we hypothesize the purpose of this, our physical senses being able to see the injustice. We have internet. Thankfully, the world isn't, information isn't monopolized by those people who are playing out their pathologos at the highest level. Everyone can share information on the internet, thankfully. So we can see that there are injustices. Don't read the newspaper. It's not going to tell you the truth, of course. Because of that monopolization of information as a manifestation of the cause, monopoly, capitalism, which creates monopolies and so on. But the observations of those things can lead us to discovering there is a problem and solving it. So too, the observation of all physical things have a purpose to remind us of what we are here to learn. And that learning is a recollection of what our soul once knew. Not only that, all physical things are the same in that they yearn for it. Whether we know it or not, the good that we're all seeking, apparently, according to Socrates, is to be self-equal, which is the same as self-justice and self-beauty. So all physical particulars that we see is the beginning of our quest. So that we can engage in the logos, the reasoning of asking what is being, what is truth, what is justice, what is beauty, what is goodness. To do it well is to do it according to the dialectic, efficiently and sufficiently. And then Socrates says, hey, even to have this conversation that we've just had necessitates we at one stage knew these things which we were talking about, because we've never seen them with our senses. Both logos and the beings. Why do we recognize the logos? We've never seen it. Why do we recall justice? We've never seen it. So there's the A and the B. The man and the bear. No, not man and bear. Philosophy and the misunderstanding of philosophy. The true dialectic from Socrates and its distortion causing the problems of our world and our soul. As above, so below. In our own lives, you might notice with your physical senses you're playing out certain problems that repeat, cause failures, cause suffering, cause bad states of mind. You too can use the dialectic to understand the cause of those. That's called philosophical midwifery, by the way. So that's where we're at. Socrates laid out his doctrine. CB said, but what about the soul? Can you show me it's immortal? Then he used the dialectic with his friend CB's. Gave those 4 arguments. Socrates gave 3 arguments. Socrates gave the 4th. Interesting that there are 4. And then Simmias said, hang on a second, I'm not on board. And so they all laughed at him. And then they threw stones at him. And then they said that he's stupid because his race was not chosen by God. And then he said, well, if you worked harder and you pulled yourself up by your bootstraps, you wouldn't be so ignorant. And then they expelled him from and then they killed him. No, they didn't do that. Actually, that's all of the kinds of things that we do in debate, mocking, anti-logos, the shutting down of the logos. Because we have the problem, we have the shadow. Socrates did the opposite. He said, where you at? In the logos, and where you stuck? In the logos. And wherever you're at. And by the way, do you want to play? We're going to start from where you're stuck and address where you're stuck. So they said to Simmias, where you stuck? I'm not really familiar with this logos of learning as recollection. Simmias, my buddy, is, but I'm not. And Socrates laid it out for us, giving us those conclusions that we had. And last time we brought with us the 3 questions, because not only are we reading the text, which is mythologized by Apollo to get the logos we need, but we have to apply the logos. It's not just understanding, its experience. That application to your own life to make it meaningful, to create the insights from the logos, that's Aphrodite. That will inspire us. They will see, we can apply it to everything. I can solve my problems. I can get that job I wanted. I can talk to that girl I wanted. I can know myself. I can find out why I'm here. I can find out where I was before I was here. I can find out what I should do while I'm here. I can find out where I'm going. I can experience the higher states of mind that I'm interested in. Like I'm interested in enlightenment. I'm interested in Buddhism and Taoism and Hinduism and so on. I can actually experience them, and I don't have to have hope and faith in the leader, because that's old world thinking. That's problem thinking. I can understand it for myself because I can share in the logos. In fact, the fact that I can share in the logos myself, with the logos and the dialectic, the terms and the structure, I can walk into any ashram of any spiritual tradition and ask the same 2 questions Socrates asked. Hey, where you at and where you stuck? Even if they are the leader, even if they are the chosen one, even if they wear the funny hats and the funny robes, it doesn't matter. Because it's not the old way of thinking. That's the shadow. Exclusion. Authority. Who's to say? That's a who question. That's over here. What is to say? If you are the same, and Socrates said, hey, in the same way, all of the ideas of being, which have ousia, are from the same ousia. It's only one ousia. You can apply that to the soul. That would mean that in the physical world of appearances, it looks like we are all different souls, but we are essentially the same soul. That waking up to that fact through the logos and through our experience, same 2, that's the mystical initiation, maybe. Meaning, hey, you see a person in the funny hat at the ashram, they're the dear leader that you can't ask questions to? Nah, it's the same soul. We're all the same soul. Where you at? Where you stuck? Using the logos and the dialectic. oh, in your tradition or in your group here, in your ashram, in your temple, people have certain states of mind. Oh, but have they had the next one? Do they understand what leads to it? Do they understand the cause of it? What's the logos? Do they have states? Do they only meditate, or do they have the logos too? That might be where they're stuck. Without the logos, they might not be able to recognize where they're stuck and the next level they're going to, therefore making them be stuck. This is Aphrodite. You apply it to your everyday world, and it's inspiring. Hey, I can have the Hindu enlightenment, but I'm not stuck there. If I have the logos and the dialectic, I can recognize at what level the Hindu enlightenment is, and I can go to the next one. Maybe that's Taoist enlightenment. They say, oh, to get Taoist enlightenment, you have to not ask questions again. If there is some sort of, if they are stuck, there has to be some level at which there is an anti-logos. At some level where they said, you cannot talk any further because this is our cave. Unless they have sufficiently purified themselves from their problem. The pathologos. It's not just the states of mind and excellence, it's purifying the negative ones, the unsuspected false beliefs about the nature of reality too. So unless they've mastered philosophical midwifery, the application of the dialectic to problems, they're going to have a level at which they're going to silence questions. No more questions about enlightenment from here on. Or you ask a question and they'll say, oh, it's unknowable. Words are the illusion. Everything is Maya. The fact that you're asking the question shows me you're not ready for the answer. Bullshit like that. Necessarily. That's the dialectic and the logos. There'll be some point to which they will not allow any questions, any further progression of the logos. But it doesn't matter. That means they're stuck. Do what Socrates said. Hey, Simmias, do you want to play? If you want to play, if you want to talk, let's talk. Let's use the logos and the dialectic to understand where you're at and where you're stuck and move on together from there. It's not embarrassing you. You can keep your temple if you want. You are going to improve your temple by introducing the logos that you're lacking and purifying the anti-logos that you might not be aware of. Isn't that exciting? And then, hey, after you had that conversation with the Taoist, and maybe they have some good techniques to, I don't know, for meditation, for contemplation, that you can add to your philosophy if it works for you. And then you can go to the Buddhist temple across the street, or the Sufi temple across the street, or the Krishnas across the street, or whatever. That's Aphrodite, taking what we're learning in Apollo and applying it to yourselves. And it should be inspiring. You should see the beauty in that. Being able to walk to any place, anywhere in the world. From, hey, people with conflicts and government causing genocide to, which is the lower end of the scale, playing out their tyranny and vice at a catastrophic level, to people who are interested in more meaningful, fair spirituality. But hey, there's still levels, isn't there? We still have different divisions. We still have caves. The Hindu cave, the Buddhist cave, the Taoist cave, the you name it cave. So that's the exciting part. And one way of having Apollo and Aphrodite in our left and right hand as we go is not just reading the text, looking for the rhythm and the harmony that is inherent in the text, getting that flow, getting that bounce. That's Apollo, but also having questions. Questions put you into that meditative state. Allow the conditions for meditation. Why? Because meditation is nothing other than sustained concentration with an open, curious mind. If you have certainty, you're in the negative pathologos. I know everything because my dad said so, whatever. The Dunning-Kruger effect. The dumber you are, the more ignorant you are, the more entrenched in your false beliefs and prejudices, the less open-minded you're going to be, the less able you are to change your mind. And specifically, meditation is to change your mind. That's what it is. You accept that there are levels of states of mind, levels of consciousness, and you want to change to a higher one. That's evolution. That's spiritual evolution. As we are doing with learning in the text. Both understanding and knowledge. We want to change our minds and progress up. So, holding a question keeps you in that open, curious state of mind, as well as focus. You're not being distracted by your body if you can have a question that's really interesting to you. The difference between philosophy and spiritual koan questions is it's yours. You're naturally curious about yourself. You're naturally curious about your problems. You're naturally curious about your self-progression, where you're at and where you're stuck. Where you're at, where you're stuck. The true dialectic and the shadow dialectic. So bringing a question is a good way of having Aphrodite and Apollo while we read. And of course, sustained meditation is contemplation, where you join, where you jump, you make the leap, or you're invited up by the divine self, as Socrates is saying. Whether it's a jump or a letting go or an invitation, there is some sort of change. So last time we had 3 good questions to take with us to make sure we were creating the conditions for that. One of them was, is the soul immortal? Following the logic of the argument itself. The second one is, how is this conversation happening? What's the structure? What's the dialectic? How is Socrates using his dialectic to communicate in that better way, that more good way, that more excellent way, the opposite to my cave good, outside cave bad? How is he helping? So what is the argument itself? What is the way the argument is being done? And finally, the third question we had is, what should make us change our mind? You just said, hey, we're here to change our minds. That's what learning is, both in our understanding and our state of consciousness. So what should make us change our mind? Because they say, oh, you change your mind because you just do what the leader says, or because I insult you, or because I make you feel bad, or because I gang up on you, or because I win the debate. No, I've never seen anyone really change their mind from a debate. I've seen people become more entrenched in the beliefs they already began with, and I've seen more animosity. In fact, fighting against your opinions makes me more entrenched in my cave. Doesn't work. That's why it doesn't matter how many wars and genocides and holy wars and invasions that we play out in our physical world, nothing seems to be changing for the good. Doesn't work. So what does work? That's our third question. What does work? What should be our metric that we should use to change our mind? In fact, we also recognize that's so important because it's not going to be what feels true. There might be a level of intuition that we're trying to unlock, but for most of the time, it's not going to feel right. It's going to feel normal to have the way that we evolved. It's going to feel normal to think the way that everyone in your family thought, or everyone in your town thought, everyone in your church thought, everyone in your school thought. For however old you are, that's how much practice and habit you've been getting in the anti-logos. So whatever should change our mind to the logos is not going to feel familiar. It's not going to feel comfortable. You're not going to be used to it. The masks that you carry to navigate your everyday world, how to function in the world, how to manipulate with those masks, how to do different things, that's not going to fit with it. However, it's going to be true. Our question, what makes it true? Because those things are not a metric. In fact, we recognize those are the negative metrics. I believe what my family believes and what we're going to believe for thousands of years. All these ancient religions that, if the old person said it, then that's going to be true forever. Bullcrap. We know that's not true. But we act as though it is because because we're tied to the old system. You don't know why. How many scientists who realize, of course we change our mind and we learn with new evidence and growth. Of course the morality we had today is different than 50 years ago. We didn't let women vote. Women couldn't have a job or have a bank account. Still some places they don't. We know that's stupid and outdated and sexist. And using sexism is one of those tools that tyrants use to oppress everyone by giving men the ability to a little bit of a hierarchical status. Hey, you're better than the women, so yeah, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to let you be sexist. I'm going to let you play out your tyranny. You'll be a petty tyrant, so long as I can be the mega tyrant. I'll let you have more of the crumbs while I have the whole pie. Yeah, it's scammers. Every scammer, we've seen that. Here we go. Lyndon Johnson, my mistake. What's the quote? If you convince the lowest white man he's better than the colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him someone to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. Lyndon B. Johnson. What does that mean? If I play into that 40% of human nature that we've seen has its cause in our evolution, my cave good, outside cave bad. If I play into that, I allow you to be the shadow of knowing. No logos, no dialectic, no actual development through the structure of the logos, but I create a fake ladder and make you better than someone without you doing anything, just because you're a man, just because you're white, just because you're born in this country. That I'm playing to your vices. Because everyone wants knowledge. Socrates just pointed out in the argument that we went through, everything seeks the self-knowledge. Everything seeks self-usia. The problem is you can manipulate that by giving them the fake version. Take out the logos, take out being, and say, oh, it's you're better. You don't have to learn. You're just better. And hey, they'll empty your pockets. That's the nature of scammers. That's all these right-wing scammers. They say, oh, they all appeal to young men, like 10 to 18-year-old men usually. And that's why it's all sexism and racism and stuff. Allows people to naturally be better without actually climbing the hierarchy of what makes you better. There is a better. You can evolve. That's what we're here for. But it makes their problems a virtue. Vice is the shadow of virtue. So we don't want to do that. So we want to know, okay, if we don't want to fall into that trap and just accept something because they inflate our ego, or they give us someone to look down on, or give us someone to play out our problems on. We don't want that. Or play to what... So this is another trick they'll use. A play to your feelings of familiarity and comfort as though that's true. Family values. They want you to project your own family. That's what you're used to. It's what you're comfortable with. Vague enough language that appeals to what you're familiar with. Hey, both parties do it. All politicians do it. Appealing to the past. Why? Because that's what you're used to. That's nostalgia. Make America great again. Trump, Biden, build back better. Back, looking back. Appealing to our past, our problems, not looking forward. So we don't want that. We don't want our prejudices or our pathologos or the shadow of the dialectic, the cause of our problems that keeps us on that train track to fate. And the never-ending cycle will end soon when we blow up the planet if we don't solve this, if we don't employ this understanding. We don't want to use that to change our mind. So our third question is, what should change our mind? So what are the three questions? Is the soul immortal? I follow the argument. 2, what's the argument itself? What's the structure? How can we learn how to think and talk in this way? And 3, what should change our mind at the end of it? After hearing the argument, after recognizing the structure, what should change our mind? In fact, that's where the virtues come in. Socrates brings in the virtues after giving his doctrine. That's philosophy isn't what people think philosophy is, and learning isn't what the teachers say learning is. It's not putting in knowledge into your head, cramming it in, pouring it in, like you're putting sight into a blind eye. No, you already see. It's recollection. The academy that was shut down was understanding learning is preparing the student to remember what they once knew. That was burnt down by the church in 529 AD, brought in the Dark Ages, brought in the anti-philosophy tradition, the Latin tradition that we have today. And we memorize facts. Hey, welcome to the chat. Thank you for joining me. Thanks for being here. So Socrates pointed out, hey, that's not what learning is. That's the anti-learning. So, what should change our mind? And so after giving that doctrine, he pointed out the virtues. Hey, we have to talk about the virtues. We don't just do this. It's not just developing our understanding, dianoia, through logos and dialectic, which has, and questions, of course, which has the effect of turning our attention away from our body, collecting ourselves together, which makes us as close to ousia, self-reflection, which puts us in the gateway for the divine self to initiate us or take us out of our body. And even out of our body, we have to do the same thing, collect ourselves together, alone, self by self, practice that for as long as we can, both now and in the future. Continue to do our study in philosophy, because that makes philosophy easier to do. And then there is some sort of transition into the mystical experience of being itself. So all of the things we've been thinking about and studying and understanding and doing dialectics on, I hope you've got a lot of dialectics, a lot of your own documents where you put your notes in or you collect them in the structure and practice a dialectic, because the dialectic, as we've been seeing, is what we need to purify ourselves and ready ourselves for that experience of the realm of being. And Socrates just said, hey, all of those self-beauty, self-justice, whatever you're doing a dialectic on, it has the same hyparxis. Hyparxis is the top of the pyramid where all of the threads come together. It's all the same ousia. It's all the same brilliant light of being experience, level of reality. He also went on from that to say, and you need the virtues too. In fact, you need the virtues because that experience, the hyparxis of the self-beings, which may or may not be the same as the hyparxis of souls, because he said in the same way, just as all particulars that we see in our senses are the same in that they reach out for ousia, and they have the same purpose for you in that they serve the purpose to trigger your memory. How many beautiful things do you have to see in your life until you ask the question, what is beauty itself? Therefore, all physical things have that purpose to remind you of your purpose, of your destiny, and help you recollect beauty itself, which is learning, which is knowledge, and that experience is called truth. In the same way, all beings are the same in that they're of the same ousia. And third, all souls are the same. Apply that to souls too. That's a question he left us with, and we did some hypothesizing, and that was, well, if we apply that to souls, it would also mean there is a single soul. We are all the same soul. In the physical world, we have the appearance of the many. A person, a person, a person. Our soul, our soul, our soul. Oh, our soul sounds like something rude, but we're looking for the soul. So it might be even a singular hyparxis of soul, which raises another question. Well, if there are three levels, if he's saying all physical things are the same in that way, all beings in the realm of being are the same because they all have the same ousia, even if we start by looking at beauty or justice or goodness or truth, they all ultimately will be the same. Is the soul that is the hyparxis of all souls, is that between? Is it the world of becoming the soul and then being? Or is the soul the same as being? Is the soul above being, like that? That's a question we've got with us. Add that to our list. Put that in your question sack. Take it with your inventory, because that's what it means to be a philosopher. You're an adventurer on the quest. To have a question means to be on a quest. It is the archetype or the paradigm for the true adventure. No longer in games, but in the real world.
You're a wizard, Harry.
You're a wizard, Harry.
You're a wizard, Harry.
So that's a question. What is the soul? That's the hyparxis of all souls. But he also said, hey, when we do encounter truth, all the way through he's been saying philosophers are interested in two things. Truth and we've nailed it down. We've got more understanding of it. So you can go back to your dialectic of what truth is. Adding this idea of hyparxis, a new word. All of the self-beings that have ousia have a hyparxis of a single ousia. Add that to your dialectic, which will help you understand it more, but also you'll be practicing the dialectic, but also you'll be preparing yourself for insight. 3 wins. Plus it's fun. Give you something to talk about with your friends over coffee. So add hyparxis to your dialectic on truth or beings. But not only do we seek truth, we also seek something mysterious called phronesis. Said phronesis? What do we know about phronesis? What do we have in our dialectic of phronesis so far? Well, it's a kind of virtue that's different from the other 4. Temperance, courage, wisdom, and justice. Or sound-mindedness. I use temperance, but in this text it's sound-mindedness. It's different from those 4 in that it's innate. It's more divine, and it never loses its power. Which brings in the question of learning. If the argument we just saw about the soul is true, that we are engaged in a cyclical process of reincarnation, coming to be alive, being alive, coming to die and dying over and over, and there was 4 arguments for why that must be the case, then our question is, well, what should we be doing while we're here? Our car collection that we're collecting, if we're chasing riches, ain't going to be worth anything for the next reincarnation. And if this has been happening for all over time, this lifetime will be just a flip. Just a little blip between second hands in the clock of our many, many, many reincarnations, especially if we're all the same soul. I mean, the implications of there being a hyparxis of a soul means this must have been going for a long, long time. So what can we learn here that we can take with us? It can't be physical, and it can't be a learning that that loses its power. So this idea of phronesis helps us, gives us a clue maybe for that question. The question of what makes us rational. Where do we come from? Where are we going? And what should we be doing while we're here? The big 3 that makes us rational. So if phronesis is something that happens when we reach truth, that is to do with the virtues, which is virtues are something that we put into our soul. In fact, we read the text and it said it's kind of like habits of the body, the 4 virtues, because you have to put it in through practice and discipline and habit. But there is a currency that you trade them in for. If you trade them in for anything else, you're creating vice. Let's take temperance. If you have some control over some desires, you can get a degree of temperance, a degree of even-temperedness. You're keeping your head, keeping your cool. But if you use that even-temperedness to be better at one of your other pleasures, that's vice. You master your gambling problem to become a better drinker, that's just you becoming a worse drinker. You're not seeking money anymore so you can seek power to, well, hang on a second, you're going to become a tyrant or whatever. So if you trade in those virtues for anything other than phronesis, you're causing vice. And the true currency you trade in for is something called phronesis. That's an interesting metaphor. That comes from something upgrading when you reach truth. And it's a learning that doesn't lose its power. So that might mean you can take it with you, a kind of learning, a kind of putting into your soul, a kind of way of being that doesn't lose its power. If it doesn't lose its power and is more divine means of the nature of being, the realm of being, it's the God, the immortal realm, and doesn't lose its power, it may be a kind of learning you can take with you into your reincarnations. And if that's the case, that's what we should be looking to do while we're here. Instead of gossiping about celebrities or making the big bucks or playing the stock market or whatever. That's a puzzle that we have that we can see more into by pushing the implications of what would follow if that's true. So, some sort of practice or discipline gives us the virtues that can be traded into phronesis virtue when we experience this and we recognize, hang on a second, what makes the virtues virtues is, like, let's take temperance. You're not mastering some pleasures to be good at other pleasures. That's vice. You master the pleasures so you realize there is a single pleasure that's the greatest pleasure that you should be seeking. That's the logos. Courage is holding on to what the logos says is true. So logos and truth. Oh, those are our two. Logos directed towards being or truth. Wisdom is to be guided by the logos using being or truth as the paradigm. Justice is doing it at all times. Functioning through that. So temperance isn't disciplining yourself. It is a kind of discipline, but it's a discipline that upgrades when you realize, when you have that taste of truth, which is beauty itself, you would naturally desire it. Why? Because we seek beauty. And if a beautiful thing inspires your desire, then beauty itself is going to kick your ass. So those virtues that you put in through habit and discipline and practice, following what the logo says about being, somehow upgrades into a kind of class of virtues that don't lose its power. Well, you'd naturally be desiring the ultimate if you have the ultimate. You'd naturally be following the truth about reality. If you can see all of your incarnations, because you've apprehended being, which is the model of time itself, and you have the logos to understand it as well, of course you wouldn't fear death, like Socrates is not fearing his death right now. So what you might start with a courage that you have to practice, like, I know I have these certain fears of my physical world, but the more I learn, the more I read, the more I do Apollo and Aphrodite, the more I see that the logos is saying I shouldn't fear that. Even if the mythology I grew up with tells me that I should. My cave way of thinking, my household way of thinking, the worst thing is to die. In fact, I'm going to use the fear of death to manipulate you. You should follow the dear leader because you'll die. So this was the virtue of courage. Some people we call courageous because they accept death, but really they're only accepting death because they fear worse things happening to them if they don't. And they usually only accept death out of necessity, not like a philosopher who actively seeks death and dying and practices it as the right way of living. They have an experience, nous, truth, and the understanding, logos. Those two things make all the difference. So there's something that we do through habit applied to the logos directed towards being, in spite of what feels familiar, what we're used to, what everybody on your block says, what everyone on your family says. Your friends will make fun of you if you don't say it, if you don't act that way, if you're not a this or a that, if you're not this kind of a man or this kind of a whatever your town is. That can't be your metric for what changes your mind. Manipulation, fear, literally, because courage is to follow the logos in spite of fear and pleasure and pain and desire. That by definition. In fact, today it might be good to jump into the section of the Republic where he outlines those virtues so we can nail them down, because this is a big thing, because Socrates has been saying this is an initiation process, a mystical initiation process. In fact, to bring up the text, it's the true mystical tradition. And he points that out. He said, hey, look, this is page 20 in the text. You can find a copy of the text and link below if you want one for yourself. It's 3. That's another thing about philosophy. It's the best game in town. It's the noblest game in town. It has the greatest benefit in town, but also it's free. McDonald's can't monetize it, which is another thing. And the text is free if you want a copy. So this is the thing on the virtues. Okay, I'm going to read the whole section because this is important to where we're at, because we want to figure out what the heck is phronesis and what do we have to do ourselves to have these virtues such that we can upgrade it to the true virtue which we seek, that we can take with us through our reincarnations. And what Socrates says is, okay, let's go back to this part here. After this life, I am going to be, this is Socrates at page 11. I will be present with those gods that are wise and good, and later with human beings who have completed life and are better than those here. The place that we go through, if we can do what Socrates has done, go through this upgrade of our virtues that we put in through practice, like we're putting it into the body, it's like a physical kind of a thing, upgrades to a kind of virtue in our soul which doesn't lose its power and is more divine, allows you to complete life. You upgrade your humanness. The human beings that are in this place where Socrates is going next have completed life and are better. We're made better. Of course we're made better. That's what the virtues literally mean. It means to be made better. It means excellence. And if phronesis is the making better, the upgrade of those virtues, then we can go to our dialectic on phronesis and have another note. Betterer, to be made better, might be a part of phronesis. We've got a bunch of key terms that we are building to figure out what the heck phronesis is. So, what does that mean? Well, that has the implication that we have completed our cycles of reincarnation in the physical world, and therefore we can go to that place where we can meet Socrates and those gods that are wise and good and better human beings. Just as in the doctrine of separating the soul from the body, not buying clothes, not interested in eating, drinking, or sex, turning around the soul, liberating from the soul, so on. Right, here's the idea of single ousia, that all the beings. Here in this here's the yoga here, liberating yourself from the body to do philosophy. Look, if we, the body keeps us busy in numberless ways. Need for sustenance gives us diseases, which impedes our chase for being in reality. And so, as the saying goes, in truth, not reality, being, or phronesis. So there's this is amazing. The two things he's been saying we seek, being, ontos, or truth, and phronesis. It's in this quote, that's a saying for them. They have a saying about this. In truth and in reality, not any phronesis of any kind whatsoever arises in us because of the body. For the body and its desires gives us nothing other than war, civil discord, and battles. But also, because we're enslaved to its care, we have no leisure for philosophy. Boo. And even if we do have some time for philosophy, the body pours in, presents itself in a clamor, pouring in and drives us out of our mind. But we want to be in a pure state, liberated from the body, so we can behold the self-realities. Meaning, if we can pull this stun off and separate our soul from our body, we can do philosophy better. We have more time for philosophy. Which also means when we meet this place with Socrates, is that when we reach this place with Socrates, is that we're probably going to be doing philosophy. In the chat, did the philosophers meditate? Yep, absolutely. Well, that's what we're doing. That's what the dialectic is. Focusing your attention on a single point of thought. Systematically unifying your thinking through the dialectic. That's the meditation he's been talking about here. But in terms of other sorts of meditations, Socrates was comically represented in some comic plays as engaged in yoga postures. There's one joke about him. Look at Socrates, the philosopher. He says he looks to the realm of being in the heavens, but look at him with his nose in the dirt and his butt up in the air. That's a yoga. That's like downward dog. So there are certain yogas you can do to develop psychic energy, But the ones that we have in the text from Plato has him standing in a single spot. In the Symposium, there are a few different stories of him. At the start, he just stands in one spot in meditation. When he was in the army, he stood under a tree for like 2 days, I think, without moving. So yeah, and of course, the irony is, people, when Socrates was in the army and he was stood under a tree, all the other people in his troop set their camps around because they wanted to watch him. What's this guy able to stand in one spot for 2 days? That's crazy. And they admired him because they said he had great endurance. That's what you'll see in the Symposium. We might read the Symposium together later. And of course, we can, because we have this in our back pocket from the Phaedo, we can laugh. That's not endurance. He's out of his body. Of course he can stand in one spot out of his body. It's not. Which is interesting because that's where we're at. What's the difference between the virtues, which is a kind of habit, discipline, or practice, and this, where it's automatic now, it's natural now. It doesn't take effort to stand in one spot or to focus on a specific point of thought. Because you have pulled this stunt off. So, let's go back to mystic. So, this mystic initiation, which may involve completing your life's work here, if you've sufficiently purified and perfected yourself. Having been purified and perfected, you dwell with the gods. So this, again, leads into this idea of completing your, escaping the cycles of reincarnation, to use a Hindu expression. Yes, so without having accomplished that, being uninitiated and unaccomplished. So the initiation is what he just said is a rite of initiation where the 4 virtues, wisdom directed towards being, the vitality of courage, sound-mindedness, and justice become sound-mindedness, justice, vitality of courage, and self-phronesis. So that wisdom directed towards being becomes self-phronesis. That's a rite of initiation. And you have to solve a riddle that he's giving us here. That's what we've been working on this whole time, using the logos and the dialectic to discover and solve the riddles, find the question in our question sacks, and use the dialectic to create hypotheses. That's our if sack. And you have to have this initiation into the experience, self-phronesis from wisdom, and accomplish your purpose. So having been initiated allows you the conditions to complete your purpose, accomplish your reason for being reincarnated how many times. Therefore, a kind of learning that you can take with you into the next life and also into the next level of incarnation, the next level of evolution, completing your cycles of reincarnation here. If you don't, you will lie outstretched in a barbaric bog. The word is mud. Whereas one who arrives there having been purified and perfected, getting rid of the shadow that we've been talking about, the anti-philosophy, the anti-justice, the anti-dialectic, the debate bros, and purify yourself from that and perfect yourself in the true dialectic, the true development of the logos through the dialectic, you will dwell with the gods. No more incarnation into our everyday physical world with all its crap. With all its playing out the implications of the negative logos until we finally wake up and purify ourselves from that. Awakened philosophy, the next stage of human evolution. And by the way, there's a saying, many are the staff bearers and few are the actual inspired mystics. And those who are the true mystics, inspired mystic is one word. The true mystic is the one who does philosophy correctly. So all this thing we've been learning on how to do philosophy correctly makes you a true mystic. has an implication into your next life, has the ability to escape your reincarnations, dwell in a better world with better men and better gods, better masters, playing the game better. So that's exciting. Hey, and not only that, he's saying you can do it while you're in this life. So this meditation that we've been talking about is the art and practice of dying. You don't have to wait until they bury you. That's why he said to his friend, tell my friend to follow me to the place I'm going as quick as he can. Like, hey, I'm going to be down at the club. Tell my mate to meet me there as quick as he can. And he's like, what? You wanted me to tell him to kill himself? No, don't kill himself. You can't do that. And here are the reasons why you shouldn't kill yourself. It's not your call. You're on a tour of duty. The gods put you here for a reason. It's like if your Roomba decided it doesn't want to be a Roomba anymore, you get mad. You can't make that call, Roomba. You're my Roomba. We are like that for our gods, for a higher self, a higher part of ourselves. So I don't mean that, but we can still meet him there. Wow. So that's where it sounds like the most interesting philosophical chats are happening. So exciting, should motivate us. Looking for that, Aphrodite, what motivates us to continue with Apollo, continue in the text. So we need that. We need this initiation and we need to accomplish. We need to be purified and perfected. And so to do that, we have been carrying our question. Well, all of this falls down if our soul isn't immortal. Then, just be hedonist. Just try and get as much pleasure as you can, be as corrupt as you can, play out your vices as much as you can, and that's it, because who cares? Dust to dust. All this stuff falls down if the soul isn't immortal. So after the doctrine, CB said, some people think the soul sort of floats away after your death. You can't do this stuff. Can you convince me? So he went from his doctrine, his definition, stage 1 of the dialectic, to a demonstration. He gave 3 arguments. CB's gave a 4th. Simius jumped in and said, hey, I don't follow that demonstration. The argument that the soul must be immortal because learning is recollection. I'm not familiar with that. Can you divide up the argument of recollection? Can you show why learning must be recollection? And that's what we did last time. We nailed it down. We made it ours. Let's review it. The logos of learning is recollection. If we're recollecting, we must have known it beforehand, necessarily. Therefore, seeing, hearing, and perceiving. Oh, and then he gave that follows. That's a definition of the theory of recollection. We must have known it beforehand. That's what CB's was using to show the soul is immortal. If learning is recollection, we must have known it beforehand. Definition. Can you give a demonstration? Well, it's easy, because everything we see, hear, or perceive recognizes both same and different. Therefore, all learning is recollection of what we knew beforehand. Now, if you are familiar with this argument, you might recognize, okay, there's our physical senses, 1. There's the idea of recognizing something, 2. And here is 2 ideas, same and different. They're opposites, but they're also self-terms. So they have self-ousia. So they're of being. But they're opposites. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you are familiar with all of those, that demonstration will be sufficient for you. Oh, yep, I get it. Sure, yep. Senses, I know what they're about. Recognizing, yep, I know that word. Same and different, yep. Both same and different. Triggers our recognition through our physical senses. But I know same isn't anything. I've never seen same with my physical senses before. I've never seen different with my physical senses before. But actually, I can see and perceive something different. Beauty, a physical beauty thing is very different from the experience of beauty itself. So I can recognize beauty itself even though it's different. or if it's the same. Because two sticks, they're equal. But someone else could look at it and go, oh no, they're not equal. So both people have in mind the idea of equal in that conversation, even if the sticks were actually equal and the same, or if to the other person they look different. So that demonstration might have been sufficient for you to say, yep, I'm with you. We're together. Again, no fighting, no competition, no war, no me versus you, no cave, my cave good, outside cave bad. This is the way to be rational, the way to join the human race. This is our next level of learning for individuals and collectively. But was Simius understanding enough of those four elements, that demonstration was enough to demonstrate the definition, to demonstrate his hypothesis? No. So then we have to go to division. Divide it up step by step. What was the division stage? So this is our second question. The first question that we've got, what are our three? Is the soul immortal? So we want to follow the argument for its content, like follow the reasoning ourselves so we can be convinced. Number two, what's the structure? Because we want to learn the dialectic. That's the very thing that we need to perfect our understanding and purify our own souls and be initiated so we can accomplish our life's work and complete our cycles of reincarnation and go to the better place. So second, what is the structure? That's what we're learning here. Definition, demonstration, balloons, division. There'll be a fourth one, which will be synthesis analysis, but 1, 2, 3 so far. And our third question is, what should change our mind? That's that big thing. Back to our introduction again. The reason Socrates brought in the virtues was to point out that when you do this, the virtues are all about the logos. You desire the logos for temperance. You hold on to the logos with courage, despite your feelings. You follow the logos as your model for wisdom, not your prejudices, not what's familiar. You do it at all times for justice, not what everyone else is doing, not what gives you honors and praise. So the four virtues mean you follow something of the logos in spite of what's familiar or comfortable or what you're used to or what gives you votes or what everyone agrees with. So all of those things that we normally use to say what makes something true, we can't use those. In fact, if we did, we'd be stuck in our vices, our prejudices, our pathologos. To think something because you're used to it, that's prejudice. To do something because everyone agrees with it, well, that's cowardice. Because it's familiar. No, that's your pathologos. Because it feels right. No, that's just your personal opinions. It's ignorance. To live that way is a cause of vice. You know what? I'm really good at being a gambler. In fact, I've mastered my drinking problem so I can be good at gambling. No, you shouldn't do that. It's going to be harmful to you and your soul and maybe others too. No, there's nothing better. It feels like the right thing to do. It's the best pleasure I can get. So there's nothing more real than that. So we want to know, obviously, everyone has that. We seek our highest reality, and for most people, their highest reality is what gives them the most pleasure, feels the most real. And it's going to be tied with pleasure. It's going to be tied with what they're used to. It's going to be tied with their family and their society and their religion says is worth doing. Their friends are going to give feedback, positive loop. You might get rewarded, like capitalism. You're rewarded from being a billionaire, even though it's terribly unjust. So these are going to be authorities. So I quite enjoy watching other modern philosophers or people in the profession of philosophy, let's say, who have talks on YouTube. I enjoy that, but I always wonder what's their metric for what wins the conversation. They almost never are moving collectively. They almost never agree on each point the way Socrates is going. They don't do the dialectic. It's always a speech and then a speech, so it's debate style. But I always wonder, and they never make clear what their metric is, almost never make clear what their metric is for what should be true. It's kind of implied. A big one they use is authority. If I can make it so the founding fathers said it, or Jesus said it, or Moses said it, or some old person said it, or Kant said it, or Hegel said it. If I can find the oldest person, that's what makes it true. Or if I can find a way of making everyone say it, that's what makes it true. So it's appealed to authority in the past. Notice all politicians that try and grift, all grifters, go back to the past. Family values, make America great again, make Germany great again. Build back better. They all say it, appealing to the past, as though the past makes it true, which is absurd. But we can see the cause of that is the cave. Always act the way we always act in the cave, because there are saber-toothed tigers outside that'll eat you. Worked 100,000 years ago, doesn't work anymore. In fact, the loyalty to traditions, to false beliefs in the past, is literally the shadow of the pathologos and the cause of our problems. Individually, it's called a pathologos, and collectively, it's the cultural pathologos. And unless we address that, we won't solve our problems. And we don't. We continue to play out cyclically. We cyclically play out the same problems over and over again, tied to the past. So the question is, if it's not that should change our mind, what should? It can't be what we're used to, what's familiar, what's comfortable. It can't be what we're used to. Can't be what our masks support. Can't be our prejudices. Can't be what we see on TV. It can't be what Moses said. It can't be because I found 18 cultures that seem to agree with this, therefore it must be true. So a lot of people do that online. It's funny, but it's interesting as well. Look, I found the Bible has this reference to this theory that I have. Oh, and so does the Quran, and so does the Vedic scriptures. Therefore, it must be true. Why? 3 people can be wrong. So our third question is, 1, is the soul immortal? That's the arguments. 2, what's the structure? What's the dialectic that he uses to make that argument? And 3, what should change our mind? And we saw that if we don't answer this question, we can be falling into the patterns of our problems and our vices and our injustice. We're not sufficiently going to purify ourselves from our ignorance, meaning we're going to be unjust to ourselves and to others. And also we won't do what we're here to do. We won't complete our work. We won't reach the most happiness, and we won't upgrade and escape our cycles of reincarnation. So if we don't have that, that's what's going to happen to us. But if we do have that, if we do have a new paradigm for what should change our mind, we have what we need to have the virtues, to seek it with temperance, to hold on to it with courage, to use it as a paradigm with wisdom, and to do it at all times. The virtue of justice, which incorporates all 3, the monad above the triad. So, and of course, if we don't have the virtues, even if we do purify ourselves from the body and have that experience, we won't necessarily be initiated into the true virtue of self-phronesis, the virtue that doesn't lose its power, is eternal. So we want to make sure we also have the virtues with us for this experience. So those are 3 questions we have coming in. What should change our mind? What's our paradigm? What's the model for what makes it something true and change our mind? So what we want to do, everything that we do is good. We do so because it should change our mind. And we can use that to replace it. Take out the other one. What should change your mind? Oh, the one who blew up the most Palestinians. They're the right ones because might makes right. The one with the biggest army. The one who can invade the most. The one with the most money. The one with the most propaganda outlets. That's what makes it right. No. We need to replace that because obviously that's unjust and cycle of tyranny and ignorance. Let's replace it with what actually will change our mind. Okay? So back to the argument that we are reviewing. Definition: learning. If it's recollection, we must have learnt it beforehand. Demonstration: because what we recognize with our senses, we recognize from both same and different. Not enough. Divide it up. Okay? Is a human and a lyre or a guitar different? Yes. So there's our same and different. By the way, is a sweater or a lyre different from your girlfriend? Yes. But when you see her sweater, it's different from her, but you remember her. So whether it's the same person, oh, by the way, even if you haven't seen her for a long time, or even if it's twice removed, a picture of the sweater of the girlfriend, you still bring into your consciousness, into your mind, some sort of recollection of your girlfriend. So whether it's the girlfriend or the sweater or the picture of the sweater, whether it's same or different, you can bring it to mind. But all of those things, the sweaters, the pictures, fall short of the actual girlfriend. Whether it's a picture of the same, picture of the girlfriend, or picture of different, picture of the sweater. So where did we get the idea of the girlfriend? And we applied it to sticks. Where do you get the idea of self-equal? Because two sticks are going to be same or different than equal. They're going to be, like and unlike. Two sticks are kind of like equal, but they're also unlike because they're not exactly equal if you bring out a microscope. Nothing is exactly equal in the physical world. But we have the idea of it. We can sort of imagine it or infer it or recall it in some way. So where do we get the knowledge of self-equal? Therefore, equal things... sticks can appear equal and unequal to a different person, but equality itself will never appear unequal. You might have a confusion with your mate. Hey, do these sticks look like they're equal? You might have some, maybe that to him it doesn't quite seem equal, but to you. But if you said, hey, equal itself, is that ever unequal? Never. Doesn't matter who you are. So equal things and the self-equal are not the same. But it is out of these equal things. Although different from the self-equal, you have conceived and grasped the knowledge, the episteme of self-equal, whether like or unlike. And therefore also we can conclude something else. This physical world that we're in, while we're in a body, has an inner deficiency. It always falls short, but it wants to be like a certain real being. The sticks want to be equal. We want to be just. We want to be good. We want to be beautiful. But we are always in need and cannot be that nature, since our physical realm is definitionarily, by definition, inferior. But just to even realize this, from this argument, we must have somewhere caught sight beforehand of that thing that we are saying two sticks are like, or a beautiful woman is like, but deficiently so. Just to have that argument, we're using the idea of equal, we're using the idea of beauty, and we just so that we never see those things exactly. So just for this argument, another proof. So we have a meta proof within the argument itself. Also, we only have our self-realization through our senses. So all things are the same in this way. So not only does our physical world fall short, but remind us that's their purpose. What's the purpose of the physical world? You can only get self-realization out of it. So all physical things are the same. So whenever you go about your day today and tomorrow, whenever you see anything physical, whenever you experience, see, hear, or touch, or experience in any way anything physical, you can look at, it's the same. Notice that person's the same as that car over there. That's the same as that ice cream stand over there. The same as that tree over there. Same as the dog over there. Your friends will think you're nuts. You go, nope. I'm actually quite wise. Because that's the virtue of wisdom. To follow what the logo says, even though it's unfamiliar or unpopular, or you're not used to it, or it doesn't feel quite right yet until you upgrade to the phronesis. Logos is important. So, just give them a smug look and say, I'm actually quite wise. Saying everything's the same, yeah. But also they're the same in that they yearn for, and they seek for, and they reach out for the self-equal. So another reason, hey, everything's the same because it's here to remind me of self-realization, self-usia, self-being. But also they're all the same because they seek it. They yearn for it. Everything that exists has some sort of life force, and all life force is seeking that reversion upon the higher, because everything seeks beauty that has life. But even sticks apparently do. Seeks beauty, seeks justice, seeks goodness. You might be ignorant of what it is because you're holding on to the past or your tradition or the clan or the caveman ideas of what makes something good and just and beautiful. Absolutely. That's the cause of our injustice, our stagnation, repeating the cycles of endless bloodshed and war in humanity. But you're still seeking it, as all things do. So our job is to take that structure that's making itself a self-fulfilling prophecy. Hey, the genocide that's happening, the Jewish people are playing out the implications of that way of thinking. Hurt people. They went through a genocide themselves. Are they going to change their mind? How many Palestinians do they have to murder until they change their mind? Will they? Or will they be attacked by the other country and say, hey, stop doing genocide? That will confirm their belief, their Jewish belief, that they are a victim, and become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Is that a part of the Jewish culture, that they are a victim, which might have played into their history? I mean, it plays into Jewish jokes that I hear from there are a lot of great American Jewish comedians, like, who's one of the better ones? I would have said Seinfeld until recently. Larry David. A lot of their jokes is like complaining. I mean, that's his whole shtick. So it's not a racist thing to point out that this is a kind of belief associated with a kind of group of people that, if not addressed properly, will become a self-fulfilling prophecy and will cause problems upon problems until maybe Armageddon. Everyone will be drawn into the nuclear conflict and so on. So we don't want that. But even if it is stagnant, self-fulfilling, even if it's not true justice, not true beauty, and so on, there is necessarily the structure, the forces that yearn for it, that grasp for it. Our job is to find out what true justice and goodness is, and purify ourselves from the fake. Oh, and that means not taking it personal when you learn that you have one. So one of the ways of doing it is say, oh, it's anti-Semitic to suggest that we have a problem. No, it's not. It's helpful. Is it? Because that implies that you are problemless. That means you're not human. That means there's no cause for the problems in our life. These are irrational arguments. You're not perfect. You wouldn't be here if you were. You're here to purify and perfect. But hey, the Irish, I have Irish heritage. I have similar problems. I mean, it's fun to look at comedians because some of them are quite reflective, and they recognize that there is a common element in their jokes, which is part of the process to go through the dialectic Let's apply it to the higher. To do the dialectic on, let's say, beauty, you have to recognize, oh, there's a common feature in the things that I'm attracted to. They all seem to be beauty. And then from that, you can start asking the dialectical question of what's beauty itself. In other words, you yearn for and grasp beauty, and only from seeing and hearing the sense perceptions can you begin this quest. Socrates said that's the purpose of these physical things. But equally so, you might recognize, hey, each of my problems, I got all these different problems, but there's a theme running through all of them. So a comedian will, like a Jewish comedian will go, oh, there's a theme running through all of my jokes. There's always seems to be complaining or being a victim. A Catholic might say there's a theme in all of my jokes. It always seems to be real guilt, especially around sexuality. A real feeling of guilt. Maybe that's tied to the idea of original sin. And so on, for all different sorts of people. I mean, if whatever background you have, you probably recognize, oh, a lot of people in my culture, like I'm Indian, and a lot of Indian jokes seem to be about this thing. It's funny because we can relate to it. And it's even better if it points out the absurdity of that problem. That's how you can use comedy in a beneficial way, make it into an art. But anyway, it's the way it is. So all things, whether it's the actual thing or the problem version, the usurper of the throne, seek for self-equal and have a purpose to help you realize it. Before seeing, hearing, and perceiving, somewhere you must have encountered and grasped the knowledge of self-equal that exists, but not realize. Okay, so it's only through this argument that you realize that all things are eager to be that nature but inferior. But you recognize that even before this learning, you still recognize self-equal, you still recognize self-beauty, meaning you have necessarily, because you can't say, oh no, I know that all things reach out to self-beauty and self-equal because I learned this. Socrates is saying it's likely this is the first time you've heard this argument, so you didn't learn this here, you knew it somewhere. And so this learning here is pointing to what you already know. So there is a learning, but it's pointing back to what you already know. So therefore, you necessarily grasped self-knowledge before you were born. This applies to not only self-equal, but to greater, the idea of greater, the idea of lesser, self-beauty, self-goodness, justice, holiness, all of the beings to which we stamp the seal, that which absolutely is. This applies to. Necessarily have known it, grasped it before we were born. Also, we use these. So that third question, what should change our mind? And that second question, how do we structure our thinking in the dialectic? These beings are related because why? We use these when asking questions and answering questions. That's what we do in dialectic. And also to have a koan as well, have a question. So our question has to be using these in some way. That's a question. What does that mean? Well, and then also from that, what follows? We forget it at birth. So we knew it and we forget it at birth, and through our perceptions, we have to recover our innate knowledge. That's recollection, that's learning. So we can take that back. So what's the last step? So this is the division, which is other to other. So definition is self to self. Demonstration, self to other. Division, which is what we just did, is the arguments, other to other. And then from those others, you synthesize it together and then you apply it back to the start. That's synthesis and analysis, which takes it back to the start. Oh, welcome to the stream. Hello. And so from this argument from Socrates in the Phaedo to his friend Simmias, we can conclude that recollection, take it back to the start, is an idea that helps us understand the first thing. The first thing was learning. So we confirm that learning is indeed recollection. So we are reading Socrates' Phaedo. Welcome to the chat. And it's his Socrates' last day when he's alive. So his friends, he's giving a right. So the question in the chat is about life paths. So there are, what we've been seeing is Socrates is pointing out there is a certain purpose to our life, to all people. And in this argument about our soul being immortal, he says all physical things necessarily seek to be something called self-equal, but also self-beauty, self-goodness, self-justice, all of the beings. So everything in this physical world is yearning to experience the realm of being. So the physical world is the world of becoming, and everything, according to this, seeks the world of being. Becoming is in change, in flux, in movement, but the realm of being is eternal and immortal. So the path for getting there, we are learning, is something called the dialectic, which is a kind of ladder of development where you can improve two things: your state of mind and your thinking, your understanding. My notes are messy. Let's make it better. So dialectic uses something called the logos, which is the inherent, understandable, and knowable. So the words for that is intellectual, means understandable, and intelligible means knowable structure. That's the logos. So the logos is intellectual and intelligible, which means understandable and knowable, which relates to our way of thinking, how we think about the world. Do we think that we're all dust in the wind? Do we think that there's some meaning to our lives? Do we think everything is meaningless? All different sorts of thinking and states of mind. Are we happy? Are we sad? Are we inspired? Are we enlightened? What kind of enlightenment are we? States of mind. Okay? And so, therefore, we can put them on a ladder. Down here, you can have the lowest way of thinking, which we would call nihilism. Nihilism. A way of thinking about yourself, reality, the world, that nothing is anything. There's nothing. Everything is illusion. It's all the matrix. There isn't even a matrix. That would imply there is something. But that way of thinking has its own kind of logic. You can make an argument within that worldview, but also would have a state of mind on this side of the ladder. You might feel sad or depressed, or depressed is a good one. And then someone might come along and say, well, actually, for you to even communicate the word nihilism to me, that means that at least there's something that allows me to understand you. So there's something. So maybe they could climb the ladder through the use of questions and answers, which we call the dialectic. So we can give a name to this ladder, the dialectic. The dialectic is the use of question and answers, but also it's the ladder itself. So the logos, you could say, is what populates the ladder. Certain key ideas, relationships. The dialectic is the structure. So then they can become a relativist. Oh yeah, okay. All right, there's something, but we're all just rocks. There's just the physical world, and there's no principles in the physical world. So they can become a materialist. So that's a different way of thinking. But also, there's a certain states of mind that they can have with that way of thinking, including certain states of enlightenment, certain experiences of ultimate reality, but they're limited. Only this far and no more. And then, of course, they might realize, well, okay, it's not just a physical world. Maybe they meet a philosopher, somebody who's been in this game for a while, and they can say, oh, okay, let's talk about it. I'll ask you questions and you answer. We're collectively going together. No fighting, no making you feel bad, no ganging up, no debate bro crap. Collectively, let's move together up the ladder. Ask a series of questions, and there has to be something for after. So we have number one is we talk about something. These are our three questions that we're taking with our reading. What are we talking about? The soul, the self, reality, beauty, justice, these kinds of things. Number two, the structure, how we ask the questions. That's a dialectic. And after going through the dialectic, there should be something that should allow them to change their mind. From what they're used to, they might have spent 50 years feeling sad and depressed. They might have come up from been raised in a family or a culture or religion that tells them this. So that dialectic has to allow something that will allow them to change their mind, even though it's not comfortable or familiar, but it's true. It's the third question, what's true? And then they might be, okay, there are principles, but it's like the whole world is relative. This idea of beauty is just relative. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's just relative to your own perspective. And again, there'll be a certain state of mind. Might be lonely. No one will ever understand me. And so on and so on, until you reach a level where they recognize that it's not just the physical world, maybe empty, feeling empty. This is the physical world, but let's move the ladder down a little bit. There we go. So they recognize that, hey, through this use of the dialectic, climbing that ladder together as friends, rationally, following what the logos, using the structure of what the dialectic, and some question about something that should allow them to change their mind. Just make this ladder like that. They reach a transition point where they recognize there is not just this physical world of becoming, there is some necessity for a realm of being. And then, equally so, you'll find different ways of thinking and states of mind, and you can have enlightenment experiences, different levels to that experience of being, truth, and so on. Of enlightenment experiences on the states of mind side, and different ways of thinking over here. So your question, are there life paths? There is one. There is this. But what we've been seeing is actually there also is the shadow. It has its shadow. Cast the shadow. That follows the dialectical structure, but uses the anti-logos. The sorts of things that seek to stop the reasoning, stop the logos, stop the dialectic, stop this progression, stop development. And that's the cause of our problems. So anything that seeks to end conversation, shut up, just obey the leader, just follow what we've already done, the way the founding fathers said is the way it should be done, the way your parents say, the way your priest says. This is the anti-logos. This causes suffering, repeating suffering, so it doesn't evolve up. This is the movement up. That's called ousia in the Greek. It's stagnant. You just repeat your problems over and over again, individually, in your relationships, in your career, in your life, but also within humanity. That's the anti-logos, the shadow of the truth. One path leads to destiny, because Socrates is saying in this argument we're reading that destiny, all physical things seek self-being. all of the things all the things that we talk about in philosophy, beauty itself, justice itself, not a beautiful thing in the realm of becoming, but a beauty itself, justice itself, not a just thing in the realm of becoming. That's just relative to what you happen to believe is just. No, that's not philosophy. What is justice itself in being? And Socrates says, by the way, there's a hyparxis. All of those things in being have an ultimate, are all the same ousia. Self-ousia. So all of those beings that we're interested in, that brings us up that ladder, so long as our dialectic are on those things in being, you're not doing a dialectic on whether Tom Cruise is the greatest actor. That's a particular. So there's a certain apex or hyparxis that we just learned in being. While that leads to your destiny, this leads to your fate. So there's two paths. One that is a intellectual and intelligible and understandable and knowable ladder that you can use to recognize your own level of thinking and states of mind, or your friends if you're talking with them, that you can climb. That's called the dialectic, and it's the use of the logos. We're learning both in the text. We're reading Socrates, and it has its shadow, which leads to not destiny, but fate. You're chained to the inevitable, stagnant repetition of your problems individually, culturally, and as a human race. But what's interesting is the dialectic is the structure of both. You can use your understanding of dialectic to understand the cause of both. And it is a kind of ladder that has stages to it that are in both. So that's the importance of what we're doing. And that's an answer to the question, are there life paths? How many? Essentially two. And that's philosophy. So Socrates has been talking about, well, what we're here to do is, let's go back to the text. We saw today that we are here to essentially cover two bases: purification and perfection. And we are carrying as a hypothesis this purification from our vices, the application of that negative path, that's purification. Climbing the ladder to our highest destiny is perfection. And all things seek the perfection in that self-ousia, which is the Greek name for being. And all things have a purpose to remind us of that. So, hey, you want to do what you're intended to do? Be a human being seeking truth, seeking the hyparxis of true being, because that's what you're supposed to do. But you also be a good influence, because that will remind other people of their task. All things have that purpose, because we just saw in the argument that Socrates added this extra little bit in. We only get self-realization from our physical senses. So all things are the same in this way, and in this way, in that way, really. And that themselves reach out and yearn for that. So there are two paths. And the interesting thing is we're walking both at the same time. We have an inner voice, the louder one that shouts, hey, you can't follow the self-logos, your self-goal. Let's go back here. So it attacks the three aspects of yourself. I mean, it attacks lots, but I'm giving the summary, like the highest aspects to understand. So to follow this path, you have to learn, you have to use your understanding, which is the logos and the dialectic. So this voice that says, don't do this, stay stuck. The voice from our evolution, that's the cause of our problems. The my cave good, outside cave bad, never change. Keep America the same. Stay our old religion. Don't change our religion. Don't change our way of being. It's always the way it should be. Think about the past. Right? that will try to say, hey, you can't do this because your self-logos or your understanding is no good. You can't do it because there is no such realm as being. Your mind cannot reach the level of reality. That's only for God. How dare you? So self-logos, self-mind, which is being, but also your destiny, which is ultimately above this, even this hyparxis. If this is self-ousia, there must be something causing it. That's the self. If there's self-beauty and self-justice and self-ousia, what's this idea of self that has to necessarily be primary to even the ladder? That's our ultimate goal. That's our destiny. Know thyself in Greek. The one self. So we have an inner voice that is a reflection of this, of our past, which causes our repeating cycles of problems in ourself and in humanity. And it will try and get you off this ladder, the true path, by saying your understanding, your state of mind, and the one self, your thinking, your nature, and your goal is bad. The negative self-talk, your inner critic, you suck, your thinking sucks, your nature sucks, your mind sucks, your self-goal sucks. Give up your goals because of these reasons and instead be a slave to me in my cave. I want to be the leader of the cave. Yay, I'm the pack leader back from 100,000 years ago. Yay, I want to be able to be a tyrant and no one can ask me questions like Trump or whatever, like any tyrant does. I'm beyond one rule for me, no rules for me, all the rules for thee. That kind of crap. We have that collectively, but also within ourselves. So we are going through the process in philosophy of learning the self-logos and realizing it's divine. It leads us to self-being, self-mind. We are of the nature of this too. So this is brilliant. Our self-logos is brilliant. And all of these things are somehow inherent within the one self. Just as we said, we look for triads in philosophy, of course. We talked about there being a triad of Hermes, Aphrodite, and Apollo. Apollo representing the text, philosophy. There's a rhythm and harmony, there's a musical element to what we read. Aphrodite, where we apply it to our real life. So that's why we address the questions in chat when they come up. We make connections, we apply it, we make it meaningful to us. And those two things come together, leading us, if we stay on this track, using these two things, we'll reach Hermes, which is the ultimate, the thing that leads us up to our one self. In the text, it was good self, which is essentially the same. Our ultimate goal, our destiny, and that's the dialectic. So according to the text, actually, just for fun, let's bring the text up so it doesn't sound like I'm talking from my own personal opinions, because personal opinions is the shadow realm. This is not opinions. This is the purification from our opinions into understanding. So for that reason, I'm going to bring up the text, which has Proculus's... Yep, here we are. So Proculus, who was a teacher at Plato's Academy several hundred years after Plato, he recognized that Plato was using the gods to create his own mythology to represent this. And book 6, I think. Book 6, chapter 23, I think we're in. Let me just make sure. Let's bring it up. Okay, bringing out the PDF. Here we go. No, not that one. Here we go, this one. Book 6, chapter 22 or 23 from Proculus's Theology of Plato. The path, the question in the chat's about what's our path? Our path is represented by the last triad of, there are 4 triads, so 12 Olympian gods or celestial gods, gods of that apply to our physical world. The anagogic is the upward moving one. We've got Apollo at the bottom. Apollo perfects, so this idea of perfection that we've been seeing in the text. We have a hypothesis, maybe purification is purifying ourselves from the ignorance, the dialectic applied to getting rid of our false, our shadow dialectic, and perfection might be climbing the ladder up. Well, here it is. It helps us by confirming it. Apollo perfects and converts all by moving at once through music, drawing up through harmony and rhythm the light that is there to intellectual truth. And in the Phaedo, Socrates says, what's the greatest music? Philosophy. Of course, it's good to mythologize it in actual music and poetry too, but Apollo represents philosophy. That's why we're reading the text. But Aphrodite is the primary motivating cause, efficient cause, inspiring cause. Through insights of love which pervades wholes, she adapts and familiarizes the lives that are elevated by herself to the beautiful. You have to be inspired. You have to make it yourself. Apply it to your lives. That's why we apply it to our questions in our lives, and why we bring a question in when we read the text, so we can apply it to ourselves. It also gives us insights if we do that. When we recognize these insights pervade all the wholes, we recognize we live in a beautiful world, an understandable world that can provide insights. That's Aphrodite and Apollo, and that leads to the top of the pyramid. Those two together are like a pair, and the leading of the anagogic or upward moving is Hermes, is the leader of philosophy. She elevates souls through her, and he sends upwards both the whole soul, which helps us. Why? Socrates said, hey, that idea that all of the ousia terms, the self terms, self, beauty, and justice, there's a single ousia, there's a hyparxis, there is a wholeness of being. You should also apply that argument to souls. So maybe there is the whole soul. And we have something in the Logos, Apollo, that helps answer our question and gives us an insight, Aphrodite, which is freaking cool. And we love it and will inspire us. So there is a direct example of Apollo and Aphrodite in action. We wouldn't have what we needed to have that insight without Apollo. We wouldn't have the insight and inspiring us to keep going in the text if we didn't address the question in the chat and apply it to ourselves. And therefore the two together gives us an inspiration and helps us understand more about this dialectic. So what is it? Elevates, ascends upwards both the whole soul, maybe this hyparxis of souls, yay, and partial souls. So you can even do it while you're still alive, when you haven't even unified with the whole soul. To the good self. The good self and the one self is the ultimate. By what? Dialectical powers. Hermes represents the dialectic. So that's the text. Hermes is the dialectic. So, the anti-logos, the one that will take you down the negative path, will say you can't do Apollo. Why? Because your self-thinking and dialectic and reasoning is dumb. You're too stupid. You can't have Aphrodite. You can't have insights into the beauty of the whole, because there's only the world of becoming. There's no realm of being. Or your mind is bad, or your nature is bad. Your nature is not of the divine. That God is better than you, and God is vengeful and angry, and you should fear him. To be good is God-fearing. So that's attacking the realm of self-mind, the realm of being. And that voice will also have a third bow in its quiver in its bow in its quiver, arrow in its quiver. We'll have a third arrow or bullet to shoot at you. Your goals suck. Yourself isn't important. Hey, sacrifice your goals for the king. If you seek your goals, that's bad, because that's what it means to be selfish. Just be a slave. Be a Cinderella. Use mythologies to say why it's good to be a slave. Cinderella. Jesus sacrificed himself, so you should sacrifice yourself. So your ultimate goal is bad. So those are the three kinds of attacks against the self. Self-logos, self-mind, and oneself. Your ability to think and be active and think and plan and reach your goals. Your nature and the nature of reality, and also your ultimate goal of knowing the self. And we can represent that also on that little triad, the anagogic triad of the gods. attacking the self-logos is an attack of philosophy, attack of Apollo. Attacking the nature of the divine and the beauty inherent in everything is attacking Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty, attacks the inspiration. And attacking the ultimate goal, and our ultimate goal as humans is to perfect ourselves through dialectic. Attacking Hermes. So those are the two paths. And also a little side quest by applying the question that we got in the chat. But also confirming a lot of theories that we had that we've been taking with us. So it's really good to do. So, back from that side quest. I hope that was helpful. We see that same side quest here. Why? Well, he said, hey, look, we have this logos, this reasoning. And that comes out of our senses to begin with. But everything in our senses seek out to that nature of the divine. Therefore, we have to have grasped self-knowledge. But hey, self-knowledge is equal in whatever you talk about, so long as it's one of these terms. Make sure that you're talking about justice or beauty or goodness or holiness, but the self version, all beings that absolutely is the realm of being, use that when answering questions and asking questions. Therefore, we have forgotten knowledge at birth. It's through our perceptions, so long as we what? Make sure we apply those things that we said is necessary that makes virtues virtues. Apply the logos and dialectic and make sure they're about, which is what? Apply the logos and dialectic and make sure it's applied to the realm of being. Therefore, in doing that, starting with your perceptions, applying the logos dialectic to the self ideas and being, you can recover your innate knowledge. That's recollection. Back to the start. That's what learning is. But let's find the counter arguments. Well, hang on a second. That has to always happen. You either knew it and you always knew it through your life, so everybody knew it. But if that was the case, if you know something, you should be able to give a logos of it. So something about knowledge, not only it requires the grasping of it, but the logos, being able to recognize the logos of it. Therefore, no one is born knowing at birth, and you must have to learn, because no one is able to give a logos of self, beauty, and justice and those things, except for Socrates. Therefore, our souls existed previously, apart from our body, when they existed in the human form. And that's when they possessed phronesis. So, phronesis. So not only did our souls exist prior, they also had knowledge, but they also had something called phronesis, some sort of immortal power, which might be why we still have it when we're alive, but we just have to recollect it, trade our virtues in for it, direct it away from our body, away from the negative path to the true path. And so let's jump into the text and see how the argument finished. Okay, then there was a little tangent. Oh, what about, could we not have learnt them at birth? But then Socrates said, well, hang on a second, you can't have done that because you would have learnt it and forgotten it at the same time. So that's nonsense. So let's just even ignore that argument. Okay. Then he goes on to say, by the way, that which we're always repeating is the case. The beautiful, the good, and every ousia of that which the things from perceptions refer to is the same ousia. The sameness of all physical things they yearn for and they refer to these beings. They're all the same ousia. Another way of making all of the physical world the same. Hey, you want to look at everything as a oneness? You like the idea of seeing everything together as the same? They all seek, yearn for the same ousia and point to. They have a hyparxis. Okay, let's read this. Take notice, O Simmias. Must the following be the case for us, that if on the one hand, that which we're always repeating to each other as part of the work of philosophy, that the beautiful and the good and every ousia such as this We also refer all the things from which... Oh God, that's hard to read in English. We also refer the things from which perceptions arise to... Okay, let's read this better. The beautiful, the good, and every ousia, that all the things from perceptions refer to are to that same ousia. By discovering that they all exist according to a hyparxis prior to ourselves. And so we must necessarily compare those selves, and just as if they do exist in this way, okay, so compare these selves having a hyparxis, the same ousia, to the same as for our soul. Our soul has a hyparxis, that's the same. And it must have been this way prior to our birth. So before we were born, our soul in some way was part of that, or was that whole soul that we just read in the Hermes. If not, could we even have this logos? Okay, let's put that down. Okay. So, the things that philosophers talk about all the time. The things philosophers talk about and repeat. Repeat is important because that plays into the virtues, repetition, discipline. Repeat. Self beauty, self-goodness. And all the ousias, every ousia. Every ousia that things in that all things. That's important. Let's make that a bit bigger. That all things in the physical world and perceived through physical senses refer to the same ousia are the same ousia and exist they exist according to hyparxis. Hyparxis. That's when it all comes together at the top. The fullest flowering. Hyparxis. And that is prior to ourselves. Ourselves in this physical realm or world. Okay. Same for soul. So this reasoning, this is the same for soul and prior to our birth. So just as all of the self-beings and every usia have a single same usia according to their hyparxis, which is a kind of priorness prior to their individual distinctions into different ideas, so too for our soul, there's a single hyparxis of soul, which Proclus called the whole soul, and that is prior to our birth. Wow, come on, Owen. Wow. And what's the reasoning? If they did not, we could not have this logos. So it's a bit of a puzzle. Why would that follow? Why could we not even have this conversation if we were not all of the same soul prior to our birth? Well, if all the beings are the same usia, if that's the prior nature of all of the beings, and we recognize, we talk about, well, first we use the self logos, number one, but we talk about self beauty and self justice and all of the usias. And if we at one time knew them in order to have the self logos about those self ideas, but all souls can have this conversation. Therefore, all souls must have been the same, unified with, of the same nature as that same hyparxis, which is a oneness. So that means all souls would have been the same oneness, meaning there were not manyness of souls. We were all had the same experience. So we all must have been the same. For as long as we're in that experience, we must have been the whole soul, having the whole experience of self-usia. Wow. So Socrates has upgraded the conversation from not only are our individual souls immortal, which was the question, but we knew knowledge. And knowledge, let's upgrade that. Hey, it's not many knowledges, it's the single knowledge. So he's upgraded it from not only is our soul immortal, our soul had knowingness and a single knowingness, but not only that, he slipped in an even higher reasoning. Not just is our soul immortal, there is a whole soul. There is a hyparxis soul. It's the same soul. So the question was, hey, can you show us that our souls are immortal? I'll do you one better. I'll show you that not just that your soul's immortal, it's the same soul. Soul is one. Not only that, it knew everything prior to your birth. So our learning that we're getting through the logos and dialectic, applying to the shadow in purification and the truth in perfection, That's to recall what you already know. And when you're at that level where you know it, it's just the same soul. You're no different. So this anti-logos we've been talking about, today we did a dialectic of the anti-logos. We said, hey, let's apply the logos. Let's find the causes. Let's apply what we're learning of the dialectic to the anti-logos. And we saw what's the dialectic? Well, it starts with sense perception. Particulars. What's that? War. Discord. Genocide. Fighting. Debates. Exploitation. Destruction of the planet. Of planet and people. Okay, and then we said, okay, what do we do in the dialectic? We trace the causes. What's the cause? We talked about just zoom in a little bit. The ladder. We have to have a ladder. So what's the cause of the sense perceptions of war and discord and stuff? The anti-logos shuts down conversation. What's the cause of that? Blind allegiance to old beliefs. Okay, let's make that a bit bigger. Blind allegiance to tradition, to old beliefs. Notice that question in the chat before, do you believe in life paths? I didn't answer that question. I answered not about belief, but understanding. How do we understand the paths? Because we don't want to be interested in beliefs. Why do we have a blind allegiance to old beliefs? Well, we talked about that's from our caveman days. My cave, good. Outside, bad. Outside, let's make this a bit bigger. My cave, good. Outside, cave, bad. Batman. Okay. And so we said, okay, what's the cause for that? Well, evolution, human evolution conditions, running out of space. human evolution conditions. Okay, but for that to happen, there must also be the structure of the dialectic. And back in the text, we saw here that we are of the same nature, we're all of the same soul. So let's go back. So we can say, before we even hit there, actually, let's go. For you to even say outside cave bad, my cave good, outside cave bad, you have to recognize that that's where we are. Souls are different. For you to have good and bad, you have to realize people are different. Therefore, good and bad. So, we can see from this, there's a shadow of everything that we're going through in the true logos. So, sense perceptions or particulars. We see war and genocide and fighting and so on. And then what's the cause of that? Anti-logos, which is, so we could, on this side we could say, oh, well, ways of relating to each other that shuts down conversation. So, propaganda and racism and so on, anger, so stuff that silences conversation and stuff. What's the cause of that? Well, a blind allegiance to old beliefs, holding on to the old beliefs instead of evolving into better ones. So it's like racism. So we say, like nationalism, religious dogma, and so on. But what's the cause of that? Why did we get to that point of time? Why in the chat it was a question of belief and not a question of understanding? What was the cause of that? My cave good, outside cave bad. That's that way of thinking. So we can also see for each of these, there's the opposite. There's the true ones. So in philosophy, we're doing this, but not down this ladder or up this ladder or down this ladder. We're going, not going down, we're going up the other ladder. So we start with our sense perceptions of not war, discord, genocide, and fighting. As philosophers, we look for beauty, for justice, for goodness, for equality. So I hold the opposite of these things. And Socrates says we have to start there. That's the purpose of sense perceptions, to begin our ascent, provided we are looking at things of the self-logos, self-ousia kinds of objects. And then we do philosophy. We apply the logos and dianoia to perfect, logos and dialectic to perfect our understanding, or dianoia. So it's the opposite of this. So what do we do with the sense perceptions? We applied the opposite of the anti-logos. We applied the logos. So we say on this side, we have the logos. What motivates us? Not blind allegiance to old beliefs, but dianoia. and seeking knowledge. What's the way of thinking? What's our metric for truth? My cave good, outside cave bad. So everyone who's not in philosophy will use a variation of that. Oh, it's true because my religion says so, because people in my culture think so, because the founding fathers said so. Or even because all spiritual traditions are kind of saying what I'm saying. Look, I mean, it's beautiful. I find it beautiful and interesting to see this. This is how they think. I mean, I'm not having a go at them. It's just part of being a human being, and it's what you're left with. So like you go to school, I did philosophy at school, and they said, oh, this is what how we find out what something is true. Well, actually, they never said it. They're not explicit about it, which is curious. I figured out that, oh, they're all playing the same game. If I can make it so Darwin says so, if I can put it towards Darwin's theory of evolution, then I can have a philosophy of art, I can have a philosophy of music. I have to just explain it in terms of physical evolution, of biological selection of genetic variation, sexual selection of genetic variation, species mate to produce this, so they sexually select the genes that pass on. That's what they're doing. That's their metric of truth. So long, my cave is evolution theory. Darwin. Make it so Darwin. Make it so our ancestors, our tribe. Make it so the founding fathers or Darwin or whoever it is, whoever's popular at the time. But our question is, well, what's the true version that this is a shadow of? That's our question 3. What should change our mind? What should change our mind and is our metric for truth? And we're seeing it's the dialectic, but also at the end of the dialectic, what are they saying that makes it convincing? It's not going to be what's familiar, my cave good, what's they're used to, what everybody else says. All of those things we've said has its version in the positive. Isn't this amazing? Everything Socrates is outlining that we're going through in this argument is giving us what we need to understand the dialectic, and by implication, what we need to understand the cause of all of our human problems. All of them. Freaking Socrates is a genius.
Wow.
I mean, it's probably not news. Today, man realizes Socrates is really smart. Okay, it's not news that Socrates is a genius, but this is why. This is the implications. We should all read Socrates. We should be reading the Phaedo from day one at school, because it's giving us what we need to ourselves solve these puzzles. Okay, so that's our question. Dialectic. So what makes something true? Not familiarity, or because my dad says so, or because my religion says so, or because the founding fathers says so, all that crap. Notice the political debate, it's so weird because people are yelling their beliefs at each other, but they're kind of just looking at each other. There's a sense of confusion, even those people who want to be right. They want to be powerful and angry. They think being knowing is being confident and sure and being angry and stuff. So they say, we need this. We need to make America white again, or we need to make it Christian again. And then is this weird discrepancy, because then someone will say, well, why? And you can see in their eyes, they have no freaking clue why. No one has ever had this conversation about what makes something true. So they'll say, oh, because the founding fathers really wanted the world to be Catholic or Christian. And then someone will say, well, they said explicitly the opposite, but that's not the point. They have to keep making that argument. They have to find a way of making it so the founding fathers said what they want to say. Why? Because for some reason, the cave leader, what we're used to, these authority figures from the past, make something true. But that whole premise is absurd. They were slave owners. They were ignorant of many things. They weren't Socrates. They didn't know the logos. They didn't talk about the logos. They're not all knowing. But it's this weird thing, especially with right-wingers. They don't know what makes something true, but they have a hunch that it seems to be if you can make it so some old dead person said so. Jesus says so in the Bible. Yeah, the Bible. Well, first of all, none of these people read the Bible. Second of all, the Bible isn't a consistent text like the Phaedo, or doesn't have logos through it. It has many different people, which has many different levels of where you're at and where you're stuck, of levels of where they're at with their understanding and knowledge, with their vision and their explanation, and where they're stuck. Many different levels of pathologos. Famously, Paul is riddled with disgusting pathologos that he was emboldened. The only way through God is through me, says Paul. Well, you egotistical bastard. Are you done killing Christians to say that you are the savior of all Christians, Paul? And of course, religions, oh no, he changed his mind. He had a conversion experience. Well, no, he didn't. Still made it about faith and belief. And then all these different gospels. Oh, the Gnostic gospels, the gospels of Joseph. The gospels of Mark is very different than John. One's about understanding, one's about belief. Thumbs up. So in other words, there's no consistent logos to it. So why do they quote the Bible? Because that's the game. That's the metric of truth. What we said before is always true. And that's emboldened by our justice system. If anyone makes a mistake, you punish them, you fine them, you put them in prison. So we all have to go around life acting like we know everything so the police don't get us, so we don't get a bad grade, so we don't get detention, so we don't get fired. I'm always right and I always was from the beginning. It's freaking bullshit. It's the shadow. We are always right. We will never change, because if we change, that means we weren't right to begin with. We weren't right yesterday. And if we weren't right yesterday, these people use that as a justification to inflict suffering. Oh, we get to punish you. We get to hurt you. We get to play out our worst vices. Dr. Marshall Rosenberg, who created nonviolent communication, said this is the cause of human suffering. We don't like human suffering, except if you said it teaches them a lesson. They deserve it. If you can make the idea of deserve either under two things, somehow the bad is made better through inflicting suffering, you can be as evil as you want to people and celebrate it. Oh, the criminal was executed. Yay, he was a criminal. Oh, these prisoners are getting abused in prison. Yay, they deserve it. That's disgusting. It's anti-logos. You don't make a horse better by beating the horse. You don't inflict suffering on your dog to make the dog better. If you go to the doctor with an illness, he doesn't make you better by making you suffer more. If you're learning something in school, you're bad at math. If the math teacher insults you, makes you hate yourself, or tells you you're useless, you don't learn math better. It never ever works. It's only ever a way of justifying through an anti-logos. What does violence and suffering do? Shuts down the logos. Whoops. So suffering, punishment, or the affliction of punishment, or suffering, or violence, as we call it by its real name, is only ever justified within this shadow of the dialectic and the logos, the cause of our problems, and why we're not learning anything as individuals and as a species. Why? Because it actively silences the logos. Shut up, you're a prisoner. Shut up, you have no rights. Shut up, you were wrong, so you go to jail, go to detention. Shut up, so here's some, be poor now. Some fines. It's the anti-logos. So we recognize violence is from the anti-logos. We have to follow the ladder back. What's its cause? Blind allegiance to false beliefs. So anti-logos is a way of staying true to something. And what is that? What are you staying true to? Take it one step back. My cave good, outside cave bad. Blind allegiance to ignorance. Okay? So we're understanding, and also on the positive side, what's the way of thinking that is actually truth? Dialectic, which is what? Cooperative, no violence. Not one time has Socrates smacked Simmias at the back of the head. Not once. And he's not punched Cebes in the nose. Not one time. He's not called them idiots. He's not stabbed them with his, I don't know if he's going to get weapons in prison, but there you go. The dialectic is what we use to determine whether or not something is true. Dialectic. We need the dialectic. And of course, inherent in the dialectic is some sort of conclusion. And that's our third question. What are we using after going through the dialectic as our conclusion to make something true? If we go with what feels good, or what we're used to, or what Abraham said, or what the founding fathers said, we are being unjust. We are inflicting suffering and injustice to our souls, which is going to affect our life and our afterlife. There's some sort of payment for this, and we are harming other people. We are doing injustice, or the opposite of the virtues, vice. Why? We saw that all of the virtues, the vice version of temperance, mastering your gambling so you can be a better drinker. The vice version of wisdom, being really clever and smart and seeing clearly in order to play out your desires for riches or fame to serve your physical body. Power. Getting power over people. What made the vices vices wasn't an absence of virtues, it was some of the qualities of virtues, some of this ladder, without the logos.
Wow.
And the dialectic. So we need to add the logos in, not the anti-logos. So what's our metric? The dialectic. But even in the dialectic, there's something at the end that is our conclusion, that is not those bad things that will cause, if we use it as our metric of truth and our metric for discussions and our metric for solving global problems and even our metric for fun YouTube debates between philosophers, then we're acting vice, even if we don't realize it. And even if the people yelling, we should be white or Christian or whatever the hell, we can recognize that they're, because the founding fathers said so, because Abraham wanted it, because Jesus said so. What? They even know they don't have a metric. We're aware that we're ignorant at some level. We just haven't learnt why we're acting in such ignorant ways. Why do we want to be knowing even though we know we're idiots? Not idiot. I shouldn't say idiots. I just said Socrates hasn't called anyone an idiot. The Dunning-Kruger effect. These people, they know they're not smart. They know they don't have a metric for truth, but we all want to act like we do. One reason is if you can't put on that mask, you get punished as a way of punishing people who are bad so you can inflict. By the way, what's the cause of that? Oh, I must be knowing because look at me harming this person. Because isn't that what makes you a knower? To be able to kill those or hurt people in the bad cave? Isn't that means I must know the truth? I must be good cave. So that's a problem. Some people without the dialectic and whatever is needed in the conclusion as the metric for truth, we take the shadow. What makes me the smart person? I get to harm the most people. A lot of teachers are like that. They think they're smarter because they get to inflict suffering on the children. They get to give them bad grades or detentions or berate them. Make them feel like they're not smart. It's terrible, and it's a systematic problem that is naturally what follows in the mythological playing out, or the playing out in our real world of the implications of the shadow. But fortunately, Socrates is giving us what we need to find the true version that is the shadow of. So that's their last thing here. And we also saw, okay, what's the conditions for even this way of thinking, my cave good, outside cave bad? People are different. Some are good or some are bad, and we hurt the bad and we reward the good. And the good are usually the ones who are obedient to our pathologos, our prejudice. What's the other side? Well, Socrates has said, hey, let's go back to the text. Okay, so if our metric for what's good is the dialectic using the logos, he said here, for this logos to even be discussed, for even us to have this use of the dialectic, for the logos to even be discussed, necessarily there must be a cause that our souls were unified as a single soul. And that was the same ousia for all the knowledge. So we were a same soul and we had the same ousia. Wow, It's in the text.
Wow.
So, what happened just now? Well, I recognize that Socrates was saying, we start with sense particulars. Hey, welcome to the chat. So I recognized in what we just read through Socrates that he started with the sense particulars. We must necessarily start with sense particulars. In fact, the purpose of all sense particulars are to remind ourselves of knowledge. And they all seek knowledge too. So their purpose is to seek self-ousia. We can just call it self-ousia now because we've unified it. We don't have to call it self-equal or self-beauty. It's self-ousia. They all seek self-ousia. Oh, okay. You got the same copy of this text? Oh, nice. Cool. There's a link below. So all things seek self-ousia and remind us of self-ousia. So we start up that ladder. Socrates said it's only through that do we start. So I recognize that. But I also recognize earlier when we were talking about the nature of our problems, we started by noticing the patterns in our world. Hey, there's discord, there's war. And within our everyday life, if we're going to apply this to ourselves, we have to notice the certain familiarity and patterns in everyday life. We talked about comedians. Comedians say, oh, all my jokes, I'm a Jewish comedian, all my jokes seem to be about me complaining or me being suffering or me being a victim. A Catholic comedian will often say, oh, all my jokes seem to be about being inadequate or having self-loathing or guilt around sexuality. Yeah, no joke. I mean, that's good. Great, good for you. No joke. It is a joke, but it's also good that you recognize a pattern. So too, for our life, you recognize every time I get into this relationship, this happens. Every time I seek this meaningful goal, every time I'm in the presence of beauty, every time I apply for this job, whatever, the same problems happen. That's where you start. You have to notice a pattern in the particulars before you can go from the parts to the whole, from the many to the one. So I recognize, hey, Socrates was talking about the very same thing we talked about in the shadow. So I did this part. And then I said earlier in the talk today, I recognized, well, hang on a second. If what we're saying is true, then just as like we did with our friend, recognizing that there's a ladder through our development called the dialectic that reaches our ultimate destiny, there must be its shadow. Its shadow. So that means without even knowing any of the other stages on the ladder, I risked it. I didn't know. I haven't done this yet, but I risked that it would follow. And so what does the dialectic? A return back to the first cause. So everything is from self, emanating from self, in self, and returning back to self. So we revert back on the causes. So this would follow that if our problems are a shadow, then I can start with these problems that we can highlight in the everyday world: war, genocide, fighting, debating, exploiting, destruction of the planet and people. And we should be able to revert to a cause of that. Well, what's the cause of that? Well, instead of talking, we have an anti-logos. We have that which shuts down the logos. People don't want to talk. They shoot first. Ask questions maybe later, often not. Debates, propaganda networks. We don't have an actual news network using the logos. It's all propaganda. Okay, what's the cause of that? Well, you have propaganda and racism and things in support of your old beliefs that you already have. The people who work at the propaganda networks are themselves racist. They think it's good to be racist because they grew up racist. It's good to silence the logos because that was what was done to them. Hurt people. Okay, so what's the cause of that? What's the cause of blind allegiance to false beliefs? A more primary way of thinking that comes from our human evolution, our evolutionary past, that allowed us to solve problems 100,000 years ago or earlier, but doesn't work anymore. What is that? Everything outside the cave is bad. Other tribes, other animals, other things. And pursuing your own goals is bad because that will let you venture outside of the cave where you get eaten by a saber-toothed tiger. Therefore, the species that survived had this way of thinking: don't leave the cave blindly obey the leader, which plays out in our military system. You tell soldiers to never question the leader. Just automatically do what the drill sergeant says, what your commander says. Which is absurd. What if he's ignorant? What if he's wrong? What if he's commanding you to do something unjust? No, we must do it. It has to be this way. Why? It just has to be. I can't think of a better way. Because you have a blind allegiance. Where did you learn it first, though? 100,000 years, a million years ago, however long it was ago. In our evolutionary past. That's where we learned it. To survive saber-toothed tigers before we had reasoning or thinking or learning. And then I was able to go, okay, if that's pushing the implications of my theory. If my theory is true, that I recognized, so this is abduction. I recognized the sameness between starting with sense perceptions of the bad with sense perceptions of the good. We start with beauty examples, physical examples of beauty that we saw in our dialectic that we're going through. Therefore, if there's a pattern, we demonstrate it. We make the chart and we push the implications. So then we demonstrated it with this chart, and then we got causes, anti-logos, blind allegiance to beliefs, outside cave bad, inside cave good. But then we had, as part of the demonstration, we had to apply it to the good side that it's a shadow of. Sense perceptions, what's its opposite? Beauty. Beautiful things, just things, good things, equal sticks. Oh, okay. What's the opposite of the anti-logos? Oh, the logos. Oh, that makes sense, of course. Blind allegiance to false beliefs. Or what is the cause for us following the logos? We seek understanding. Understanding, logos is part of a more primary cause of understanding. And even understanding is to reach knowledge. So knowledge and understanding is the positive version of blind allegiance to false beliefs. But let's keep going. So now we're at the division. We're pushing the implications. We're dividing up this theory that we're demonstrating in the chart into its implications and divisions. Okay, what's the positive version of my cave good, outside cave bad? What's our metric for truth and changing our mind? That's where we're on now. The dialectic, and something at the end of the dialectic upon which we should make our conclusion. And then also Socrates added to this dialectic that we're on and saying, hey, hang on a second. Not only is our soul immortal, I'm giving you something else you need. He's being like a doctor to us. He didn't specifically ask if we are all of the same soul. He said, is my soul immortal? And can you tell me more about the theory of learning's recollection to show me our soul is immortal? This is the thing. If a patient comes into the doctor and says, hey, can you fix my arm? And you recognize that this broken arm is actually, or maybe I've got a sore hand. You realize he's got a sore hand because he's got a broken arm. That's the deeper cause. Then you have to diagnose not just what he asked for, but also what is more important for his health. Socrates, if therefore he's functioning with an art like a doctor to the soul, as we got in from chat last time, then he is not only answering the question of Simius here, but he has to realize this is what you need also. This is more primary. The broken arm is more primary and causal too, or you also need this medicine as well. Here is the thing for your hand, here is the medicine for your diabetes as well. You need both. So that's a question. Why does Socrates also go from the immortality of the individual soul to the fact that we have a hyparxis of soul called the whole soul? Just as the beings have a hyparxis of being called the same ousia or self-ousia. As a question. But he added it in, so it's there. So I have to risk it and add it to my theory. I don't have to... It's not going to work if I stay, it already kind of works. I'm going to shut off from the logos and not risk it anymore. You can't do that. Why? Because that's the opposite of what we're doing. That's the anti-logos. Whoops. My pen. It's the anti-logos. So, there is some reason for the whole soul over here on the positive. But we're doing what's its shadow. What's the opposite of the whole soul? We're all different. So over here, we're all different. For you to say people who are from my cave, from my family, from my culture, from my country, from my religion, from my race, all that cause of division and conflict and racism that manifests as blind allegiance to old beliefs, pathologos, prejudices, that manifests as anti-logos. You shut down the logos, you hate intellectuals, all tyrants kill the intellectuals first. Emperor Justinian, when he introduced Christianity, killed the philosophers. And then that causes the sense perception particular problems, war, genocide, fighting, debates, the destruction of people and the planet. The emanation through the causal chain, for even that first cause, the early cause, my cave good, outside cave bad, to happen, you need to realize, you need to belief that people are different. We are different. We are different, and your caves are bad caves. My cave is good cave. That's the human problem right now. We need to evolve past that. So we should use the dialectic also to recognize this. If we apply the dialectic to the question, what is soul? We realize that there are levels of development that are exemplified by Parmenides' hypothesis. So again, where's my music for teaser trailer? We will be going back into the Parmenides later, and we will see this. So this is just a taster. Hey, everybody, when we get back to the Parmenides, we're going to have fun looking at this. Okay, that was a dumb trailer. I got to find better trailer music. The teaser. Because what is the soul? Well, we recognize that if we apply the dialectic, 4 categories of if you think being is or if you think being isn't, you can have 4 categories of that, and also in the ultimate, lesser, greater, ultimate. Materialism necessarily means you don't think there's a realm of becoming. There's only the realm of becoming, no realm of being. You could map our individual development through those levels. But also you can recognize human evolution. So we are at a certain level in humanity where we don't have what we need to solve those problems. How are we getting what we need? The logos and the dialectic. So at a certain level of here, there is, just like there's a certain level here where you admit there's a level of being, but you might start by thinking strict duality. There is a God, there is a divine, but has no connection with me. So you're still in this, you're level 5, you might say. But you might say, okay, there is a God, but we can be his reflection. We can't directly communicate, but if we form groups and start our own religions, we can have a sense of a collectiveness that's kind of like the divine. And then you might be a level where you can connect with the divine. So these are levels of development. Just like in the realm of becoming, you might start nihilism. There's not even a me. And then you might have materialism. There's just the world of becoming, there's no principles. Then you might have this relativism that, there's a fighting principles. And then you might have collectivism, and so on. Levels of development through each of these different realms. Ultimately to our ultimate goal, the know thyself, the good self, or the one self. So what are we saying that for? Well, there must be a level that if we go back to the Parmenides, we have to keep an eye out for this. When does logos and dialectic come in? Because this whole thing is the dialectic. If to solve human problems, we have to recognize where we're at so we know what we can do next because we're killing ourselves, we need the dialectic, we need the paradigm. So our question that when we go back to the Parmenides, where's my music? Hey everybody, when we go back to the Parmenides, we're going to be looking for at what stage do we learn the dialectic? Because that's what we need to solve our problems. Tune in to that next time. Okay, that was too romantic for a trailer about Parmenides. I felt kind of seedy actually doing it that way. Right, but that's the question. We're going to take it with us. So put it in your question sack. At what point in the Parmenides, if the Parmenides is a representation of the dialectic in human evolution, both for our thinking and our states of mind, right? We talked about that today. Then at what stage, from nihilism to materialism to relativism, all the way up, including states of mind, sad, depressed, empty, lonely, insights, enlightenment experiences, self-ousia at the hyparxis of being, at what stage do we learn the logos? Because that's where we need to go. We might be on the other side. It seems to be we're on the cusp. We have Socrates, we have the Phaedo, we have this channel, we have our friends in the chat. We have what we need to reawaken philosophy, to reawaken the logos. So we seem to be on this side. The next stage is learning the logos, learning the dialectic. Why? Because it's what we need to solve our problems. That's what we're doing here. So pushing the implications of our hypothesis that our problems are merely the shadow of the truth, the vice version of the virtues. Why did Socrates bring in the whole soul? Was he making a mistake, or was he like a doctor? Well, we can take for granted probably that he was functioning like a doctor artfully. Does that relate? Well, let's see. To say my cave good, outside cave bad, you necessarily need to feel that you're different. So you can fear the bad people, fear the other group, fear the immigrants, fear the whoever the hell, the women, if you've been red-pilled, if you've been conned by those grifters who appeal to sexism to put you on a hierarchical level better than someone just by nature without actually having learned the logos, right? You have to have people are different. And what's the opposite? What's the truth version of that? We are not. We are the same soul. We have the sense perception particulars of difference that when applied to the we should have the positive side on here somewhere. Let's do the positive side over here. So what's the positive side of this? Make it better like that. Dun, 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 dun. So what's the positive side of this? Starting with our reflection, let's infer the positive and see if it fits. Sense perception particulars. Well, we talked about seeing. So on the negative side, it's war and genocide and stuff. But we're looking for examples of beauty. Beauty. Justice. Goodness. Logos, rationality. Rationality or logos. And so on. And then what's the next level up? So let's give it a wrong. So next, what's the cause of that? Well, okay, so we start with that. And so what do we apply that to go up? We apply it to, what's the opposite of the anti-logos? The logos. So we start noticing beautiful things and we apply the logos. Apply logos to things of self-ousia. Of course, we can call it self-ousia because Socrates pointed out, by the way, all of those things have a hyparxis as self-ousia. It's all the same thing. So you can intellectually distinguish particulars within the realm of being, just like you can intellectually distinguish particulars of beauty within the realm of becoming, just like you can so you can experientially in the world of becoming, the world of becoming, you can see the particulars, but ultimately you see the particulars of beauty. It's the same beauty. The soul, you see particular souls, but it's the same soul. He said, even in the realm of being, beauty itself, justice itself, it's the same thing. So it's a many to one progression all the way up. So what's the what motivates us to use the logos? How would we uncover the logos? Well, on that side, we have blind allegiance to beliefs. So what motivates us? What's the opposite of beliefs? Understanding. And why do we want understanding? So we can directly confirm our understanding in direct experience called knowing, which is together truth. So blind allegiance to old beliefs or understanding and knowing of truth. Seems like opposites. So our theory is panning out for us. Oh, I'm going to visit the chat after I finish this, by the way, so I'm not ignoring you. I hope you don't feel like I'm ignoring you. Just going to get this out first. Understanding and knowing of truth, which is the opposite of the shadow, blind allegiance to old beliefs. So I'm not starting with what we've been learning. I'm starting with what we've seen of the negative, and I'm testing the hypothesis. My cave good, outside cave bad. What's our metric for? That's question 3 that we've got today. What changes our mind? That's our question. My cave good, outside bad? Is that founding fathers says it, so that should make it, or truth? For truth. What is our standard? What's our metric for truth? And so far, we've seen it's going to involve something, including the dialectic. That's what Socrates is using for his arguments and his conversation, but also some sort of conclusion. After having the dialectic, what's the conclusion where you can decide whether or not something's true or not? As close as you can in a hypothesis, in understanding. You don't know it yet because it's not knowledge. And then Socrates is saying, back in the text, take notice, Simmias. Must the following be the case for us? If on the one hand, that which we are always repeating to ourselves and our friends is the case, the beautiful, the good, and every ousia like this, where all the physical things that we perceive refer to, are of the same ousia. And we discover that they exist according to a hyparxis. That's the top of the pyramid. Prior to ourselves, we have to compare those selves existing in that way, must be the same for our soul. And they must have been this way prior to our birth. That implies we have a hyparxis of soul. We are all individual souls, which brings back our theory. Socrates gave us a foreshadowing. That was, here, Aesop. Socrates said, hey, isn't it curious that all the way back in book 5, the very first thing Socrates said after he told him to take his hysterical wife away, upset wife, I shouldn't say hysterical. He said, isn't this interesting? The first thing he said, the first thing was, hey, Credo, let someone take self home. Which is interesting because that on one level, it refers to his wife, Zinipene, but also take self home. Socrates is about to go somewhere. Maybe he's returning home to the self. That's a question. I haven't seen that before. Let's highlight it. Add it to our question set. So first thing he said, take self home. Then he said, second thing he said, how strange it seems to be. The thing which human beings call pleasure, how wonderfully it is naturally disposed to that which is believed to be its opposite, pain. Since on the one hand they come together, they do not come together at the same time, by the way, in the human form, but if one catches one, they are almost sure to catch the other also, as if they're united together from one summit. It seems to me if Aesop envisioned selves, he would have composed a myth that God wished to reconcile the warring opposite of selves, opposition. But since it was not possible in the physical world, the human world, united their self-summits. What's another word for self-summit? Hyparxis. Wow.
Wow.
To the same. Maybe pink is not the right color. To the same. What are we seeing? The same ousia, the same self. United their summit to the same. Why does it go pink? And by this, whichever one may be present, the other will follow later. And the same recollection seems fitting for me, reconciliation, because just as one time the chains on my leg caused suffering, now the pleasant has come to life shortly after. So, that's pretty cool. He gave us some foreshadowing. Pleasure and pain in the physical world has the same summit. He said, hey, by the way, what philosophers repeat to each other is beauty itself, justice itself has self-ousia, and they have the same summit, the same hyparxis. By the way, you didn't ask whether this about the soul, you just want to know if the soul was immortal. I'm adding something you need. You need to also recognize that it is the soul is also the same. Is all of our individual particular souls are united according to the same soul. So, back to our notes. What's the way of thinking that judges whether or not something's right or true or you should follow? My cave good, outside cave bad. What's the necessary condition for that? People are different, so some are good and some are bad. Some are to be feared, some are to be desired, some are to be hurt, some are to be inflicted pain. We cheer when the bad guy gets shot in the movie. Yay, inflict pain. Because that person bad. Could you do that if you thought it was you? Do you win by genociding Palestine if you realize you are Palestinians? Could you win by shooting the bad guy at the end of the movie if you realize that the bad guy is not bad, he's just you? Playing out the implications of this dialectic. Can you begin the descent into this way of thinking, into this allegiance to old beliefs and prejudices, into this anti-logos, anti-conversation, anti-dialectic, into the sense perceptions of war and genocide and exploitation and destruction of people and planet? Could you even begin that causal descent if you did not think souls were different? Some souls good, chosen by God, of my group, my clan, my cave. Some people bad and are to be feared, right? Turn on Fox News, turn on any propaganda network. I was at the gym this morning and they always have a newspaper on the desk. There's some racist fear children, fear black people, fear people who want to stop the genocide against Palestine in the paper. It's terrible. The propaganda in Australia is so bad. Fear, yes, that's explicitly the doctrine of the right-wing party in America is it's easier to manipulate people through fear. So that's going to be our MO. That's part of their explicit, said themselves, written in writing, doctrine. Why? Because to fear someone means they're different from you. So you can play this bullshit out on them, which is the nature of grifting. Again, it doesn't mean that the left is better, because the left, if they're actually progressive, should be progressing this way, because this is the paradigm for progression. They should have what they need to recognize the cause of the fascists and not cooperate with them. Why would you cooperate with ignorance? That's absurd. And if you claim to be progressive, then you should be able to have the ladder which allows you to progress. They don't have either. Why? Because we're still at this level, even though we have left and right party, we still are as human beings at the level where we think this way. It's news to us to hear Socrates point out we are of the same soul. So let's continue our demonstration of our hypothesis. If the cause of these negatives are people are different and there's good and bad, what's the necessary opposite of us in the ladder for the logos? That we are the same. All souls are same. Let's make some space. All souls are the same one soul through hyparxis. United at the summit. Just as Socrates said, how curious, pleasure and pain. But also, our last read along, we talked about left and right. The bear is hungry, the bear is not hungry. The physical world has that movement of opposites. And the reason why a woman would rather meet a bear than a man in the woods is a bear doesn't have the shadow. He has left and right because he's a physical thing in nature, but he doesn't seek injustice and torture and genocide as a human does. Because all humans have this which they're here to purify and this which they're here to perfect. So, in the physical world, we have the appearance of different souls, the many, but they are united through hyparxis to a one soul. And Socrates is saying that must be necessary for the logos to even be discussed. Let's see his conclusion. Accordingly then, it has to be in this way, has to be. Let's highlight that. Has to be in this way. And there is an equalness. Again, he's using the word equal. And we just did a dialectic on what equal is. It's one of the things we remember. And we use in our questions and answers. Where did he say questions and answers? He pointed out that not only are they unified, but we use them in our questions and answering too. Oh yes, here. All the things that absolutely is, page 31, when asking questions and answering questions. So we use them in our dialectic. So, there is an equal necessity for them to exist and also for our souls to exist and before we were born, and if this is not the case with them, then neither is it the case with those that follow, both for souls and for beings. Question mark, it's a question. Simmias replies. So this is what was, so our question is, number one, is the soul immortal? Or follow their arguments. The second question we're bringing with us today, how is he doing it? So this is he's concluded, he's asked a question, and he's asking, is it a necessary for this to be? Oh, and he's using a self-er term, thumbs up, equal necessity. So he's using equal. He used equal to tie the necessity for the same ousia in hyparxis to the necessity for the same soul in hyparxis. So he's using ousia. He's using a self-ousia term or a self-er term, and he's using the idea of necessity. And he's asking a question. That's the how question. Simmias answers. The same necessity. So you could say beings and souls have two bodies but are united with the same in hyparxis. Isn't that cool? The same argument. Pleasure and pain. Aesop would have given them the same head. So too, the many beings have the same head. So too, the many souls have the same head. But so too, the argument for the unity of self-ousia has the same head as the argument for the unity of souls. Same head. Equal, and the way we wouldn't be able to recognize that, the logos could not even be discussed, and we would not have the metric for making that conclusion, equality, if we didn't know, not only is there a single soul, it knows the beings, it knows equal, it knows the logos. So he's saying, for even us to even be talking this way, necessitates we know the logos somewhere before we were born. And we know the idea of equality itself before we were born. For us to have this discussion, logos, and make our conclusion equal. And necessity. Simmias says, the same necessity appears to me to be so absolutely, O Socrates. And the logos takes refuge in beauty in the same way our soul and the ousia of which you speak. So he's saying the logos is unified and is beautiful as the reasoning for as soul is unified and the ousia. So whatever we just concluded about the soul and ousia, Simmias is saying, hey, that also applies to the logos. So there was a beauty and a necessity and equalness in your arguments about soul and ousia that also applies to the logos itself. Wow. Both exist before we were born, both the ousia and the soul, and necessarily the logos. To me at least, there is nothing so clear as this. Conclusion. All natures such as these most especially do exist, such as the beautiful and the good, and all those which you spoke of just now, and it appears to me that it has been sufficiently demonstrated. So, back to our question. What is our metric to decide whether or not something's true? For in the shadow, it's whatever the cave said was true. Whatever my cave leader, Abraham or Jesus or my dad or whoever. My race, my people, my color skin, all that sort of crap. But what's changing his mind? The dialectic. But what's his conclusion? So this is pulling out this question here. Question 3. What makes us change our mind? He is saying, it has been, what was the words? It has necessary. It is beautiful. There is a beauty in the arguments. So we could say necessity applies to the logic or the logos. But he said the logos also takes refuge in beauty. So there is a logical necessity that we recognize, but also there's a recognition of beauty. Also, we need the idea of equal to apply to arguments. So we need the idea of self-equal to connect arguments, because he's connected the hyparxis of beings as self-ousia, the hyparxis of soul as the whole soul, and the hyparxis of the logos. The logos must also exist as well in that way. Which is good, because if we're saying there's a universal paradigm that pervades all things, for both our truth and destiny and our ignorance, our problems or fate, then it must necessarily have that kind of existence. And he's saying, yep, it does. So good for us. Whoops. So you use the logos and you have a recognition of necessity, and so you can understand the necessity and you can recognize the beauty, and you can use the idea of self-equal to connect the arguments. It has to be sufficiently something sufficient, and it has to be demonstrated. So the demonstration is a part of the dialectic. So, what have we seen here? This is what should change our mind. There should be a logical necessity. There should be a recognition of beauty. So this is our understanding and knowledge. We have to use the self-er terms like self-equal to connect arguments, and the self-er term of beauty to recognize beauty. And also the self-er term of necessity would be justice, I would say. There's some recognition, some applying to yourself. It has to be sufficient according to those things, and it has to be given the dialectic. So we can basically say, from unifying all these together, we can create our own our if in our if sac as our hypothesis for what should change our mind. Necessity, beauty, or these self-er ideas. Logos and dialectic. These two we've unified already as the definition and demonstration of understanding. Justice, beauty, and self-ideas are knowledge. So you could say there's knowledge, there's understanding. But yeah, there's some use of the logos through the dialectic leading to a recognition of necessity and beauty. Also within the dialectic, so okay, these self-er terms like self-equal, we could say use within. So we have two levels here. For it to be sufficiently demonstrated, we need the logos, we need the dialectic, and we need the self-ideas to make equal arguments or to talk about self-equal in our examples and self-beauty. And it was recognized to be sufficiently necessary and beautiful. There's our hypothesis for what should change our mind. Not any of what's familiar or in our cave or what we used to do or what people will yell at us if we don't do, all that sort of stuff. Taking that back to our hypothesis, there is a ladder of dialectic reaching to our truth or destiny, which we can call our perfection. And it is our problems, our ignorance, and the resulting fate, negative fate, opposite of our destiny, follows the reflection of that. But it follows the same structure. You start with sense particulars, like you notice the problems like war. You trace it back to its cause. What causes the law? Well, we don't talk, we just fight. And now we have debates instead of the logos. It's the anti-logos that shuts down the logos. What's the cause of that? And it's the opposite. Where do we start with our sense perceptions in the truth version? Look for examples of beauty, justice, and goodness. Apply the logos. What causes us to do that? We seek understanding and knowing of the truth. And Right, and what do we need as a precondition or cause to be able to change our mind? The use of the dialectic and some conclusion that we just pulled out, a recognition of necessity and beauty sufficiently demonstrated. And for us to even do that more causally in reality, our souls have to be unified as a single soul, which also has the knowledge which allows us to recognize truth and beauty, and the logos and dialectic, which allows us to engage in understanding, to recall our knowing that we once had over here, which allows us to use the logos applied to the examples in our sense world. Just like that has its shadow, all people are different, allowing us to hate and vilify and fear people from different caves, different races, different nations, which then causes us, which is needed to then cause us to instill as a virtue, actually vice, a blind allegiance to our old beliefs, our prejudices, our pathologos, which manifests as an anti-logos. It manifests to shut down the logos, shut down conversation that would challenge this, mocking trolls in chat that try to, there's only been one or two, so I'm grateful for that. They try to shut down the conversation with things that say, that use absurdity or use grossness or pretend that words have no meaning or not being genuinely interested. And then this anti-logos manifests as the manifestations we see in our sense world of war, genocide, discord, debating, fighting, exploitation, destruction of the planet. So that's our dialectic on the dialectic and its shadow. Demonstrated and divided. And our conclusion, therefore, we have what we need to go through our evolution into the next stage of humanity, both collectively and ourselves individually. To recognize that, to remember, to go through the logos, start with our senses in this channel with our friends, sharing our understanding and insights and questions, reading the text together. That's where we start. And then we apply the logos, which we're learning and applying as we go. We're defining and demonstrating as we go, which develops our understanding, which leads us to the direct experience of knowing, which is truth, which motivates our whole quest. And we can do so because there is such a thing as the dialectic, as the structure, which gives us what we need to change our mind, because we can recognize, we have what we need to recognize truth and beauty and logical necessity in the arguments that unfold through the dialectic. And in order to do that, we must have been one soul, which we will then, going through this process, if we are recovering our knowing, we are recovering that state of being the single unified soul, which knows everything in being as a single unified soul, which is our job as philosophers, and Socrates is encouraging us to do as quickly as we can. Follow him to that place as soon as we can. That's what it means to be properly doing your work as a proper philosopher in the correct way, and what it means to be a true mystic. Many are the people who call themselves mystics or philosophers, but only those who do this, according to Socrates, are not just a staff bearer, but are the true inspired mystics. There's our conclusion. Sound good? Sound exciting? You have what you need. We have what we need. Does it sound like a good quest?
You're a wizard, Harry.
I hope you're inspired. I hope there was something interesting. I hope that inspiration of Aphrodite helped with our use of Apollo, and you saw how they came together to conclude with Hermes, conclude with this dialectic. It worked. We needed both. We came up with Hermes, and Hermes we specifically read was that which, let's bring up the text, that which, where is the text? That which brings both whole and partial souls up. Let's look at it together. Here, what's Hermes? So Aphrodite is those insights that we just had. Wow, they were fun. We needed Apollo in the first place. We needed to have our nose in the text. We need to be reading Plato to get there, to have what we needed, to have the pieces, to have the puzzles. We need to be in the game to notice the clues and solve it together. And it leads to Hermes. Hermes is the leader of philosophy. He elevates souls through her and sends upwards the whole and partial souls. whether we're the whole soul or the partial souls. Keep doing philosophy. What is it? The dialectic. What is it? Takes us to the good self. So we can add something. Hey, there's 2 levels here. Look, let's read it again. He sends upwards both the whole and the partial souls to the good self by her dialectical powers. So we concluded by saying we have what we need to reach the single unified soul, which also has knowledge of all of the beings, all of the self-usia. But we're not stopping there, because we have also had our nose in Proclus, using obviously the logos of Plato too. But what we have done is we've come to a great model of the dialectic. So all of this is the dialectic. Both it itself, if it is, and its shadow, if it isn't, or shadow. So we did a dialectic on the dialectic, but Proclus points out, hey, not only does the dialectic elevate partial souls, which would be what we're going through now, the progression from our examples in our sense world through the logos, developing, purifying and perfecting our understanding and knowing of truth. Also phronesis, which is a question, applying it to our virtues. Coming to this conclusion of the dialectic, but also elevating us through this process to knowledge of the beings or the whole soul. Proclus says it doesn't just raise us in this way, there is another level. It also raises the whole souls the dialectic or Hermes. I need more room than that. Also raises the whole soul. So even when you reach that thing that Socrates is saying for us to get to, and you can separate from the body and become the whole soul, don't stop there. Which was our hypothesis early on, because he said, hey, even when you're out of your body, get used to it. Collect yourself together, self by self. That was the language, collect thyself together, was the language of the dialectic. Self by self was the first category of the dialectic. So we had the hypothesis that it doesn't stop there. It's easier to play the game. You're less distracted from your body. But it's not the end of the game. You can keep playing. It goes further. That was our hypothesis, and we got a fantastic Aphrodite insight confirming that hypothesis. That the dialectic or Hermes also raises the whole soul to the ultimate good self, or what we would also call the one self, using Parmenides' language. So there's that final level. Once you reach the level of being, you know truth, you are the whole soul. Keep your question. Keep the logos in your back pocket. Keep the dialectic as a game you're playing, because we have what we need to not only raise ourselves from the level of being to becoming to the level of being, but from the level of being to our ultimate goal. That is our true destiny. And going back to our model of the hypothesis, I got to play my hypothesis music, my Parmenides music, my trailer music. No, that's too spooky. Here we go. We talked about, okay, that's enough. That's crazy. We talked about using the dialectic to represent the levels of development in the hypotheses of Parmenides. We talked about there 4 in the realm of becoming, 4 in the realm of being. Well, this would be the level of the whole soul. We also have the ultimate of the one self. So thankfully, Proclus gave us what we need. The Phaedo gave us what we need to discover the dialectic, which is what we need to solve all problems within our own evolution and humanity, to solve our problem, number 1, and perfect ourselves to the realm of being. And then Proclus came on and said, hey, good job, good job, philosophers. But you can keep going, because the dialectic also raises you from the realm of being or the whole soul to the good self or the one self. The dialectic also gives you what you need to go from the realm of being to our ultimate goal and our destiny. Thank you, Proclus. And thank you, Plato. And thank you, Phaedo. And thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining me in the chat. And we've had a fantastic conclusion from this of this argument by Socrates, and Simius, who asked the question, seemed to be convinced. So we've done a lot, we've seen a lot, and I wonder what's going to happen next. And I hope you join me next time. Also, I've got all this thing in the chat, so I've been ignoring chat. Sorry about that. Let's go back and see what we've had to say. Got a copy of the text, I'm glad. Oh, you've been applying what you've seen about dwelling alone. Interesting. So you're applying what you've been seeing into your real life experiences. I do all the talking and working, nothing in return. Interesting. So you've been recognizing patterns that you've been playing out. That's great. Right. Recognizing the states of mind and being of other people and how they can suck away your energy and your attention. If they're not genuine players in the game, that makes sense. Nice. Been doing a dialectic with yourself of why. That's great. So that's great. So even before I went through this, you were sharing in the chat that you were applying it to your own world. Right. The whole thing. For the body fills us with many passions, desires, fears, and all sorts of illusions and foolishness. For the body and its desires gives us nothing other than war, civil discord, and battles. Is a meditation worth doing. Nice. Hermes is a woodland man. Hermes the hermit. Oh, the self-usia has the activation, the AOE. Self-usia has an AOE causing the self-usia of all of the self-o terms. The hyparxis. Nice. Nice. If a person wanted to take a formal way of learning the Logos, what do you think would be the ideal path? Subscribing to this channel? I guess. I mean, I'm doing what I think is... I've been studying philosophy for about 20 years and I am still trying to figure out the best way of sharing it. And I'm still working it out. If you have any ideas of how to share it and have more fun with it, then my ears are open. But yeah, having your nose in the text, which is what we're doing. Applying it to your problems and your goals. Seeking excellence in whatever you do sort of gives you the motivation to push through the difficulties. Sharing it with everybody, sharing your understanding, and so finding people you can share your understanding and insights with. If you have enlightenment experiences, keep going. Which is what we just said. Even if you reach the whole soul, keep going. Keep doing the dialect. Keep doing this. Try your best to practice the virtues. Try and keep your cool. Try and keep your focus on this in the ups and downs of life. But yeah, sharing with people your experiences, that helps. Also doing dreams. Applying how you understand the dialectic. Just the way, the more we learn the dialectic, we can apply it to our problems, but also our dreams. Try and see if your dreams follow a dialectic pattern. Is there a definition in the opening in your dream? Is there a problem that can be highlighted in a primary way? Does it demonstrate itself through your dream? Are there different scenes? Does it divide up into different scenes? And can you use it to learn about yourself and your problems and your goals? So dreams are a big one. So learning dream analysis. But yeah, joining this community. Right, it's a kind of magic. Oh, interesting. Cool. Right, yes. Media has inherent propaganda to manufacture consent. Absolutely. Cheers. Oh, thanks for the cheers. Today I'm taking a philosophy and psychology. Wow. Today I am going to be taking a philosophy and psychology diploma. Wow. You have inspired me, good sir. I will be a wizard. Well, you are a wizard if you're on this channel. Yeah, let me know how it goes. That'd be great. Yeah, if you can share what you've been seeing from this channel and this text and this reading. If you can keep your open, wondering state of mind. The two big questions you could ask: where are you at and where are you stuck? Boss music. I think a live breakdown of the way of the logos would be good. Like we've heard how you get there from helping us to see that to make ourselves better, like start from the bottom, builds us up to the perfect model. A live breakdown of the logos would be good. What do you mean by a live breakdown of the logos? We've been reading we did the Parmenides opening and the first hypothesis. Then we had to do a side quest because the second hypothesis of Parmenides was tricky. Got really like technical, which could be dry and off-putting if you don't have what you need to make it Aphrodite, alive, inspiring. So we jumped into the Phaedo to gain some inspiration. Also connect back with Socrates because the Parmenides is talking to Aristotle. Young Aristotle, not the Aristotle, but a guy named Aristotle. He became a tyrant. Anyway, so we jumped into the Phaedo. It's like a side quest to level up before we go back into the Parmenides. But the whole time we've been trying to figure out what the logos is. It's a question I've been it's a question I've been holding for 20 years myself. But yeah, I'm willing to do more things. I love to do watch-alongs, like watching Dr. Pierre Grimes, who wrote the Philosophical Midwifery book. He has a lot of really cool videos on YouTube. I'm a sound engineer and a musician, so I can polish up those videos, make them a bit nicer to watch, and we could watch them along and stop and comment. That could be a lot of fun if I get an interest. Also, there are some philosophers that I like on YouTube, or you might like to listen to on YouTube. We could watch along with those. I have a watch along set up. See, I've got this. This is one of the Pierre's videos that we were watching along. Well, I'm going to start a watch along of. If we get an interest, so that could be fun. So yeah, we could do that. But yeah, a big thing for me is time management. I've got a lot of things I'm trying to sort out. Like if I could do this full time, I'd love to. There's so much material to cover. There's so many ways of going with this. There's so many good texts we could read, watch-alongs we could do, critique popular YouTube figures. Like, I don't know, Jordan Peterson, he has some popularity. We could see where he's at and where he's blocked as a way of exercising our logos and talk about how we might address his logos and his anti-logos most justly. I mean, Socrates gave us methods of how to the soul through practice, such as the dialectics, but we could try to build the perfect model of a person and pave the way. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I think adding midwifery, which there There seems to be evidence that Socrates was able to do midwifery, which is the application of the dialectic to our problems. But Plato, for whatever reason, didn't seem to be there. He didn't write about it. He didn't outline it. So the perfect model would be the logos and the anti-logos, or the pathologos. So practicing both. And the third, to make it the perfect triad, would be dreams. So I don't know how I could do dream analysis or talk about dream analysis in this setting, because it's kind of personal in a sense. It's a personal message from your dreams to you, and it requires people to be open and receptive and to be curious. We could I'm not sure how I'd do talk about dream work here. And the same thing with midwifery. Like, I talk about it as a shadow of the logos that we're learning, but applying it in real time to someone. Although one way we could do is we could do a watch along of Dr. Pierre Grimes, who's a master of dream analysis and midwifery. There are some videos that are online, that are public, that we could watch through together and learn about, and we could dissect it and see what's happening. He's got one with Dr. Grimes has a bunch of amazing interviews with a guy named New Thinking Aloud with Jeffrey Mishlove. He's got about 6 or 7, and one of them he does dream analysis, but they are fantastic. I'd love to go through those videos with a group of people. And also the one that he breaks down dream analysis, we could ourselves break it down and apply what we're learning in the dialectic from the Phaedo to really understand what he's doing, which could help us, because then we could take it with us to apply to our own dreams and benefit in the best way. Oh, you've seen 3 of those. Oh, they're so good. Hey. And does swaying a raging baby soothes it work with adults? Shake a man to calmness. I don't know if you can shake someone to make them calm. Don't be so hysterical. We should get a Discord, yeah. Are you involved in other Discord communities? Do you know much about how that works? Oh. Yeah, we could do dream analysis, I guess, in Discord, maybe. Oh, cool. Cool. Oh, I love Warcraft. Yeah, is there much to it? Do I just start a channel and invite people? I guess I could figure it out. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I could start a Discord. Cool. Well, maybe I'll check that out. Maybe tomorrow I'll come back with a Discord channel. And is there anything in particular I should be aware of with starting a Discord? Like, is it pretty self-explanatory, or there are some little things? Yeah, I guess Discord would be fun because cool. Because then we could find then you could invite other people you think might be interested, and we could organize times to do watch-alongs maybe, because there are some awesome Pierre Grimes Like the ones with Viveki, or not Viveki, Mishlove are great. But I actually like, he has one with John Viveki, who is quite popular online, it looks like. And he is, I love his videos. But it's fascinating to watch because Viveki's of the old school and philosophy, and Pierre's of the new school, you could say. Or, you know, the logo school. VR chat. Interesting. Oh, cool. Post on Reddit advertising the channel. Cool. So what part of Reddit would I use? What? Create a virtual reality map of the academy that you could walk around in. That would be cool. Are you can you do that? Are you a programmer or something like that? Oh, okay, cool. I'll have to check it out. Yeah. We'd have to be careful how we walk because a lot of the claims that we've been making would threaten people's past ways of looking at, like this very map that we've been outlining today. The blind allegiance to old beliefs, including old beliefs about what Platonism is, has power to it. So we have to be careful that we act in a rational way so that we don't, open ourselves up to this my cave good, your outside cave bad counterattack through the anti-logos, this one here. That's my only hesitation with the live watch alongs too. To like watch a popular philosopher and say, oh, by the way, he's not doing philosophy. He's doing what Socrates calls blah, 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 blah. Philosomatos. All right. Yeah, cool. Yes, I have to learn how to do that. I've had a couple of trolls and I'm like, oh, I wish I gotta find out how to kick them or how to give them a timeout or something. I'll figure it out. Right. Some ground rules for debating, or not debating, discussing, dialecticing. All right. If I get trolls, I'll ignore them and leave you talk to them. I get annoyed. Like last time there was one and I'd been already talking for like 2 hours and he says like no. Like no is a bad troll. Like, oh, there is no soul. Soul is meaningless or something like that. I'm like, oh, you just missed 2 hours of explaining how important the soul is. I don't want to go over it all again just to address your troll. I don't even know if you're in good faith. Make sure you use your shitlord powers for good though, for the logos. You have the tree icons to the left of their names. You have a crown icon. This Furia doesn't have any icon, but I can click on you. What does it mean that you got a badge? Prime Gaming. Oh, if I right click on your name, I can ban or purge. Or delete. Cool. I can give you a ban of varying levels, like a minute ban, 2-minute ban. Okay, cool. Click on the cog in the chat. Yep. Show mod icons. Yep, I see it. cool. Ban timeout. Cool. Oh, cool. That's cool. I can delete a message that annoys me. I can time out someone. I can ban someone. Cool. Yeah. Thank you for that. What did you guys think of the talk today? I was on a bit of a roll. So we're up to the end of Socrates' explanation for the soul. So it finishes here. So he concludes, yep, the Logos exists, the whole soul exists, the ousia exists, and we know that through necessity, and the Logos took us there through beauty and necessity. And then Socrates says, okay, what about Thebes? We have to persuade him also. That's where we're at to in the text. So we'll see if this was convincing for Thebes. Because he had a problem. He said, well, some people think that when we die, our soul is scattered to the wind. So now what we're going to do next time probably is look for the mythology that he has around the soul that makes it hard for him to follow the Logos and be convinced, because it might represent a lot of current, thumbs up, religious thinking or current mythologies that we might have. So we might get in this text an example of midwifery. I'm not sure. Because he's given a Logos of what's true, but he might also have to purify or midwife the idea of what's false. Yes. The doctrine we repeat to each other, absolutely. And believe. Well, today I am going through, I think I've got about a dozen of these, episodes that I'm going to edit and upload to YouTube. I've got about maybe 6 or 7. The last 7 for the first hypothesis I'm uploading to. I missed one. I deleted one video. So maybe tomorrow I'm going to have to go back into the first hypothesis of Parmenides and fill in the missing talk. So that's going to be weird. I have to do that. But there should be a big upload coming soon. Self by self. Right. It is a weird feeling to think that the self that's mingled with the body that we normally identify with isn't us. It's ignorance. It's weird. But also it can be uplifting. Like thinking about that and holding that question that we've been talking about. What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking, and what's watching right now? That kind of helps separate a little bit from the attachment to the body, I find. And the more it's able to happen, the more like problems seem to dissipate a little bit. The issues and the fears and the limitations tend to dissipate, which is helpful. But of course, like we were saying, to whatever level you're free from those problems, make sure you use that time to do philosophy. In fact, I was at a meeting, like some sort of group invited Dr. Pierre Grimes to talk, and somebody asked him a question about Alan Watts. Have you guys heard of Alan Watts? Cool. Yeah. He's like a really nice talker. Him and Pierre were like one of the first people to go to the East from the West back in like the 50s and 60s and study Eastern spirituality and stuff. So, and Alan Watts, of course, was a fantastic orator. He was very talk very well, and he sound very knowledgeable with his accent and stuff. So interesting. There's a three. There's a lesser, a truer three, and the real three. Interesting. What are the three aspects? Right. So yeah, he did a lot of talks in like churches and things. He was very like, people seemed to like him. Anyway, so he's a lot of really inspiring talks on YouTube. In fact, that was one of the first philosophers I came across on the YouTube, like back in the day, 20 years ago. But Alan was like best friends with Pierre, or good friends with Pierre. So Pierre and Alan were like buddies. And somebody asked him about Alan and asked him something about alcohol or drugs or something. And the answer was really interesting. He said, hey, he has done the most with alcohol and drugs than I've seen anybody do with them. So he was sort of raised as a criticism, but it wasn't a criticism. But Pierre answered it as, no, you're missing the point. We're here for philosophy. As we've been reading in this text, it's the only game in town. And all this separation from your problems and separating from the body is just so we can do philosophy more. And when we are out of the body or in the realm of being, it's do philosophy more, keep going. The realm of being, ultimate reality, isn't the end. So the question is, well, if you are able to get into heightened states of mind or separations from your problems temporarily through anything, breath control, exercise, meditation, or even drugs and alcohol, use it for philosophy. And I like that. If something offered you a temporary alleviation from your problems or a temporary wisdom, wouldn't you want to use that wisdom to adequately address and remove your problems so that you don't need that tool? Yeah. So this feeling, using Xenophanes' question, what is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? Can give you a temporary sort of mitigating or lessening of your problems, which can give you space to do philosophy to the point where you wouldn't need it anymore. You're in a natural state of meditation. Always. That seems like phronesis, by the way, a kind of virtue that doesn't lose its power. Psychonauts. Yes, absolutely. Right, so if we were involved with these psychonauts, we'd have to say, hey, by the way, what's the logos? How far along? Where are you at and where are you stuck with the logos? Bring that with you. Right, yes. Yes, it's kind of a double-edged sword, hey, like it can surface your insecurities and fears, paranoia or whatever. Because it's kind of like what's the word? Artificial juriki. So in the Republic, Plato talks about developing a psychic energy like a ki, like for Dragon Ball Z, or chi in yoga and stuff. As a form of preparation for the philosopher. He calls it gymnastics. But yeah, there are some things that can give you like artificial chi, which can give you the enhanced focus to do philosophy, or can add energy into your as it can add energy to your logos, it could also add energy to your anti-logos. It could surface your problems. But under the right conditions, if you're with a philosopher or a midwife, that could be useful. You can immediately experience and refer to the feelings, the states of minds, the thoughts, the logos that come up as aspects, as the particulars, the first stage, the particulars of your problem. So could use it for either way. He was saying in the interview was more on point. Right, yeah. Yeah, and that's the other double-edged sword, the triple-edged sword. I guess the double edge would be, you could use it to surface your problems that you can therefore look at and review and address through midwifery, or use that focus and energy to do the dialectic, to read Plato, so that's the good side. The bad side is if you can't distinguish the two, you could mistake your problems for enlightenment experiences. So you can become more firmly, you can use the drugs or whatever to more firmly entrench your ignorance and become a bigger tyrant. Because the thing is, the mind is so powerful that it can create a shadow form of even enlightenment experiences. Part of the rule of the guru is to be able to distinguish the true enlightenment states from the negative ones. So a lot of people, like you've seen, even with like sociopaths and like criminals and stuff, there are people like, wow, this guy makes a lot of sense. He seems very confident in what he's saying. Like Charles Manson or something like that. He seems very persuasive. Yeah, but he's got some sort of energy from his drug past or whatever. But he's just more convinced in his ignorance. He's just a bigger tyrant, a bigger terrible, got more vice. So having the logos with you is imperative. To have the paradigm against which you can discern, is this actual enlightenment or is this an aspect or a manifestation of my problem? And of course, if you're in certain groups, you have certain like chosen people who can have those sorts of experiences. I mean, Netflix has a bunch of documentaries on cults and things, and they have someone with a little bit more juriki or a little bit more, often drug induced. And people are like, wow, this guy's the chosen one. And watching Netflix, you're like, oh, this guy's insane. They don't think so. So if you have a group around you that don't have the logos and the dialectic, they could support and encourage your vice and ignorance. So again, the importance of not using group think or the echo chamber of people with similar pathologos, similar prejudices, similar ignorances. Don't use that as your metric for what changes your mind. Instead, use the dialectic. And as Simmias said, he recognized there was a necessity in the logos and a beauty in the logos. Right. There's a lot of Platonic ideas mixed into the Matrix. Matrix is my favorite movie series, I think. Yes. Looking for a savior outwardly would be my cave good, outside cave bad, because that blind allegiance to old belief also, we should have included this actually, let's add it, is also the leader, the blind allegiance to the leader. Well, that's not good. This is why I shouldn't do it at an angle. Actually, would be after this one. My cave good, outside cave bad would be after this, which is blind allegiance to old beliefs and blind allegiance to leader. Blind allegiance to cave leader. Yeah, good point. Everyone is waiting for the savior, but the savior may never come. Right. Waiting for Captain America to come. Someone with special powers to save everybody. So this is interesting because if we are of the same soul and we therefore can share in the same logos, we all have what we need. That's our strength. The world is run by what, like 4 companies playing out their tyranny, playing out the implications of their pathologos with no need to reflect. We have the numbers. Everyone can share in the logos. Everyone can think. And the more that we share, the more easier it is to recognize the deviations from the pattern. Practice and dying and being dead, yep. Right, you lead yourself. However, philosophy is a 2-person game, like dialectic between two or more people, sharing your insights, having these conversations. So while, yeah, it's but that's the nature of understanding too. Following somebody else, blind allegiance to a leader, manifests as blind allegiance to old beliefs. That's authority. You believe somebody else. And the opposite of belief in an authority is understanding and knowing. Understanding is universal, open to everybody. Knowing is your own direct experience. Oh, welcome to the chat. Life is eternal, right? So we're seeing the reasoning that shows why necessarily the soul is immortal. And also Socrates talked about, he gave 4 arguments to show that where is it? 4 arguments to show that, here we go, up here. Our souls, the souls of the dead do exist. It's a cyclical process. The souls of the dead have to exist because if we recognize the physical world is a movement between opposites, we see being alive and are coming to be dead. Therefore, there must be a state of being dead. Otherwise, nature is lame, is ineffective. So the souls of the dead have to exist. By the way, if everything was in one direction, like a straight line, we would start being alive. We'd all end up dead. We'd all end up dead like Enderman, who's asleep. So we don't want to end up being asleep. So we have to be circular. We have to be asleep and then wake up. We have to be alive and then be dead and then be alive again. And also, the source of our souls can't be in this physical world of becoming because we'd use up the resources. Therefore, living has to come to be from the dead. So those were the 3 arguments for that immortality of the soul that Socrates gave earlier. Our souls of the dead do exist. It's a cyclical process of returning to life, and you come to be from the dead. And then his friend Cebes jumped in and said, oh, by the way, there's the theory of learning as remembering that Socrates always gives. Which implies that if we were, and that was the one that we just went through, he said, hey, Cebes said, if learning is recollection, like Socrates demonstrated in the Meno, he walked somebody through figuring out Pythagorean theorem just by asking him questions. No belief in authority. No do it because I said so. asking questions. Hey, and CB's like, hey, I've been around you, Socrates, for a long time. If the theory of recollection is true, that all learning is recollection, then necessarily we learnt it at a previous time. And that would be impossible if our soul was not somewhere before we came to exist in this human form. Therefore, the soul is likely immortal. 4 stages of his argument that represent the 4 stages DDDAS of the dialectic. We're learning the dialectic. We're learning how to think. What is the structure of thought? How do we use our understanding? And this was a fantastic demonstration of how to do DDAS. Definition, if learning is recollection. Demonstration, we necessarily learned it at a previous time. Division into its arguments. This would be impossible if we were not somewhere before we came to exist in human form. Conclusion, or synthesis and analysis. Therefore, our soul is immortal. Then his buddy Simmias said, hang on a second. I'm not familiar with this logos of learning as recollection. Can you lay it out for me? And that's what we went through today and the last couple of times. Logos of learning as recollection. That's what we went through. If recollection is learning, then we must have known it beforehand. That's the whole premise. And we know this because everything we see, hear, and perceive is the same and different than what we recall. What do you mean? Well, you can see a picture of your girlfriend. That's the same, and it can remind you of your girlfriend. You can bring it into your mind, but you can see a picture of something different. You can see her sweater. If you see your girlfriend's sweater, it will remind you of your girlfriend. So we remind ourselves or recall something. Right. Everything that exists makes up God. Well, okay. So what we're doing is following the logos, which is not beliefs. So you're saying your beliefs. This is what I believe, which is fine. You can believe that. But what we're doing is sharing in something called reasoning. Reasoning breaks down the argument step by step that everyone can follow. It doesn't matter what you believe. It's either true or it's not. And if it's not true, then we'll have to break it down to see why it's not true. It brings everyone together. Otherwise, you either already believe what you think, and you're going to say to someone, hey, this is what I believe. If they already believe it, they'll say, sure, buddy, let's believe that. If they don't, they'll say, hey, go away, I don't care. Who cares what you believe? Because here's the thing about opinions. No one gives a shit about your opinions. Except your kids usually. Or if you have to because you work for you're a petty tyrant in charge of a company. No one cares about beliefs. That's why people knock on the door. Hey, let me tell you about Jesus. I've got these pamphlets. Who cares what you believe? This is why philosophy is so great. Understanding is better than belief. Understanding is sharing in something universal called the logos. You can see how and why it works. And by the way, that logos you can apply to anything. You can learn how to fix your bike. You can learn how to fix your toaster. You can learn about the nature of your soul. You can learn about what's beyond the soul. But also a wonderful thing about the logos is, as Socrates points out, as we're reading the text, so we're getting this from Socrates, we're reading the Phaedo. Actually, I think I need a quote. That this logos that we learn, which is called understanding, here, this is from our text. Self-justice, beauty, and the good. The ousia. Ousia means they exist in a realm of pure being before the physical world. It's contemplated not through the body or our opinions or beliefs, but whoever prepares themselves by most accurately understanding dianoia. Each of them investigated, they will approach closest to the nous, which is intuitive knowing of each being. So the great thing about the logos and understanding is, not only is it open to everybody. As we're going through now, we are going through the steps of an argument and seeing if somebody follows. So you're together. There's no fighting. There's no opinions. It's just understanding. But it also prepares you to have this experience called knowing, where you can verify indirect experience by experiencing the realm of being. So what you might call God. If it's God, then it's eternal. Then it's immortal. Then it has some sort of paradigm for creation. And it has some intelligence that uses that paradigm to create the physical world. Now, Socrates is saying, hey, your job is to get there, experience it. Because if there is a God, a divine intelligence that is the cause of creation, then that's the same as your mind. The highest part of your mind has that knowledge. So we are uniting with the divine. That's called contemplation. It's also a mystical experience. So Socrates is saying, hey, the way we get there, the way we have that mystical experience is through developing our understanding. And that is the logos. Which is great because you don't have to believe anyone. Doesn't matter if they have the same beliefs as you. Who cares? Because you understand it for yourself. But not only that, if you develop your understanding through the logos, you can prepare yourself to experience it directly. Verifying it for yourself through direct experience, making it a mystical tradition. So that's why it's so cool. That's why philosophy is so rad. Thank you for joining the chat. Oh. Right. Right, uniting with that highest part of our own being, which is truth. So in another sense, it's not that you are God, it's that you're not different from God. So you're purifying yourself from your false beliefs that you got through your human upbringing, that you were not God. That's an interesting way of looking at it. And of course, even when you reach the realm of God, you can ask the same questions. Hang on a second. God, you're a creator, right? Oh, yeah, sure. So you have a plan for creation, sure. And you have some power to create, right? And you have the ability to judge your creation, whether your creation was good or not, right? Sure. These are many things. Sure. Well, if there are many, they are together in a oneness, right? What caused those many things? What caused you to have them together in a unity? There must be a level beyond even this creator God. Everything has a cause. For him to have parts, judging, power, planning, paradigm, model, desire to create, there has to be a cause of each of those parts and something that brings them together into this God. That's why even when we reach the realm of being or the whole soul, we want to keep asking these questions. Make it a part of your way of being. Don't settle for beliefs and opinions. Say, hey, convince me. Show me why it has to be so. Not only that, I want to verify what you're claiming through my own direct experience and know it for myself. As the saying, you wouldn't send your slave to a banquet in your place. If there was a realm of God, don't send your slave to get there. Enjoy it yourself. It's bliss. It's beauty itself. It's justice itself. Why not get there ourselves? These are the questions that can propel us in our quest. Proof only goes so far. If the proof is reasoning, you're right. Of course, opinions are not proof. It's just believing whoever taught you, your priest or your teacher or your parent, usually a family member. Right, so faith is to believe without reasoning. So we might get into the Republic later, but you can say, okay, what are the classes of belief? Well, we have prejudices, They're beliefs that are against evidence. To have a prejudice is to believe something that's against evidence. That's what we mean by prejudice. I have this belief that all white people fly. There's evidence that show you that's not true. There is faith or supernatural beliefs. Those are beliefs that are either against evidence or there can be no evidence. So I believe that the world was 3,000 years old. If you're that kind of Christian, that's against the evidence. Or I believe that Mary was a virgin. There can't be evidence for that. So why believe it? Why believe something that there can't be any evidence for? Well, because you're told. I'm telling you to. I found this ancient book under this rock. There are simple beliefs. Like, I believe my car needs petrol. There's sufficient or enough evidence for that. I'm no mechanic, but... So we see a scale happening here, a hierarchy. Obviously, prejudices are bad. Everyone knows that. To have beliefs that are against evidence, that's terrible. Like, that's very similar to prejudices. But to have no evidence for it, hey, why believe it then? The guy in the funny hat told me. Everyone in my family does. This is like a cave the appeal to this is what helped us survive our caveman days. Blindly obey the leader, because if you venture out of the cave, if you act differently, you might get eaten by a saber-toothed tiger. The simple beliefs. Then we have scientific beliefs. Those are ones where we have sufficient evidence. So we have evidence. So supported by evidence. Of course, this isn't knowing, because theories come and go. You might gain more evidence and you have a new scientific theory. So it's not knowledge, it's still a belief. Still a hypothesis, evidence. And then, of course, we have axiomatic beliefs. Axiomatic. Like ones that are self-evident. You don't need evidence. It's self-evident. Like 1 and 1 is 2. That's definitional. That's true by definition. It's an axiomatic. Or a good one is things that are equal to the same thing are equal to each other. So if A was equal to B and C was equal to B, then axiomatic belief would be A is also equal to C. Does that make sense? Right. So if somebody said to you, hey, you had an interesting spiritual experience, why don't you understand it? You might say, no, I can't. Well, hang on a second. Of course you can. That's philosophy. Philosophy is understanding the spiritual experiences people can have. In fact, there are lots of spiritual traditions that attempt to understand it. If somebody said you can't understand it and you said why, because have faith, that's called the anti-logos. Because if there is a paradigm, we call that the logos. Logos and dialectic. And on that ladder, you can say all these different sorts of understanding, ways of understanding the world, but also ways of knowing or experiencing, or states of mind. We realize as human beings that there are different states of mind. You might feel sad one day, but then you might feel lonely or depressed. But then there are happier experiences, then there are insightful experiences, and then there are spiritual experiences, and then there are levels or depths to the spiritual experience, and then there are things that are beyond even experience. So these are states of mind. Also, they correspond to ways of understanding. Hey, some people are nihilists. They think there is nothing, everything is illusion. There are some people who say, oh, that's stupid. Everything is physical. Nihilism is dumb because look, I'm hitting you on the head with a hammer. See, do you feel that? So they'll disagree with a nihilist. They're called relativists. And then there are people who say, well, actually, they're called materialists. There might be a relativist. Hey, okay, so there is a physical world, but things like beauty, that's all in the eye of the beholder. It's all relative to your own opinions or perspective. There's no actual truth of beauty. Well, that's a different way of thinking than a nihilist who don't even think that that exists. You don't even have opinions. But then someone says, okay, actually, you know what? This beauty is in the eye of the beholder, relativism. That's not true because we have supermodels. Clearly, we know that there's something called beauty, but we can only know it through our senses. And then someone like yourself comes along and says, hang on a second, I've had a spiritual experience out of my senses. I was able to separate from my senses and experience a different realm, and that realm was beautiful. So I know that beauty is not just a concept. So we can make a division. In this ladder of development or ways of thinking, understanding, and states of mind, there's a level where you go into the realm of being. The nihilists don't think there's any realm of being or realm of the divine or gods. Everything is nothing. The people who are here, materialists, don't think there's a realm of being. So therefore, their understanding means they can't have all these higher levels of experiences that you might have had. So there's a big level that change there. And there are people who are like, well, okay, there is a realm, there is a God realm, but it has nothing to do with me. God is indifferent. And we'd be able to recognize that there is a kind of logic to that way of thinking. And they would give it. Of course, God, if God is all powerful and I am just a speck in a universe, why would God care what I had for lunch today? Why would God care what I do with my time? I'm so insignificant. And I've prayed to God and God has never come to help me in my life. Therefore, I do think there's a God. I might have even had a spiritual experience myself, but he's completely disconnected from me. And then someone might come along and say, well, that's not very good because there is a connection. But the best way of connection is through groups. You go to church or you go to the temple and you chant, then you feel like you're something bigger than yourself. Of course, we could never reach God himself. That's blasphemy. But we can be like him. We can be a shadow of him or a reflection of him by taking part in a collective. Then someone might go along, well, hang on a second, I can go one better than that. There is a connection with the divine. Right, so you're sharing your particular level. So whatever you think is going to be on this level, it's going to be one of those. And it's going to be based on your development as a soul, based on where you were born, based on your family, based on your education. But what Socrates comes in and says, hey, you know what? Doesn't matter where you started. Doesn't matter where you are now. What matters is the truth, which means we could take all of the ways of understanding and all of the corresponding enlightenment states or even feeling states from lonely to depressed to anxious to happy to insightful to spiritual levels to higher than spiritual levels, and we map it. That is understandable. If anybody comes in and says, hey, you can't understand it, shut up, then they have a problem with the logos. They're stuck. Don't believe them. Why? Because there's this. You don't have to believe them. If there is a paradigm, a model, you don't have to believe anyone. You can understand it yourself. But what's interesting is the people who tell you shut up, don't think for yourself, just have faith or have belief, will say one of three things. Your reasoning is bad. You are not capable in your thinking. Your self-reasoning. We call that self-logos, because logos is the reasoning model that we share in. They'll say, oh no, but okay, maybe you can understand, but not you. Socrates could. Parmenides could, but not you, because your mind is dumb, your self-mind. They also call that being. Or they'll say your nature, or your ultimate oneself, your goal or your nature is fundamentally bad. This is the triad of the self. You have reasoning, you have thinking, you have states of mind, states of being, and you have something that has both. There is something in you call the self that thinks and has feelings. In philosophy, this is the highest goal. We develop our logos and reasoning to bring us from up through this chain, from prejudices, through supernatural beliefs, into simple beliefs, into scientific beliefs, into axiomatic beliefs, but then we go even higher, because here is a change. This is called dianoia. So this is beliefs, and the next level is dianoia. So this is understanding, directed towards being. That's dianoia. That's the logos. So this is the realm of becoming, the physical world. Applying your understanding to the realm of being is the next level of development. Now, you don't have to do it. You can find a community of people who share your prejudices, and you can stay here. I am in a biker gang of racists. I don't care that there's evidence to show that my prejudices are wrong. I like being this, and I know that if I could just insult foreigners, I can act like I know stuff and I can feel important. Prejudices. You can find people who share your supernatural beliefs. I don't care about these higher levels of development. I just want to believe what I already believed. And if somebody comes along and says that it's insane to think there's no evidence to say the world was 5,000 years old, I'm going to tell them, shut up, have faith. Because that's what was told to me. If they say, well, there can be no evidence to say that Mary was a virgin, how can you prove that? Shut up, have faith. Well, why have faith? Why not move up the ladder of your own mind? Why reject what you have? Why lessen yourself? Why cut yourself off at the knees? Now, even if they ask those questions, you may say, shut up, which means you have a block. As human beings, we aren't just going through this level of development through understanding and levels of confirmation through direct states of mind. We also have a block that we learn from childhood that keeps us from developing. Because as we grow up as human beings, we grew up in dangerous conditions in evolution. So we would grow up in caves where it said, don't think for yourself, obey the leader, don't leave the cave. So just have faith in what the leader of the cave says. Don't ask questions. And that's the kind of way that our military works. You're a soldier, don't ask questions. You go to church, what was around before God? Shut up, don't ask questions. Just have faith. Do as you're told. Be a good slave. Right? So there's something that we learned from childhood that we think somebody who tells us that, don't use your mind, seems good. They have the image of truth. So we have to work on that too. That's called our midwifery, removing our ignorance. Otherwise, everyone would be moving up. Everyone would be going from their prejudices to their supernatural beliefs, realizing that supernatural beliefs are against evidence or can't be proven. So that's not good enough. Have some simple beliefs like, your car needs petrol, but even that's not good enough. Make sure your beliefs are supported by evidence. That's what scientific beliefs are. That's what actually does stuff in the world, actually makes a computer, actually flies a plane. You can't do anything in life if it's not scientific beliefs. You get fired. You guys say, I'm a doctor because I have faith. No, get out of here. Go to school, get understanding. But even to have scientific beliefs, you need axiomatic beliefs. You need 1 + 1 = 2 always. Otherwise, you couldn't have scientific beliefs. So axiomatic beliefs are even higher than scientific beliefs. But then you're in a different level. Okay, what about understanding what is necessary, not just for scientific beliefs, but what's necessary for axiomatic beliefs? For us to have mind itself, for us to have even axiomatic beliefs, you must necessarily have the realm of being. For there to be principles and rules in the physical world of becoming, they have to more primarily exist. So this is the realm of becoming, the physical world. You must necessarily have the world of being, which is the metaphysical. That's philosophy. That's philosophy. Moving to the realm of being, applying your integrity. Hey, I don't care. I love prejudices. I don't care if it's against evidence. You got no integrity. You're not a philosopher. To be a philosopher requires you to be seeking excellence, not compromising. Truth. Not what's popular or what will get me laid or what makes me acceptable, gets me accepted in church picnics. That's not integrity. That's not courage. You have to be developing the virtues and seeking excellence. Otherwise, you're not a philosopher. You're something else. You just go play a different game. Go to church picnics and clap and praise whatever you're into. Right? You're just not a philosopher. You're just in a different game. So if you take that integrity that's moved you from your prejudices into trusting your thinking and using your mind and not just doing what you're told, but thinking for yourself, then if you come to the point where you realize that just as scientific beliefs are not the be-all and end-all, because scientific theories come in and out of fashion, we learn more things, so we'll never find truth because that's just the realm of the physical. You can never know for certain. You realize, hang on a second, there must be axiomatic beliefs or fundamental principles that you even need to do science. It's a level of integrity to that way of thinking. You need some courage. It's going to be different. It can be scary to think in a new way. Then, if you realize, oh, hang on a second, necessary even for axioms is this realm of being, this higher level of reality called being, and you apply your understanding to being, now you're in the game of philosophy. Everything prior was not philosophy. It's the opposite of philosophy. The realm of becoming is the opposite. Now, within the level of being, you have understanding, but you have levels of development here. Learning the logos, learning the dialectic, going from trust to understanding to knowledge. Even knowledge isn't enough. There's wisdom. Even wisdom isn't enough. There's a level called phronesis. So even in this realm, there's a level of development. That's philosophy. That's the game we're in on this channel. That's why we're reading the Phaedo from Socrates. Anything else is not philosophy. It's a different thing. It's a prejudice channel, or it's a faith channel, or it's a simple beliefs channel. What's your simple beliefs about Tom Cruise? Do you think he's hot or not? These are simple beliefs. There's going to be enough evidence to say whether Tom Cruise is hot or not. And you'll find channels like that. Scientific. Hey, yeah, join a scientific community. Program computers or something. Design the next space car. Yeah, you'll find a community for that. Sure. Axiomatic beliefs. Oh, now you're getting close. Now you're thinking about thinking. Now you're not applying your energy, your focus to the physical world of becoming anymore. You're thinking about thinking. That's called ousia, self-reflection. Now, make the jump. What is the self? What is asking that question? What is asking that question even about axiomatic beliefs? Now you're in the game of philosophy. Philosophy is about the self. Right? Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. You can use psychedelics or meditation or dance or breath work or any other techniques to give energy or focus in any of these ways. Yeah. A lot of biker gangs take a lot of drugs, take a lot of psychedelics, and get more entrenched in their prejudices and their racism. Sure. Hey, a lot of supernatural people take drugs, have a psychedelic experience, and then have like, now I'm more convinced in my religion. You can apply it to either of these. Now, if you apply it to understanding the nature of being or the self, now you're using it for a noble function. But to do that, you have to be learning the logos. So that's a belief. So if philosophy would be, okay, so that's a good question. So Solo Dolo, take that statement, which is a statement of certainty. It's like, I know it to be true. Make it a question. To get into this game, you have to be developing questions because questions change your state of mind. Hey, people with prejudices are certain. I know that all blacks are whatever, or I know that all Mexicans are whatever. They're not going to learn anything. They're just going to find evidence to support their incorrect statement. So we make it into a question. Make it into a question. Question you can keep an open mind about. You can ask people about. You can contemplate. Because we are not robots. You don't input information in and then you get information out. You're a human being. You have a state of mind. You're a living consciousness. Who told you that? Someone told you that you will never be satisfied. That's a good way to silence somebody's questions, isn't it? So that's why you can't just be doing philosophy. You have to be doing philosophical midwifery. Because if to move to here requires you to exchange a feeling of certainty or prejudice or whatever for questions, but you don't want to, why? What's wrong with questions? Have you ever learned anything without having a question? Someone convinced you it's a bad idea. Have you ever questioned an authority figure? Hey, Dad, you seem to know a lot about women, but actually, why are you having so many problems with Mum? Shut up! Don't ask questions. Has any teacher ever told you to ever stop asking questions ever? Any teacher worth any salt? Never. Someone told you to stop asking questions and you believe them. By the way, could you have asked them a question? Why? Have you ever learnt anything from asking a question? Have you ever learnt anything without asking a question? Faith is the answer is bullshit. It doesn't make any sense. We've just said there are levels. Well, you know that faith means against evidence. Wait a minute, why not ask a question? Hey, have faith that all women are evil. Why? Don't ask questions, just have the answer. I'm telling you the answer. Then why believe that person? Couldn't they be sexist? Couldn't they be wrong? Are you going to be content with the ignorance from other people, or do you want to find yourself? By the way, who says there's no answer? Faith is by definition to have a belief that is against evidence or can't be supported by evidence. Doesn't necessarily have to be about the seen or unseen. You can't see it, and you can't have evidence, so sure, in that sense. But you can understand. Nobody comes in philosophy says you can't answer questions. That's absurd. Someone told you can't answer questions, which is a way of shutting you up. If you are interested in knowing the truth, you got to ask the question, who convinced me of my lies? Who told me to stop asking questions, and why? So that's the, we'll see this in the Republic when we get into it. But this is the movement from prejudices. Of course, there's a level of false beliefs even before prejudices, but that's a different conversation. But prejudices are against evidence. Supernatural beliefs. I believe that there's an invisible man telling me to eat all the cookies. Really? What evidence do you have for this invisible cookie man? Nothing. You can't have evidence. You just have to have faith. All right, but what if I want evidence because to believe in something that can't be proven is irrational by definition? If I believed in a cookie monster, invisible cookie monster, you'd send me to the mental hospital. There has to be some reason to believe it. Now, you might not be aware of the reasons you believe what you believe, and you just use faith, to save face, but there will be someone who told you, believe this. Depends. So if you want evidence the way you say, then you'll have to die to get it. If you want evidence on how your computer works, you don't have to die. If you want evidence on how to fill your car with petrol, obviously you don't have faith. That's crazy. You don't have faith that your car needs petrol. You have a simple belief on why it's the case. If you want to make a good petrol engine, you might have to go to school and understand scientific beliefs of how engine works. But if you're talking about having knowledge of the realm of being, which is not the physical world, by the way, the world of being, then you're right. You do have to die to get it. That's the Phaedo. You're there. Let's go back into the text and see why. Socrates in the Phaedo, his last day before they kill him. Allow self, but I now wish to give the logos to you, to those who are truly judges, as to why it has come to light to me that a person who has truly spent their life being engaged in philosophy should be of good cheer when being about to die, and be of good hope that he will attain the greatest good there upon the completion of his life. Thus I will try and tell you, Simmias and Cebes, how this may be so. It is very likely that so many others happen to be unaware of what? That those who pursue philosophy correctly pursue contacting nothing else than dying and being dead. So you're right. Then he goes on. On the other hand, they have desired and practiced. They have practiced. They have experienced the state of the process of dying and the state of being dead. Simmias laughs. Socrates, you make me laugh. Because a lot of people don't understand philosophers and they don't like philosophers very much and they think them stupid and useless. I suspect the majority of people will think that you're describing the philosophers well. They would agree that philosophers are doing nothing, so they're pretty much in the business of being dead because they're useless. And on the other hand, yes, and they're the ones who deserve being dead the most. Socrates says they would be telling the truth. But they are unaware, for they are truly unaware of the way true philosophers are engaged in death and of the way they are deserving of death. This gives us our questions that our translator also helps us with. What kind of death does a philosopher pursue? How does a philosopher engage in the business of death? Why does the philosopher deserve this death? And what kind of death it is? Take notice, is it not anything other than the separation of the soul from the body? For to be dead is when the body becomes free of the soul. Separate the soul, release from the body, And then he goes on to talk about the people who claim to be philosophers but aren't actually. Hey, the philosophically virile or manly people, we would call them alpha bros today, do they eagerly pursue the pleasures? Eating, drinking, sexual stimulation? What about therapy of the body? Are they interested in big muscles? What about buying clothes and shoes? Sounds like the problems we have. People who claim to be philosophers and talk about being manly and alpha and all that sort of stuff. They're interested in this crap, right? And ornaments of the body. By the way, do we value them or only partake of those things as much as necessary and not anymore? Simius says, truly a philosopher will disdain those things. Therefore, the business of such a person is not concerned with the body, but stay aloof from the body, since they are turned around towards the soul. Interesting, they spend their life turning around towards the soul. The philosopher liberates the soul from the association with the body as much as possible, above all other human beings. This is philosophy? Wow. Doesn't sound like what I heard philosophy was. It's what philosophy is, according to Socrates. Okay, and he talks about this special thing called phronesis. Because, hey, by the way, even the poets see we don't see or say to us, the songwriters, that we don't see anything clearly with our senses. We don't hear things and see things clearly. Right? How does the soul grasp the truth then? If you attempt to examine anything with the body, because the body confuses the self, the soul. The soul is thoroughly beguiled by the body. So take notice then. Is it not logical that, reasonable, if indeed any of the real beings, back to our realm of being, what we're interested in, the realm of being, what is the thing that exists eternally, immortally, out of the physical world? If we're interested in that, is it not through reasoning, if anywhere, that the real beings become clear to us? And do you not reason best by not hearing or seeing or suffering or in any pleasure, but when you are self by self, taking leave of the body as much as possible, taking no association or contact with the body, and reaching for that level of being or reality? Yes. Therefore, the philosopher most disdains the body and flees from it, so she can be self according to self. By the way, do we say there's a certain self-justice? By that, I don't mean a particular just thing in the physical world, a just boss or a just soccer coach or a just referee or a just judge, not particulars, but self-justice. Notice the word that takes the particulars, a just person, to the realm of being, turns an adjective, a word that describes a person, a just person, a just referee or whatever, and makes it a noun, makes it a substantive. The word in Greek is self. Justice itself. There is a being of justice. It has its own immortal, eternal existence in the realm of being. And that's what we look for in philosophy, don't we? Don't we seek justice itself? The truth about justice? To be a just man and know how to live and die well? Yes. What about beauty itself and goodness itself? Not a beautiful thing. Not down here. We're not interested in prejudices or supernatural belief or faith or simple beliefs or scientific beliefs or axiomatic beliefs about physical beauty. We want to know this realm, beauty itself, that which is the cause of beautiful things. And what about goodness itself? Do we say that? Certainly we do, by Zeus. Have you ever seen those beings with your eyes? No way. Have you grasped it through what about any of the selves, any of the aspects of the realm of being, the divine realm? like greatness itself, health itself. And in one word, the ousia. So the Greek word for the nature of those beings, because they don't have a physical body, of course, they're in the metaphysical, which means before the physical, the realm of being. So what gives them their nature? The word is ousia. Pure mind or pure consciousness that turns about upon itself and maintains itself. Which is interesting because to ask these questions, even if we're in our body, we are turning away from our physical senses and reflecting on ourselves. As far away from food and drink and sex and clothes and shoes and muscles. Self-reflection. We are right now being like the realm of being because self-ousia is the nature of the realm of being. So curious question, why is that the case? So by the way, they all have ousia. And those selves are contemplated. What's contemplated? Sustained concentration, even with the help from the chat of psychedelics, can help you focus on something. Make sure it's a question so you're open-minded, and make sure it's one of these self-ousia ideas. Why? Because if it's a question about that, if you sustain your focus on that question, that's called meditation. And if you sustain your meditation, you have the ability to join with it, so long as it's one of those ideas in being. That's contemplation. That's the benefit you could get by yoga or drugs or breath work or all those sorts of things. So, but of course, we could, if we're not doing this, we could equally be using that power to get worse prejudices, like a bikie gang does a lot of drugs, right? And you get really focused on being racist or whatever. And all sorts of these things, right? We don't want to apply it randomly. We want to have a question about the self-being, because that is how we contemplate them. And how do we get there? Well, Socrates is saying it's not through the body, but whoever prepares themselves to most accurately understand each self you investigate. How well can you understand it? Can you make a document every time we come across the idea of beauty or justice as we read Plato, as we read Socrates? Add notes and somehow unify it together. Develop your understanding as accurately as you can. Because what? Because understanding is reasoning away from your senses. You are collecting yourself together like in meditation. And says Socrates, whoever most accurately understands each self, being self, they investigate, this person will approach the closest to the intuitive knowledge. The Greek word is noesis. That's when you join it. That's the out-of-body experience of the realm of pure knowing. You know it because you are it. That's the spiritual experience. That's philosophy. So in the chat, absolutely. This is the kind of death in which you can know knowing. Thanks for hanging around in the chat. I'm heading off too. It's been almost a 6-hour stream. I appreciate the company, guys. Thanks for the new chatters. Thanks, Solo Dolo. Thanks, Rolled Up. Good questions. Good reflection. Well done. Oh, thanks for the follow as well. Good courage staying with the logos, even though it's new. Good open-mindedness to share your questions, share your thoughts. Well done. And so what we're going to do is look to Socrates, the father of Western thought, and see what he explains how we can do this. Hey, this is a promise. If he's saying that we can understand for ourselves all of those things, greatness, health, strength, beauty, goodness, justice, and not only can we understand it, but we can directly experience it by contemplation in the state of noesis, that's a promise. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the follow, Dr. Faceface. And thank you, Solo Dolo, for the follow. It's a promise. It's something that he has to, it's an IOU. Then he better be able to pull this off. This text, so long as we're up for the game, hey, we're gonna do what he says. We're gonna Oh, thanks. That's 3 follows. This is my biggest day ever. Thanks, Rolled Up. We're gonna meet him where he's at. If this is Socrates, a guy who's being murdered for his integrity to follow philosophy, he said, "Hey, look, I wasn't able to convince the jury that sentenced me to death that philosophy is the way of living and the best way of living, but maybe I can convince you." We're gonna meet him where he's at. We're gonna present ourselves with the highest level of integrity too. We're going to play along. All right, we'll do what you say. We'll listen to your words. We'll most accurately contemplate what you say. We'll develop our understanding. And you better be able to give us what we need to move from our own personal opinions or whatever to direct understanding, true understanding, and direct intuitive knowledge. That's Socrates' promise. That's the text promise. We'll meet him where he's at. We'll play along. And we better be able to pay it off. Otherwise, we throw the book in the trash. We write a nasty email to his boss. "Dear Socrates, I want to speak to your manager. This book sucked. It promised us understanding and dianoia. And it promised us nous, contemplation of the real beings, justice, beauty, goodness. But we didn't get it. And we did our best on our end." That's the game. So again, we're not going to be satisfied with anything less than what? Dianoia and nous. How do we do that? Well, hang on. Before we go, let's have a look at what he says. Take notice then. The person who does this, who most approaches towards each being with the self-understanding. So this word self that took a particular beauty and made it self-beauty. He is saying there is a kind of excellence also of understanding. That's what we want to get. All right. This kind of self-understanding, without associating their sight with their understanding, nor dragging any other sense, not one, with their reasoning, which is the word logos, by the way. That's another question. What the heck is logos? That's a question. Take a question, put it in your question sack. That's what it means to be an adventurer.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Why? Because being a philosopher is the archetype for the hero's quest. To be a philosopher, we're not pouring information into our heads like we're at some boring lecture. We are engaged in this ourselves. To be a philosopher is the archetype of the hero's journey. To be a philosophical adventurer.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
Well, I hope you don't feel like you're in class. This is like, if you notice that there are a lot of movies like Harry Potter or Star Wars or Hunger Games, they have a hero who goes through a kind of journey. And a lot of video games, there's certain standard things that all video games have. Now we have the question, hang on a second. If there is an archetype for the hero's journey, oh, I'm glad it's in a good way. Could that hero's journey be the journey of our souls to leave the physical world? Because the hero's journey, Harry Potter has to leave his house and go to the magical world to reach the magical world of pure being, and also go all the way up to understand something fundamental and experience the nature of ultimate reality and the self. The model upon which all heroes' journey myths are based on. If that's the case, this is us. This is you and me here.
You're a wizard, Harry.
To be a philosophical adventurer, we have to be seeking excellence. We don't satisfy ourselves with anything less than excellence. If Socrates is saying, hey, you can contemplate the beings, we want it. Not only contemplate it, we want the highest level. If there are levels of contemplation of being, we want the excellence. Nice, Rolled Up. So that's what gets us in. How do we do it? We look for key terms in the text. If Socrates is in prison and he's talking about his chains, look for every time he mentions chains. Look for every time he mentions dying if he talks about dying. But also look for the selfer terms, those terms which we talked about, like justice itself, being itself, beauty itself. These are the things that make you a philosopher. What is beauty itself? Not a particular beautiful thing. What is the thing itself? And how can I join with it? So look for those key terms. Also, look for patterns. Sometimes he makes patterns of 3s or 4s. In fact, if you notice 3s, you have developed a skill tree. 3s, triads. He'll use triads every now and again. If you see a triad, put it into your inventory. Level up your skill tree. Why? Because you might notice, oh, he talks about a triad over here, but then later on he talks about a triad over here. If I rub these two sticks together in my skill tree, maybe it will give a new insight. Just like if you develop like a lightning skill and you add it with a water skill, maybe you get an electricity skill. That's the game. This is the archetype. Look for patterns, look for triads, look for patterns of 2s or 4s or triads. Also, everything that you learn, go back to the start and apply your new learning again, and you'll see the text in a new way. The text will come to life. It's a living text. It will grow with you. That's Usia, by the way. But also, not just the text, apply it to your life. How can I use this in my life, in my job, in my relationships, in everything I'm interested in? That applying what you're learning to yourself in the highest way, that's Usia. That's the game. Also, as you go, look for questions. If Socrates says, hey, you can contemplate the nature of being, justice itself, beauty itself, okay, make that a question. How do I do it? What's it like? How long can I last there? How far does it go? Whatever it is, these are yours. I'm not giving you a question. There are some spiritual traditions that give koans. Yes, absolutely. Applying it to yourself, making it real. It's like you are the hero of your life. This is the game. All we're doing is learning the game rules of how we can take on the philosophical adventure quest.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
So there are some spiritual traditions that recognize the value of questions and they give koans. You might have heard of some. What is the sound of one hand clapping? That doesn't make sense. Or what is mu? What the hell does that mean? These are nonsensical questions that are designed not to be able to be answered, to keep the student in a state of wonder and curiosity. Now, we don't need artificial questions in philosophy because we are naturally interested in our own selves and our problems. Those are two things that we're interested in. Our problems, that which leads us to our repeating cycles of problems in our life. Every time I talk to a girl, I feel this way. Every time I try and do this, I feel this way. It always ends the same way. We're naturally curious about that and we want to solve that. Also, we're naturally interested in our highest. What is our mind? What is myself? Why am I here? How far can I go? What is the ultimate of reality? Is there anything beyond God? Is that the self? We're naturally interested in those things. So the questions we develop are our own. But Plato writes in a certain sort of way where he doesn't give you the questions. They're hidden. It's like a Christopher Nolan movie. There's the story, there's the main story, but he writes, I like Christopher Nolan, he writes in a certain kind of way where the real questions are hidden. You don't just discover the answer, you have to first discover the question and then the answer. Like playing a video game. You're walking along and you see, all of these, hang on a second, there's one statue that's not in the right place. Maybe there's something I have to figure out about that statue. Right, so this is the next thing, manifestation. Well, if you're in this game, if this is true, then maybe if we do live in an understandable and intelligent reality that wants us to take on this quest, then maybe you'll start getting feedback from the world. So it might not be manifestation, like you might not be getting what you want, but you might be getting what you need and getting feedback and support, especially in your dreams. So develop questions as you go. Something stands out. Oh, why is that word there? Every word is there for a reason. Just like if you're playing Resident Evil and you see a painting and there's a person and there's a gem in one eye, but there's a missing gem in that eye, that should stand out. I've got to find that gem probably. I don't know yet, but I can probably think there's a reason why that gem's missing. So look for things that stand out to develop your questions. Learn the dialectic. The dialectic is what we're learning as well. And by the way, develop your own hypotheses. Have questions, but make up your own hypotheses. There's your if sack. It could be this. Now, you won't know until you reach knowledge, until you reach that realm of knowing of the being. But you can still, if you take your hypothesis with you, you'll be able to confirm it in your experience. but also having a hypothesis can guide your thinking in a curious kind of way. So develop hypotheses, develop your own theories, develop your own questions. But also Socrates says, hey, make art with this. Use mythology. If you realize there are certain key terms that follow a certain pattern that's universal, both to my destiny and my problem. So if your destiny is your highest goal, your fate is the opposite. That's what you're bound to until you discover the cause of your fate. Why do you believe these false things about yourself that limit your growth? If it's the same patterns that applies to both, then you could use that to make a mythology. Hey, if you're learning about like a hypothesis, in the dialectic, you have to do two, like the Marvel what if universe. What if beauty exists in the realm of being? So exists means the realm of being. Beauty exists or is. That's SAA. SAB is what if beauty does not exist? Not is. So there's a Marvel series. What if Spider-Man became the Hulk? Or what if Captain America got the green ring? Or what if Spider-Man became Spider-Man? But also you could do a what if universe. What if he didn't? What if beauty exists? As we learn in the dialectic, this is going to be a way of getting your dianoia. If Socrates says dianoia is the way to reach knowledge, well, dianoia, understanding. How do we do understanding? This is the dialectic. There are 4 categories. And by the way, you can subscribe to the YouTube channel. I've got all the past talks that will lead up and will give you an introduction to the dialectic. This is just a quick run through. You talk about the thing itself. What is beauty itself? How does it function? So that's self itself. So there's 2 ideas, S and O. This is a dialectic. 4 categories. So I'm going to use a bike. So it's not a very exciting mythology, but I'm saying a bike. Someone says, "What's a bike? Can you explain it so I understand?" The first category is, what can you say about the bike itself? The subject itself, self to self. Well, it's got wheels, it's got handlebars, it's got a seat. But have you really understood a bike? Have you really explained it sufficiently? Well, maybe you have to, okay, and how does it function? Self to another. So you have to pick 2 terms. A dialectic is like rubbing 2 sticks together. You have 2 ideas. So we're starting with bike. So S equals bike. And the other thing I'm going to rub it up against to understand a bike is the other. Other is me. Okay? So, S to O, how does it function? Well, how does the bike, S, relate to me? I can ride it places. I can go to the shops. So you're saying this is what you use it for. Okay? But the third category is other to other. So having been affected by your bike, how do you relate to other people? Well, I can give my friends a ride. I can be a good friend. I can join a BMX club. Join a BMX club. BMX club. I can impress girls with wheelies. I can impress girls with sick tricks, with sick jumps. You can teach people how to ride. Well done. Thanks for contributing. Teach people how to ride. Right? And finally, after having gone through all that, how do you relate back to your bike? This one is how does the bike relate to you, but how do you relate back to your bike? Well, maybe you'd want to clean it or oil the chain. Make sure you lock it every night. So this is using the dialectic to talk about a bike. But notice something interesting about the dialectic. You start with your hypothesis. If, these are ifs, you don't know it yet. This is dianoia. It's the transition into knowing, but it's the best we can do in our physical senses. If you start with a hypothesis, then you talk about, and then you explain it. What do you know about it itself? So it goes from here to here. But this goes to the next level. How does the bike you've just explained relate to you? And then you've got a bike now. That goes over here. How do you relate to your friends? Or how do you relate to, as a teacher? Then how do you, as this teacher, relate back to your bike, which takes it all the way back to the start? It turns about upon itself, like ousia. So it is an unfolding series of reasoning that turns about on itself. Now that's a bike. But also you got to do what it's not. What if you didn't have a bike? So you have to make another what if universe. Like breathing in and breathing out, absolutely. And what's interesting is if you apply this to beauty. Let's say we're reading the Phaedo right now. So a big question is the soul. So we're saying, what is the soul? Or does the soul exist out of the body? Socrates is saying, hey, look, if you're going to be a philosopher, follow me to where I'm going. Like I'm going to a nightclub, meet me at the entrance. Well, we can't do that if we can't separate our soul from the body, and our soul can't separate if it doesn't exist outside of the body. That means the soul has to exist. So the soul has to exist. So we have to do if it is and if it isn't. Now, as we go, we're going to be learning things about the soul itself. We're going to be learning things about how the soul functions. By the way, there's another way of understanding these ideas. The first category is definition. How do you define it? What can you say about the thing itself? So you can say S to S, or we can say definition. How does it function, or demonstration? How does the soul function? So whenever Socrates talks about what the soul does, we get out our notepad or our document, we add notes to that section. That's number 2. Number 3, well, how does the soul function towards, let's say, us? Or whatever. You can say, how does the soul function towards justice? You can make O whatever you want. So you can have many dialectics. You can have S equals soul and O equals beauty. If the soul exists, how does it relate to beauty? Or how does it relate to justice? You can have many. But I'm going to pick how does it relate to us as a philosopher. So how does it demonstrate to us? And then how do we relate to our friends if our soul can exist out of the body? Or how do we relate to other people? Or how do we relate to our higher goals? And then finally, after having gone through all that, how do we then relate back to the soul? But what's interesting is if you do this, you'll find that having gone through that process, you will come to new insights, you will pull together new understandings, you will learn about the subject more, which means when you get through this big dialectic on the soul or whatever you're interested in, beauty, justice, goodness, whatever, God, the self, when you get to the end, you'll go back and you'll understand the subject in a new way, but you'll have a deeper understanding, mean you can do it again. Breathe in, breathe out. You'll do a new dialectic. By the way, share this with your friends. We're starting a Discord. You can follow in the YouTube as well. So if you do a dialectic on something, please share it with your friends. Because not only are you benefiting yourself, because you're understanding the soul more, but you're also understanding how to think better with the dialectic, but you're also preparing yourself, because if Socrates says, hey, this game is the game that prepares you for this spiritual experience of nous, where you join with your object, then it's preparing you to experience the soul itself in the other realm. So you're benefiting yourself, but you can benefit your friends. And you can get support and encouragement from your friends. Your friends can read it and they can go,
Wow. 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 Wow.
so that's part of the philosophy game. It's a two-person game. It's a many-person game. It's not, you don't have to be on your own. And you go through it, you share it with your friends. Yes, efficiency. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Yes. There's a key words, by the way. Sufficiently, effectively, productively. You'll see that as we read more in the text. So you'll have what you need to do it again. You'll learn more and more. So what's interesting, what's going to happen is you go through this process of reflecting upon yourself and the self ideas. And having gone through that, you go back to where you start, but you don't stay there. This is not maintaining some belief you got from your dad or your mum or your teacher or whatever. It's not a self-fulfilling prophecy. By the way, our problems are often like that. We might think that we suck or we're not good at speaking to somebody, and then we meet someone and then we're nervous, and then we end up not speaking well to them, and then we're like, oh, I guess I was right the whole time. I guess I am stupid at talking to people. A self-fulfilling prophecy, it's stagnant. Your problems repeat. So we're going through a kind of dialectic in our problems, only the image that we're reflecting on, our inner critic, is not of self-beauty or self-justice or self-goodness or the soul. It's of the negative view of ourselves, the false image of those things, or most specifically, the false image of ourself. Right. So it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's stagnant. You have the same problems over and over again. But Socrates says, hey, if you learn the dialectic, you'll learn what you need to understand why that happens, the cause of why that happens, and how to remove yourself from that pattern. That's purification from your problems. So in philosophy, we apply the dialectic to purifying ourselves from our problems, and also apply the dialectic to perfecting ourselves to our higher goals. But what's interesting about this, Usia, you reflect on this subject, you go through this and you go back to the subject again, but you've learned more. So you're going up. You're spiraling up. Every dialectic you do, you'll have more insight, more understanding about the subject. Also, you can do other dialectics. You're doing one on the soul, you're doing one on justice, so they can help each other and support each other. And Socrates says, hey, you know what? You do that, eventually you'll reach a level where you cross over. They call it the jump or the letting go. Socrates says the divine self will initiate you into a higher level of being. Our job is to perfect ourselves in that way. Right. That's another question. So make that a question. Is God self? Does God have a self? Is self beyond God? Or what kind of God is self? Is there a creator God self and there's even a cause for that? Whatever it is, it's a good question. Craft it into a question for you. Whatever is your most interesting thing. You got good terms. So what are we doing in philosophy? We have terms. So look for key terms. We've got a bunch of good ones in there. You've got self, you've got God, you've got being, you've got reason. These are 4 high terms. Craft it into a question. And as we read, you will craft hypotheses to answer that question. And don't just take one. If you offered 2 choices, take both. Make a whole list. And by the way, going back to our dialectic. Say we're learning about this, where's our notes? I lost them. Oh no. Okay, I've lost where I was. I've got too many things up on the board. Oh, here we go. So, you got your dialectic of the soul, but Socrates is saying, hey, you know what? You can use that to make mythology. So, you can make up your own characters or pick one that already exists. Let's say you pick Spider-Man. If the soul is, can become if Spider-Man is a superhero. For Good question. What would happen? Well, Act 1 in your fan fiction, by the way, whatever art, you can make it into a song if you're a songwriter, you can make it into a painting, you can make it into a fan fiction if you're a writer. If you make a game, you can make this into a game. But this is what Socrates is saying we should do. Not just explain it, but mythologize it. So, the first paragraph of your dialectic on the soul is definition. What have you learned about the soul itself? Not how it functions, not the consequences, just the soul itself. Is it, if it is, by the way, you're also going to do, if it isn't. If it isn't, what would the soul be? A theory, or an illusion, or ignorance, or an opinion, right? But if it exists, it would have to be something eternal, immortal. It would have to be something knowable, right? So, after you've done that, make Spider-Man. Take each of those ideas and find a story metaphor. So, if the soul exists, it has to be immortal. So, if Spider-Man is a superhero, he has to be have super strength. If the soul exists, it has to be knowable. If Spider-Man exists, knowable relates to costume. He has to have a costume. So find a mythological idea or term to represent your dialectic. Have fun with it. Then Act 2, how does Spider-Man function towards someone? Pick someone. Maybe, who's the girlfriend of Spider-Man? Gwen? Is that it? So make Act 2 how Spider-Man, so Act 1 you're introducing what Spider-Man is himself, which is just a way of representing your dialectic on what the soul is. It's helping you learn, and it's helping you communicate to others, get people into philosophy, why not? How does Spider-Man relate to Gwen? So how does the soul relate to us? It's the cause of our motion. It's the cause of our desires. It's what a part of our soul thinks. A part of our soul desires sandwiches. A part of our soul desires activities. Take all of those and represent that in the relationship between Spider-Man, who is now a superhero, relating to Gwen. Now, how do we, with a soul, relate to other philosophers or other people or other spiritual traditions or other academics? If we have an immortal soul that we can know. Everything you have in there, again, find a metaphor. How does Gwen relate to the people of New York? Maybe she doesn't like them, or maybe she's jealous of them because they all love Spider-Man or something. And then finally, how do the people of New York or Gwen, either or, how do they relate back to Spider-Man? Maybe the people of New York love Spider-Man or something, or they hate him or something. Whatever, it can be your story. So long as you use it to represent all of the things you're learning about the dialectic of the soul. But don't stop there. You have to do a second act or a sequel. What if Spider-Man was never bitten by the spider and didn't become an Avenger? Because to understand the soul, you can't just do a dialectic on what if it does exist, what if it doesn't exist? So what can you say about the soul if it doesn't exist? It's just an illusion. It's just an opinion. It's definition. How would you define it? Oh, by the way, definition, demonstration is how it functions. Number 3 is others to others is division. How does it divide up? How does Spider-Man relate to all the people in New York? And how does Spider-Man relate to the Avengers? How does Spider-Man relate to Dr. Octopus? That's division. And then finally, other back to self is synthesize and analysis. So you synthesize all of those things you've learned about Spider-Man or about the soul, both if it is and if it isn't, and you take it back. So synthesize it together, unify it, and then take it back to the start. That's analysis. So Right, understanding beyond words. Well, that's advanced. Okay, that's really advanced. Okay. Well, there are many experiences that most people say can't be explained fully. Most of that is incorrect. If you go to Buddhism or Taoism or Hinduism, they'll say, oh no, you can't know that state. That's unknowable. Almost always, it's not going to be that it's unknowable, it's that they're blocked. So, Socrates, you can ask two questions of somebody. Where are you at and where are you blocked? How far are you going up this ladder of logos and dialectic, which includes your understanding and your knowledge? But also we have its shadow. Where are you blocked? What's your self repeating? Notice that ladder doesn't go up. It just goes around and around and around. So everyone will be at one level. They'll have a block that they'll be at, because by the way, this is not personal. This is what it means to be human. Everyone gets a false belief about themselves that they're here to develop a question of, apply the dialectic to purify themselves from. Purification. Purification is separating from your fate. But we're also here to perfect our understanding and experience, which reaches our destiny, fate and destiny. So, whatever book you read. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. That would be fantastic. If you know anyone who has money to invest in a place like that, that would be ideal. So, you might read a book. You read a book, you can ask those two questions. What's their knowledge? What's their highest vision? What's their state of mind? What level of vision of reality or self or whatever the subject is? What's their vision? And how well can they explain their vision? What's their state of mind or knowledge? And what's their logos? How well can they explain their logos? But also you can ask, by the way, I've noticed this author seems to be blocked at some point. He can't resolve this question of Harry Potter talking to Hermione. Or he always uses Muslim language instead of Platonic language or something like that. Right, so yes, the theory of learning through remembering is what we're doing in the Phaedo too, yeah. So we can ask, where is he at with his vision and his understanding, and where is he blocked? But this also doesn't just apply to authors or translators. In the past videos, we go back to other translators of the Phaedo and we can say, oh, this past translator has a clear block with this word, or his vision isn't quite up to where Socrates was. But if you go into a Buddhist ashram or a Taoist temple or something, you can ask the same questions. What level is their knowledge? And what level is their ability to understand their state that they're in? Because sometimes they might have one without the other. As philosophers, we want both. And of course, unless they have the dialectic, then they can't uncover and solve their problem. And they might not recognize what ladder of the level they're at. So there's a saying, a Buddhist and a Taoist cross each other on a path and they don't recognize each other. That might be because the Taoist he's at a high level, but he doesn't have the dialectic and the logos, so he can't recognize someone who happens to be at the level below him or the level above him. That's a very common thing with Eastern spirituality. And often you'll find those people, you start asking them questions, they can give a good logos and understanding of certain levels, but there'll come a point where they'll say no more. Go and sit. They'll say, go sit. Or you can't answer that question. That's illusion. Now in philosophy, we don't take that because we seek excellence. Now, there is a limit, however. There is something, this ultimate level of being, which is usually the level of being people say can't be understood. A lot of physical people who are materials, don't even think there's a level of being. So they say, don't even ask that question. Like I went to school and I asked, hey, what about this? No, don't ask that question. Maybe go to a temple or something to ask that question. But even in different traditions, you can recognize where they're at. But then they get something here. This is called the first hypothesis. of Parmenides. It's also called the one self. Up here. Now, this is one of the biggest puzzles. Because even the level of ultimate reality, knowing everything all at once, the perfection of beauty, justice itself, goodness itself, greatness itself, all of the self ideas that we study and do the dialectic to, all at once as a pure experience of ultimate knowingness and wisdom, and you recognize yourself and you know you're eternal, you know you're immortal, you remember what you once forgot in your physical world. You're everything all at once. You're immortal, you're eternal, you have all that. Even then, if you've reached it through the Logos, you might recognize something. Hang on a second. What's having this experience right now? Because you've practiced questions and holding on to questions and wondering about questions and asking questions. So even in the, by definition, the greatest experience possible, all of the highest superlative words we have, beauty, justice, bliss, brilliant light of pure being. By definition, the greatest experience, you can still have a question if you're practiced in philosophy. With your friends, sharing together. By the way, if it's beauty and justice and eternity and immortality and pure consciousness, that's a list of many things. Together as a oneness. What needs to be prior to that to make it a oneness? My shirt has blackness. It can't be black without first the idea of black. By the way, everything that exists has a cause. This has a cause. My remote control has a cause. My coffee mug has a cause. If you get there, as Socrates is promising us we can, if we approach this text with this level of integrity, and we practice it, we do the dialectic, we even mythologize it, we make our own fan fiction of Spider-Man or whatever we're into, songs, if you're a songwriter. And we get there. Could that have a cause? And if this is the use of all of our highest language, eternity, pure, same and other, both together, limit and unlimited, pure knowing, same and different, all of time, is there something, a level beyond words? That's the first hypothesis. On this channel, on the YouTube channel, we have done a read along on the first hypothesis. And there are certain puzzles because, hey, this is not a filling your head full of stuff game. This is like a video game. This is the archetype. This is the paradigm. So it's written in a way where it doesn't give you the questions. It helps you find the questions. So there are a lot of good questions about the first hypothesis, the one self. Every detail counts, absolutely. We say Plato wasn't getting paid by the word. So you look for all of it. So, that is a good question. Is there anything beyond understanding? Well, Parmenides, I've got a quote here from the Parmenides. See, the Parmenides, we're reading the Phaedo. We're at the end of Socrates' life. What was his life like as a philosopher? But the Parmenides is the beginning of his life. Before he was even philosopher. Before he kind of thought in terms of physical things. So when he asked about the ideas of beauty and justice, he kind of thought about them as like taking a piece of a pie. He wasn't really familiar with that realm yet. So he used physical world language to talk about it, which made him stuck. But Parmenides was his teacher. And he said, by the way, what you need to do is this. First of all, this is your problem, Socrates. He said, right now, since you are still young, you give heed to the opinions of human beings. That's your problem. We're questioning what is the self, the one self, beyond even the experience of ultimate reality. Parmenides, Socrates' teacher, his hypothesis of himself. He said, look, you're stuck, Socrates. Back in the beginning of Socrates' life, he said, look, you're stuck. Zeno, Parmenides' student, says, you know what? It's tricky, Socrates, to even talk about this because the many are ignorant that without this discursive progression through all beings, the dialectic, I lost the quote. It happens to be impossible for your intellect to hold the truth. So, yeah, don't ask my teacher tough questions when there are a lot of people who are many who don't know this. They're going to get angry at him. But Socrates asks a good question. Socrates says, I want to solve this puzzle. Notice, solving a puzzle. Having a question is to be on a quest. About the ousia, that's that nature of pure mind, that's woven into each of the idea cells that demonstrate in detail about the ideas which we grasp by the activity of the logos. We can grasp it through the logos, not by our physical senses. So he asked a good question. And Parmenides goes on to say, well, this is what you have to do. Collect yourself together. What does that mean? Question. Don't know yet. By exercising more in that way that appears to be useless to the many. The dialectic. And is called by them empty talk. For if you do not, while you are still young, the truth will utterly elude you. So Socrates says, okay, what is this dialectic? And we've got a series on YouTube that you can follow through where we unpack it and figure out what it is. That's a lot of fun. He ends up saying, look, this is what you need. These are the parts for the dialectic. If you're going to do this, if you actually want to know the nature of reality and the self. He says to Socrates, you have to permit the ideas of real beings to be. Now, idea in Greek is not concept. It's not like an idea. Idea is an aspect of that realm of being. Idea in Greek means to behold. So self-justice, self-beauty, ousia. Like if you saw justice itself and somebody said, oh, by the way, you saw justice itself. Yeah, I saw all of eternity and why everything has to be perfectly the way it is. And it can't be anything else. It's a necessity. Everything fits together. That's pure justice. And you'd say, oh, by the way, was it beautiful? Well, yeah, I mean, I wasn't thinking about beauty, but yeah, it was definitely beauty. Was it good? Oh, of course it was good. Did it exist? Absolutely it exists. So you can ask all of these questions, but you might experience a different aspect of it. By the way, if you experience beauty itself, wow, everything was perfectly ordered and symmetrical and turning in on itself. It was what we seek when we see a beautiful girl. It reminds us of that. It's beauty itself. Was it good? Was it just? Did it exist? So that's what idea means. The intellectual distinction you can make around that, about that experience of pure being. That's what the Greek word idea means. Now, if we want to pull off this stunt to experience it for ourselves, don't just send your slave to the banquet in your place. Go there and eat yourself. Thumbs up. How do we do it? Well, first of all, says Parmenides to 19-year-old Socrates, just starting in the game. Permit the ideas of them to be. You've got to allow them to be. You have to keep your mind fixed on the objections that we've been talking about, the counterattacks, the ones that tell you can't do it, you're not good enough, do something else, go dig a hole, go make money. Keep your mind fixed on those objections and others like them. Now, you have to also define each one of those particular ideas. And today we've been talking about how we do that in the dialectic and how we have fun making a myth about it too. We get double practice. Define each one of the particular ideas. That's where you turn your understanding. The Greek word is dianoia. It's not understanding how to fix your car. It's not a physical understanding. It's understanding ultimate reality. What makes us a philosopher. Back to the quote. So, permit them to be, number one. And it's a kind of trust until you get there. Be aware of the counterattacks and objections, the voices that tell you you're not good enough. Define each of the particular ideas. That's dianoia. But also keep in mind that each idea of one of those real beings is of the self. This is the power of dialectics. So even if we're doing a dialectic on the soul or of beauty, keep in mind, somehow, in some mysterious way that we want to get, it's still from the self. There has to be a cause even of those. There has to, even in the experience of pure beauty, there is still a you of some kind experiencing it. So Socrates heard that and said, well, that's interesting, but I don't quite understand. Can you give me an example of the dialectics, Parmenides? And he did something very sneaky. He didn't say, can you give me an example of the dialectic on beauty? He didn't say, give me an example of a dialectic on the soul. He said, can you give me an example of the dialectic on the self?
What? What?
Very sneaky. And of course, he said, no, get out of here, kid. And Zeno laughed. Zeno is, so Socrates was 19, Zeno was 40. Zeno was a student of Parmenides. Right, the dialectic. He didn't say give one on the spirit, give one on the mind. He said give one of the self, which according to that description is beyond even mind, beyond even the divine. At first they said, get out of here, kid, that's crazy talk. Do you know how old I am? Well, not according to Parmenides. He goes, you know what? You're like asking, I'm a retired racehorse. I don't want to go back to that race. I know how hard it is. I'm not going to swim through that sea of logos any like that. That's crazy. And then Socrates is like, okay, I'll just ask Zeno then. I'll ask your student. And then he laughed and said, no, ask Parmenides. And eventually they convince him. So that's the opening to the Parmenides. And then Parmenides does it. He gives a dialectic on the self. And if what we're learning is true, that the dialectic is the paradigm for all things, all kinds of levels of understanding, all experience. Let's go back to our map. If the logos is the paradigm that goes through all reality, that means you can also apply it to our spiritual development. Meaning, you can use the dialectic to map all levels of... Where's a good example? I'm sure I've written this out before. Sorry guys. All right, we did one today. That's okay. We'll do that. Right, let's use this. Now, if the dialectic is the ultimate model, then you can say, okay, oh, by the way, it's the dialectic on the one. He uses one as the idea. Every way of thinking about something is some way of bringing it together into a one. What kind of one? Is the world just made up of parts? Is the world a whole? A part is a one. A whole is a one. By the way, is it only a physical one? Is the universe just physical? Or is it an immortal one? So if he's doing a dialectic, he is outlining all possible ways of thinking about ones. But that means it's all possible systems of thinking about anything. By the way, not just your thinking, but your state of mind, because you experience your consciousness as a kind of a whole. If you're depressed, you feel depressed all over. If you're excited as a oneness. So we could use Parmenides' hypothesis to talk about what's one way of looking at our intellectual, our understanding, our thinking on this side of the ladder. Get rid of that. But also on this side of the ladder, our states of mind. So you meet someone. Hey, what do you think about the reality that you live in? What's your one that you apply to reality? Actually, let's go even further. What's your one that you apply to the self? What kind of a one are you? I'm nothing. Nihilism. I'm a kind of one that doesn't even exist. It's a kind of way of thinking. Nihilism is called. Not even I exist. And there'll be for that way of thinking, at that level, there'll be a way of thinking and there'll be a state of mind. They'll feel sad and depressed probably if they're nihilist. It's one of the lowest states of mind. You might meet another person and go, you know what? I'm a materialist. I think that I exist just as a physical body and nothing more. I'm just a rock, really. We're all just billiard balls in space. And if you have the dialectic of Parmenides, you'll be able to recognize what level he's at. And you'll be able to understand him. You don't have to insult him. Say, hey, you're an idiot. Don't you know that there are at least concepts, not just physical? You're an idiot. You suck. Parmenides doesn't do that. Socrates doesn't do that. We don't want to do that if we want to be just ourselves. We do want to understand where he's at. And there's a certain logic to his way of thinking. It's called materialism. It's just a physical world. But also, on this side of the ladder, if you look into etymology, justice and nihilism, because justice is... Right. You could. So what you're doing is, if we go into Parmenides and if he outlines all of the possible ways of viewing a one, and he says there are 9 of them, then each way of thinking will fit into one of those categories. Equally so, there'll be a state of mind. And that also, by the way, we're using the dialectic. Notice how we did a dialectic on the soul and Spider-Man? If the soul exists, is our What If Universe 1, our first movie or our first comic. And we're using Spider-Man to mythologize the soul, and we're using Avenger to mythologize existence, if Spider-Man was an Avenger. But also we have to do side B of the dialectic, which is, what if it doesn't? What kind of universe would exist if the soul doesn't exist and it was only, you're just a physical body and that's it? If the soul doesn't exist. You have to do both to have a complete understanding, to prepare yourself for nous, the contemplation. So we say, if Spider-Man was not an Avenger, so if he became a villain, so we could do that. Like, so to represent not exist, we could say if he became a super villain. We got to do both. Okay, but notice we had 4. What can you say about Spider-Man himself? Self to self, definition. How does he function towards something that you're going to write about? Like it could be how does Spider-Man function towards Captain America? Could be the subject. Or how does your soul relate to you? Or how does your soul relate to being? Whatever. How does it function or demonstrate? What do you do with the bike? How does that bike then relate to others? Or how does that how does Captain America then relate to the other Avengers, having been beaten up by Spider-Man? How does the soul... Okay, so what does the soul do to you? What do you do to other things in your life? How do you relate to your goals? How do you relate to your relationships? How do you relate to your studies if you are immortal? What will you do in your life if you realize you are immortal? Maybe you won't want to become rich if you realize that you've got a greater destiny. That's division. How does it divide up? And then other back to self. After having been affected by that way, how do you relate back to the beginning? So you could say, what is Spider-Man himself? Act 1. How does he relate to Captain America? How does Captain America relate to the other Avengers? And then how do the other Avengers, having been ganged up on by Captain America, how do they relate back to Spider-Man? That's called synthesis analysis, okay? So, a bit complicated, a bit wordy, but stick with me. You also have to do the same over here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, if Spider-Man does exist or is an Avenger, or if the Soul exists, and 1, 2, 3, 4, if he doesn't. So for the Soul, it would be, if the Soul doesn't exist, what can you say about it itself? It's an illusion, it's fantasy, it's ignorance. How does it relate to you? It's annoying, it distracts you, it's not important. How do you relate to the world? I don't care about anything. Or I want physical things, I want to be rich and famous, but nothing else. And then how do you relate back to your soul? I don't care about my soul. I make fun of people who are interested in the soul. I don't know. How would you relate back to the soul? I mock people who chase the soul because they're not rich enough. I'm going to start my alpha male podcast and make fun of actual philosophers because they're not chasing big muscles and money. Okay? So notice 1, 2, 3, 4 if it is, and 1, 2, 3, 4 if it isn't. Now, how does that relate back to Parmenides? Let's bring up the quote. Socrates says, hey, can you give me a dialectic on the self? This is what he says. He says, we must play a reality-based game. Philosophy is the game, it's the noblest game. I must begin from myself. So he's speaking from himself. He's his highest understanding and vision of himself, with his highest level of virtue and integrity. About the hypothesis of myself. Notice, it's an if. It's a what-if universe. It's not knowing. You're not directly joining with it yet. It's a what-if. By hypothesizing the one self. That's what he thinks the self is, the one self. And then whether it is and whether it is not. And what must the results be? So what's he saying? He's saying, hey, I'm going to talk about the one self. But I'm also going to give you 4 different worldviews, 4 different acts of my story, 4 different hypotheses of if the one is. If the one that is the self is, interesting. All right. So you're using spirit in an interesting way. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. I'm with you. If the one is, okay, why is he using one? One is universal. By the way, are you a self? Sure. Well, then anything that is a one. So you are distinguishing yourself as one thing separate from other things to talk about it. Just like if I couldn't distinguish my pen from my remote, I couldn't see it as a thing. It has to be one thing, separate from this thing. It's a bit complicated, but if you think that you are a self, then you think there's one thing. You are one kind of thing, one kind of self. Then your idea of one really dictates what is the highest view of yourself you can have. What does that mean? If you think a one is just a part, you might not have a way of experiencing the one self as the whole of everything. Because a part is a one, but a whole is a greater one. Now, if you think there's a one that only exists in the physical and does not exist in being, you're in this side of the dialectic. What if Spider-Man was a villain? Or what if Spider-Man was not bitten? Not bitten. If you think there is a one that is eternal and immortal, then yourself could be that. If you don't even think that such a thing like that exists, you can't experience and know yourself as eternal. You're limited by your level of understanding. That's the Parmenides. If the one is and if the one isn't. So if we can look at all the different ways of thinking in the world and all the different states of mind or spiritual experiences or levels of consciousness, you could call it, we can say, hang on a second, nihilism, they don't think the realm of being exists. Materialists, they don't think the realm of being exists. Relativists, it's all relative to our physical perceptives. They are all people in the level of dialectic if the one does not exist. So if Parmenides gives his first hypothesis, he gives 4 if the one does exist. Those 4 are the realm of being. Those kind of enlightenment experiences. So he gives his first hypothesis, which is unique. And then he gives if the one is, he gives 2, 3, 4, and 5. And if the one isn't, he gives 6, 7, 8, or 9. Hang on a second. 6, 7, 8, or 9. Hang on. 4 if it is, 4 if it isn't. It's the dialectic. We can use our understanding of the dialectic to read the Parmenides and realize this is a paradigm for all spiritual, human understanding development. We could see where you are. By the way, you're not only in one. You might feel sad and then feel happy and then have a bliss experience. You might go back and forth between many. All right? It's not an all at once thing. So you can use the dialectic to help yourself. Oh, I'm really depressed. Oh, I'm in level 9. I know what to have. I can have a little conversation with myself to bring myself out. Or with your friend. Or realize what level humanity is at. Is humanity open to the realm of being? That's a big question. So, that's a bit of a taster for the Parmenides. We've done the opening and we've done the first hypothesis. You can find those on YouTube. And we're going to do the Phaedo and then we're going to go back into the second. The one that exists. The one in pure being. But the question was, is there a kind of one that is beyond even words? So all that was an introduction to answer the question, kind of. Why? Because Parmenides says, where's the quote? I'm going to give a dialectic of the self, because Socrates was very sneaky when he wants a dialectic of the self. He says he's going to give an example of if the one is, the one self is the first category, and then if the one is, there's 4 in that, and there's 4 and if it isn't. Meaning, if this realm of being is the highest use of our language, of the logos, of our understandability. Where were we writing? What the heck is the cause of that? Because everything must have a cause, even that. Here we go. Spider-Man. If there are 4 if it is and 4 if it isn't, and you can map every level of spirituality, every level system of thought, every human culture, you can predict religions hundreds of years before they will even exist. That's why Parmenides is called the greatest book never read. It is a map for everything, for your own development, for the evolution of history, for everything. But our question is, well, hang on a second. Even the highest, level 1 of if the self exists, pure being, even that has to have a cause. And if this is the height of all logos, what the heck is the first hypothesis? Well, that's one of the biggest puzzles. Maybe take that, put that as a question mark. Make it into a question and carry it with you. Put it into your inventory. Because we're going to go back into the text and you'll find something to answer your question maybe, or evolve your question, level up. It could be. Actually, well, let's give a little taster. At the end of the first hypothesis, he gives you a weird conclusion that should, if we're practicing philosophy, it should stick out to us as weird. Something doesn't quite fit here. Let me pull it up. Excuse me. Here we go. So I'm not going to go through the whole thing right now, but you'll find it on the YouTube channel. But I'm going to jump to the end. This is the end of the first hypothesis. Jarvis, are you there?
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jarvis.
Can you please bring up the first hypothesis of the Parmenides?
Importing all preferences from home interface.
Jarvis is my AI.
Systems are now fully operational.
So, right. So take those ideas, craft them into a question. Because the thing with a statement is, if you share it with someone, they either already agree with it and it doesn't really do anything for them, or they don't agree and they're just going to dismiss it. But if you make it a question, you can share it with fellow adventurers.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
And we can share it together, and we can build on it together and maintain an open, curious state of mind and grow together. So that's one of the benefits of making it into a question. Let's jump to the end of the Parmenides, of the first hypothesis. Remember, there's still 8 more to go after this. Okay, let's read it. So this is the end. This is a teaser. I do recommend going back and going through the series on YouTube if you're interested. So he does time. The one can't participate. The one of the one self. So he's talking about the one and he's comparing it to the self. So he'll say something about the one and he'll say that's how we understand the self. Or he'll say something about the self and say that's how we understand the one of the one self. His hypothesis of himself. He finishes by talking about time. If it can't participate in time, it can't come to be, was coming to be, or was, and so on. Either in the past, present, or future. After talking about time, he says, therefore, if you can't participate in being, remember the realm of being, or coming to be in the realm of becoming, then it's not possible for the one of the first hypothesis to participate in ousia. He's talking with Aristotle. Notice it's question and answer. Are you with me? Aristotle says, yes, it's not possible. Parmenides says, accordingly then, the one in no way whatsoever participates of ousia. It is not likely. Accordingly then, the one in no way whatsoever is. Has come to light. Accordingly then, neither is it in such a way as to be. You can't even say it, the one that of the first hypothesis is to be one. For it would already be by being and participating of ousia. Whereas according to reason, the one is neither one nor is if we are to trust in such a logos. There's one of our puzzles. How the heck can he say the one is, but say it's not one, and nor is it is? This is one of the big questions. But couldn't any non-being be of self, the one which is not? Or can any non-being belong to the self? No. So he's not saying the one, it's not non-being, it's not nihilism, it's not saying there isn't a one self, but it has a curious kind of reality. That's our puzzle. Notice when I start to treat life as a dream. Nice meditation. By moving a spirit more than my body, I feel stronger or more at peace. Nice. I like it. Right, keep that one up. So, this is the conclusion. This might not make a lot of sense because you've got to go back into the read along in the series to see why. Again, you benefit from the work. Accordingly then, Parmenides' idea of what the self is, the teacher of Socrates, who was the father of Western thought, this guy, right, this is one of the wisest men ever to walk the planet, taught Socrates. He concludes about what the self is. Neither is there name nor logos. Logos is words, reasoning. We're trying to figure out the logos, but logos means words, reasoning, understanding, right? All of that. Neither is there name nor logos, nor any knowledge, nor perception, nor opinion that can be attributed to self.
Wow.
Neither can it be named, nor be spoken of, nor be opined of, nor be the object of knowledge, nor do even the real beings in the realm of being have a perception of the self. That's the puzzle. How can you say the one is neither one nor is? That doesn't make sense on the surface. The one is neither one nor is. What the heck are you talking about? What the heck, man?
What in the heck are we talking about here?
You say there's no name, but you call it the one self. What are you talking about?
Flibbity-gibbity nonsense.
You say there's no logos, but you've gone through 37 pages of logos of reasoning about this thing. But then you say there's no logos?
Flibbity-gibbity nonsense.
Nor any knowledge, but the whole quest of man, according to these people, is to know thyself.
Come on, man.
All right. So there's a unique way of understanding each of those words that is beyond logos, beyond knowledge, beyond naming, but still can apply in a really special, unique way. That's a riddle. If you take on this riddle and you stay on this quest, that riddle might open you up to the highest possible level of reality, beyond reality itself. That is the quest of man. That's the Parmenides. We're taking a break to go into the Phaedo to learn more about how we do that game better, because Socrates is giving us tips on how to separate ourselves from the counterattacks, from the body, from our desires and fears that pull us away from philosophy, because this is so important. It's literally the quest of man, our destiny, that it was going to be guaranteed to surface our problems. So before we go into the Parmenides any further, we jumped into the Phaedo. So that's Socrates at the start of his journey. And now we're in the Phaedo, which is Socrates at the end of the journey. So we need to nail down what exactly is knowledge, what exactly is wisdom, what exactly is the self, what exactly is the logos. And how can we say that there's no logos of the self when we just gave a whole first hypothesis? How can we say there's no knowledge of the self if we're supposed to know thyself? How can we not name the self if there is the name of the one self? And all that is beyond being. So all of that was a kind of very long way of answering the question, is there anything beyond words and understanding? Kind of yes, kind of no. That's the question. Very funny. Nail them down in the better kind of way. Let's, very good. Okay. So good questions. Keep them up. Put them in your question sack. So as an adventurer, we need a sack of questions as we go. Because
You're a wizard, Harry.
every game, every video has been a preparation for the true quest, which is this one. Have a question sack in your inventory. Have a hypothesis sack. Seek excellence. Everything you learn, turn it around, apply it to yourself. Look for patterns. That's your skill trees. Can you see pairs? Can you see fours? Can you see triads? And then when we have enough, we can sew it together with our weapon, which is what? The sewing needle of infinite truths. Our snit. We sew it all together. And that should spark insights. That's the game. So, that's a little bit of a introduction to the new people in chat. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for following. Thank you for sharing your questions. And thank you for, challenging yourself to think in a new kind of a way. It's not easy, but it's fun. And if you want, you can follow on YouTube. We're going to be starting a Discord too, so we can talk more often and share our work, our dialectics, our Spider-Man comics with each other. That's going to be fun. Stay tuned into the channel and we'll let you know about the Discord. And yeah, thanks for joining me. I hope to see you next time.